and I just don't know about it.
Well, I wouldn't know about it either, so.
Hmm.
You know what? I'm gonna shut my mouth because I just remembered something.
Oh no. It gets creepy.
You'll see.
I'll see. Alrighty.
Alright.
Alrighty. Just give it a second to actually, like...
I,
Alice in Dissonance.
yep, there it is.
Project written. The same...
It's weird to think this series was almost an RPG series.
I mean, I'm sure it could have been a good RPG.
Look how pretty it is.
I know, I like the use of color. It's so nice. Anyway, let me make sure settings are fine. Music, I can put that like that. Auto message speed, full screen, transition.
What, you don't wanna read it in Russian?
I mean, I could.
This game has been out for ages. It has so much language support.
It does. After choices, keep skipping or stop skipping. Oh boy.
That does not matter because there is no choice.
Oh, well then keep skipping, please. It's not like I'm gonna skip anyway. Start it up.
Yeah, do you remember where the last one left off?
We were about to get into a fight with what's her name.
Previously on Fault.
Oh. Yeah, we were about to get into a fight with what's her name. Ruzenhide has fallen. Long-staying peace is brought to the sun end by a surprise attack from an unknown enemy. Tech Princess Selphine Ratona used a special cravat to teleport narrowly escaping death. However, they arrived not at an evacuation shelter's planned, but on a continent on the other side of the planet. There's a land beyond the reach of Mana, the outer pole, where no trace of Mana Crave. Cravat. Having lived in the inner pole, staying just a few days to make their bodies acclimate, leaving them no longer able to handle Mana and stranded in the outer pole. It was there that they met a strange girl calling herself Rune. However, the townsfolk did not indeed acknowledge her as Sarah. Who is she? While the deadline was approaching fast, Selphine returned to discover just how special Rune's existence is. After many twists and turns, the two help Rune and her older brother Ruda reconcile. Rune joined Selphine and Ratona on her travels and journeys alongside them. However, the leader of the attack on Ruzenhide, because of their stay, Ratona is left powerless to defeat Malona, who has countless tricks in her sleep in the midst of commotion itself. His actions so much changes as he orders Ratona got the bind, even cutting off her limbs.
Yeah, you'll get to see why Selphie's my favorite character.
Oh boy, I can't wait either.
Oh yeah, I think that summary was just for like a year after the first game.
Well, yeah, because that makes sense. You know, it's been a hot minute. You may not remember it.
Yeah, it's been a year, not 8.
Didn't you hear me, Renvasta? Constrain her immediately with that magic of yours. Magic? You know, the kind you used to slaughter the tribe before. Don't tell me you've forgotten. Oh, magic. The old name of Mana Crave. Don't tell me. Mana Cravat. However you say it. Or Croft. Croft. Start with the right leg.
It's like prompt.
Start with the right leg. Sever it, but don't kill her. I'll stop the bleeding. Don't hold back. That's not the issue here. This land is devoid of mana. If I use bottled cravat or croft of that level, my body couldn't take it. Hey, there are them portraits. I'm terribly sorry, Selphie, but using such battle croft as this situation is, she is just determined.
He's pissed.
That's princess to you. Selphie grumbles. Eh? I told you address me as princess, you imbecile. What? Who am I? Tell me. Who am I? Who? I am the 9th path-down successor of the glorious kingdom of Ruzendile. Also, I think I made the music just a tiny bit too loud. There we go. The successor of the glorious kingdom of Ruzenhide, Princess Selphine Ruzenhide. Don't tell me. And Reinvasta, who are you? Ma'am, the royal guardian of Princess Ruzenhide. What? With Valhalla absent, I am the very will of Rosenheid, and you are the sword and shield that will carry it out. For you to cower in fear in the presence of an enemy, such insolence, know your place. Ma'am. Oh yeah, and then there's her. The symptoms indicating a disturbance in Mana Emperor Syndrome. This is the first time I've seen the predecessor's personality show this distinctly. Oh wait, she's a girl, so would Empress Syndrome be more fitting? Damn. For her to display signs of Empress Syndrome at a time like this? And that tone of voice, that personality, this is unmistakably Lady Reagan. Dubbed Rhaegon the Bloodthirsty by the citizens, she was the cruelest, most ruthless queen in all of Rosenheid's history, among all 9 generations of the Pathdown. The timing couldn't be any worse. You may want to reconsider this overly friendly approach of yours, eh, Reinvasta? My apologies, Princess. Huh. If you thought this girl is saying to be true, though, then perhaps you should call me Queen. Something weird is happening to Sully. It really doesn't change the person, eh? A truly fascinating phenomena. Zevit's girl, stop dawdling around and stand at attention, why don't you? Who are you? What have you done with Sully? Now, Milano, was it? Let's get down to business. Did you really kill Vala? Don't be silly, of course I was kidding. I said that because you wouldn't listen to me otherwise. It was a little joke. Is that so? And then one final question. What do you people want? Why do you check Rosenheid? My, it looks like she's got the upper hand here. Typical of someone older, I can't get a word in edgewise. Answer truthfully. If you do, your death will be quick and painless. You have the word of Rosenheid. Huh, well aren't you scary? Our objective, huh? Well, basically, it's to kill you, Princess Sephine. Okay, well, technically we don't have to kill you. But really, is there any other way to put a stop to your country's ability to path down? I see. Yeah, so I've got a little proposition for you, Miss Princess. Could you just, just not go back to your country ever again? What? If you don't, then at least you won't have to die. Abandon your country, go somewhere far away from the Alliance, and live the rest of your lives hiding your true identities. Well, I think it's a pretty good idea. Why you? We'd never accept such a... Another one of your jokes. If we did that, then we would simply go after then you'd simply go after the next successor, would you not? I believe that's called hypocrisy. Good point. You're already too deeply rooted in your system you called Alliance. There isn't any point in living if you aren't apart, right? Again, you beat around the bush. Moving on, what's wrong? Aren't you gonna come at me? From the very beginning, this couldn't end in anything but bloodshed. I mean, she's very headstrong, I'll give her that. She's determined. That's true. This whole time. Then it's about time we put an end to this farce. This whole time I've been gathering mana. This is the 3rd time now, Rayvasta. Off with her right leg. Just for this very moment. Lady Selphine's long-winded speech was nothing more than stalling for time. For me to let this chance slip by would be sullying the name of Princess. Do it. Do it. Damn, looks like I don't have a choice. The final synergy of mana, aqua, arrow, manifest outside my body. Thump. I heard a dull sound as if my nerves were ripped out right out of me. The moment I felt a burning sensation, I was suddenly engulfed in a bone-chilling cold. My body goes numb. I can feel the hazy concept that is my own lifespan growing shorter. Ugh, this is seriously rough. Activating this craft in an area filled with mana is already taxing enough, especially something of this level. Impressive, this girl being able to synergize as well with only her internal mana. Oh? Perhaps realizing something was off, Mana quickly gazes to her right thigh. You notice too late. The fragments have already gathered. Magnetized fragments of obsidian tightly bound to her right knee. Glass shower. Heavy rain. The next moment, Milena dashed away. What?
Milano.
Milano. Milena Milano. It's a name. No, that's ridiculous. Is this a dream? At a speed which I could barely perceive, Milano evaded the hail of shards. She's not human. Heavy rain may seem complex, but blessing it is actually quite simple. Transidian shards are created from mana in the committed area, which are then used as a hail of blades, not bullets. I can control the shards created with my mana or use magnetized obsidian to concentrate the hail of shards into a single target. There are no other choice for me but to use this, a merciless, inhumane craft I developed solely for the slaughter of human. Oh my, I can't avoid this, can I? Oh my god, it's an animation. What?
Yeah.
In a split second, Milano disappeared, completely avoiding the rain of shards, leaving nothing but an afterimage. She's gone? Where did she go? What just happened? Ratona, behind you, above you. Rune was able to track her? I mean, she is Robo, so I'm sure she has that capability. She's all the way up there. How did you... No matter where you run, my heavy wing shards will continue to draw towards the magnetic obsidian. There is no escape. I've got you. I can't bear to watch. Permission revoked. Eh? Oh my. Huh, you really turned someone into a fine red mist with this glass rain of yours. What? The shard. They're not piercing her? Hail of shards that have been flying towards Milano have become embedded in the obsidian on her leg and knee, frozen in place. Those shards should have pierced right through the obsidian, turning her leg into mincemeat. Not even a tear on her clothes. What's going on? Did I make a mistake in my craft? No, that can't be. Shards that chased after Milano had clearly turned the trees around her into sieves. So then what just happened? Princess Selphine, I can see now where you stand in all this. You could apprehend or just outright kill me, and by doing so, you stop our attacks against Sani Ajriza. And on top of that, you might just bring back the head of the mastermind behind the night raid of your country. 2 birds with 1 stone, right? But know this, I'm already beyond the level of winning or losing, so when you fight me, you're better off accepting the fact they have no say in the matter. Because I am omnipotent. Omnipotent? Does a person like that even exist? I've had enough. I've had nothing but meaningless blather from you. Get to the point. Is talking all you can do? Very well. I suppose you understand sooner if I had you die once. Oh, she just nuked the town. That's fun. Oh, and it crashed.
That's intentional.
That is intentional?
Yeah, she's so powerful she crashes your game.
Oh, okay, it restarted. Okay. I thought that was... Oh, I have never had a game do that before.
Yeah, it's crashed intentionally.
Oh. I don't
Yeah, make sure the shoot. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even think Doki did crash the game. Oh. Damn.
Still there.
I mean, I was. Undo, please.
So remember when I say undo the timeline?
There won't be an undo next time, though. Got it? Huh. Well, I will say she is incredibly broken.
Yes.
Huh. I wonder how... I wonder if they're just hoping to keep the series going for so long that people forget that she has this power. What?
I think it's more that she's so powerful that she's just ambivalent and doesn't really care about a cause. And is more looking for entertainment.
Right. Just... What just happened? My experience tells me there was a blindingly bright light for just a moment. We were mowed down by hellfire so hot there were no words to describe it. We died. Lady Selphine, Rune, and I. Hertzwan, Albus, Rudo, everyone in Kadia City, everyone in the Outer Pole, was completely erased from this planet. You know, if she has a power like that, why doesn't she just take over?
Because I think the way they want to take her character is that would be boring for her.
Oh, so she needs to do it oh, I get it. She causes so much despair on a daily basis that it's become boring for her, and she needs to constantly up the ante.
Well, being omnipotent would probably mean that she lives a very boring existence, so being able to observe people struggle is probably her only entertainment.
Right. We retained memories of a sort of... from our passing. What just... The explosion Milano caused completely obliterated the entire outer pole. As if time stood still, those hit by the aftershock of the explosion stood there motionless as if waiting for death. The lightly clothed were instantly incinerated, skin burned off, turned to pink human flesh. Those who barely survived, unable to think clearly, instinctively ran for water to soothe the burns. They were unable to control their bodies freely in the water, resulting in most of them drowning. Skies were dyed jet black with onyx flames raining down onto the ground. Survivors who were still self-aware tried to escape the inferno, only to be consumed by flames. Their entire bodies melted away, as if they had never existed in the first place. The first wave of victims totaled 84,000 people. About 3 years after the calamity, there was a second wave. A belt-shaped veil of poisonous mana emanated from the epicenter of the explosion, making its way to the regions surrounding the outer pole. People who had prolonged exposure to the mana experienced inflamed skin, slowly losing function of their vital organs until they finally died. The second wave of victims from the surrounding area totaled another 78,000. Using Croft, a single human ended the lives of over 150,000 people.
Yeah, so it's even more fucked up than them dying in an instance. It's showing the aftermath.
Wow, so while they were dead, they saw the aftermath?
Like imagine being in, Nagasaki and having to watch the aftermath after you already died.
Oh, God. That's ugh. Annihilation. What other word can be used to describe it? How do we know of all this? I can clearly remember the statistics of every death down to the last digit. Not just that, but the overhead view of the explosion that ended my own life was seared into my mind, along with what happened years after the fact. I could see the people, the secondary victims of Milano's explosion, suffering and ultimately succumbing to the poisonous mana. Those are actual memories. The truth is, you and your friends did die. The rest of those memories of yours were distinctly implanted by me.
Directly.
Preposterous. Utter nonsense. But if this woman is capable of using mana to unleash such an explosion, then Rosenheid... No. The entire world might not even be able to stand against her. No, any form of resistance would be absolutely futile. So what you're saying is, Milano's superiority. This is ridiculous. Just everything about it is. Are you death personified? Deus Ex Machina? Like some kind, like some hand of God near the end of a story, shoehorning in some form of closure. Is that what this woman is? Deus Ex Machina. Just what language is that from? Truly a strange illusionary magic. He. You of all people should know that wasn't an illusion. You have only two choices, understand? Don't return to your country and live. Or return to your country and be killed by us. She tore a hole open in the middle of the air. No matter which you choose, let's enjoy what happens, okay? Well, obviously we're going back.
And no, Falten's right there. They just decide to hang out here.
Yeah, shit. Okay, that's the end. That was a lot shorter. I know they're short visual novels, but like, whew. I'm back. Gee, that was fun. Sis, it looked fun. Wrong time no see. It's long time no see. Wrong time no see. Please don't pout like that. Amazing, Cyan. I did exactly as you said. I was able to recreate the Riptide effect. Pretty sure opening a rift in space-time is a whole lot more amazing, though. And why the flashy exit? Oh yes, I just thought I needed to make it look really cool and dramatic. Okay, so what happened? What'd they say? I don't know. You don't know? Is there anything in this world that you do know? Well, there isn't a lot, but I'm pretty unsure about them. But they'll probably come back, I think. Are they stupid? You tell them outright that we'd kill them if they come back and they still plan on returning just to die? Yeah, I think so. I'm sure it's already penetrated deeply into them. In their memory mana. Hey, what do you think? What was that just now? Some sort of croft? Princess. Are you alright? Princess. Princess. Finny. Huh? Selphine. Call me Selphine. Ah, is that so? My apologies, Selphine. It's alright, we're safe now. Retona. We're safe. I made you use it. I made you use heavy rain. What have I done? I'm sorry, forgive me. I'm so sorry, Retona. I didn't mean to say those things. Are you okay, I mean, Your Majesty? No need to call her that. Eh? Please call her by her name. Okay, Selly, how are you doing? She'll lose consciousness soon. Wait. Is that bad? We need to find a place for her to rest. Rune. I mean, yeah? Selphine and I are on the brink of death right now. What? One mistake and both our lives are already like forfeit. We need to leave the outer pole as quickly as possible for some place abundant in mana. I'll carry Selphine. Can I count on you to watch our backs? Of course, leave it to me. Off we go. Thank you. To our new adventure.
Vault milestone 2. Side above.
The second milestone. The first milestone was finding out robot people exist. The second milestone is figuring out that underwater people exist.
Oh yeah, these people who don't have any, like, importance for the actual story of Side Above 1.
Oh, I'm assuming these guys are for part 2?
Yeah, also they show up in the prequel.
Oh. How many times do I have to repeat myself? The mana signature found on the sky terrace is Rainvasta's. We are absolutely certain of this. But neither of Rainvasta nor the princess is in the shelter. Are you accusing Vostoral Cat of lying? Damn, that's not what we're saying. Misa, watch your language. While military protocol is in effect, temporary or not, the headmaster is regent of Rosenheim. Yeah. We aren't suggesting that Vostoral Cat is issuing falsities, but still. Regardless, this is reality, Serenhide. 4 days have already passed since the attack, and yet there is no sign of the princess or Rainvasta. We must move on to our next course of action. But sir, the remains of the princess have yet to be found. Just looking at the mana signature shows that 2 people were transported somewhere. I am well aware. However, our most pressing matter is to take the next course of action. We've dwelt on the issue far too long. Right now, we must focus all our energies into this country's reconstruction. Still, we should round up the remaining soldiers near the rear lines and form a search party. Not happening. Who knows when those Shatter soldiers will attack again. Taking away such valuable troops is out of the question. If that happens, then truly may be the end of this country. Those Shadow soldiers pulled out once Selphine vanished. Why would they do that if their goal was to destroy Rosenheim? In the first place, what if Selphine and Retona are still alive? We can't just leave them to fend for themselves, damn it. Misha? At this stage, we have no choice but to assume that the princess has passed and moved on. We must defend our real lines to the last man until King Vala returns. This is the best course of action for us. What good is sitting around here gonna do, you freaking coward? If there is an error in the Vectorcroft, then there's a chance they were relocated somewhere else. What if they ended up someplace near here? It's pretty damn obvious we need to go and look for them. I told you that this is out of the question. Right now we need to... I'm going to round up every single one of the klooks and form a search party and for retain it that doesn't... Oh no, the clocks. Because I'm assuming that Q is a C, so it's the clocks.
Yeah.
I thought it said klooks, and I'm like, is that some kind of slur? I'm sick of
No.
just sitting here on my ass. For the 100th time, this is out of the question. I will have the soldiers in the clocks locked down. Anyone who follows your lead will be severely punished. I don't give a damn. I'm not gonna give up, even if I have to do it myself. Misha, what? Stop. Good grief, such a...
No, wait, come back.
No, wait, come back. Good grief, such a belligerent rebel, that boy. Still, the fool might actually attempt to go around recruiting others to his cause. Despite his behavior, he is rather well liked. I know. Flora, I know you got a lot in your hands right now, but could you keep an eye on him? Make sure he doesn't do anything too foolish. Understood. Misha, you can't just behave like that in front of him. Just how long do you plan on acting like a kid? I'm not a kid, alright? There's no way in hell I'm gonna let anyone just kill off Ratona or Selphine. They just said they need to maintain the status quo for now. I swear, once I think you've calmed down... Why are you dragging me into another mess? At least now I can round up a search party without anything holding me back. What? If I tried something before causing that whole racket back there, they would have tried to step in and stop me. So that's why you... Being labeled a troublemaker sure has its benefits, eh? Just throw a little tantrum of truth, they'll stay out of your hair, to some extent. Next issue would be you, Flora. Me? Are you gonna stop me? If I've read this right, Miss Lorna has asked you to keep an eye on me. Which means if you keep quiet, then I've got a certain amount of freedom to do what I want. So what's the plan? If you're going to look around aimlessly, then give it up. I won't let you recruit anyone just to search at random. Come on, even I'm not crazy enough to do that. I only need one guy. He isn't even from Clochs, so don't worry. What are you up to? Planning to talk with the Order of Rosegas. Rosegas? There's some people in the Order who can take mana signatures apart and reverse engineer the craft used. Who knows, maybe they can analyze Ratona's signature and figure out where they were transported to. Nonsense. If you need an analysis, then the Knights Intelligence Group can do that for you. The Rusenhide Knightshood Elite Intelligence Group was formed just recently, right? For something like this, I need to bring in a specialist. Just who do you think you are? The Knightshood got the best info crafters in the entire Alliance. But do they have the results to prove? Well... Ratona's an idiot, that's why she's so capable. There's no way Ratona would let the signature of a craft as important as an escape route from the castle be analyzed so easily. Capable because she's an idiot? I'm saying there's no way an average crafter can reverse engineer the craft Ratona used. You may have a point there. That said, I'm off to Griever Grounds. Wait. Griever Grounds? Isn't that where the Union's most powerful monocrafters reside? Yep, the Order of Rosegas is part of the powerful monocrafters. You out of your mind? You can't just waltz in there. The war may have gone cold, but it goes without saying they are the enemies of the Alliance. There are even rumors of the Union had a hand in the assault a few days ago. The Mana signature on the Sky Tyrants is our only lead right now. Do you have any other options? You can't. Even if it is you, I won't ever forgive anyone who asks help from the Union. Flora, this isn't the time for us to be picky about how we do this, but still. You know, Riggs, his uncle is from Griever's Grounds. He's actually a member of the Order of Rosegas. No way. But we haven't had any contact with him in ages. Still, don't tell anyone about this. When I found out someone in Rusenhide was from Griever Grounds, it ain't gonna be pretty.
You'll be able to pronounce every European name ever by the end of this series.
I probably will. Since when have you known? Since when? I don't know, I forgot. Misha, have you lost the ability to tell apart what can and can't be kept secret? Flora, Riggs is a citizen of Rusenhide. Wow. He shouldn't have to suffer just because of his uncle. You think I'm gonna buy into such a childish sense of justice? No, I don't. I know you won't. That's why I kept my mouth shut. And I apologize for that. Sorry for keeping it a secret. But I'm begging you, we have a lead here. Please don't tell anyone about this, for Riggs and for Ratona and Selphine. That's exactly what worries me. Fine, on one condition. What? I want to talk with you and Riggs. Let's meet at Gate 3, tomorrow at noon. Sure. This isn't fair, Misha. You're always just... Ratona, Selphine. Please be safe. You're always such smart and actually have plans. God damn you. I want to be smart like that.
Yeah, they have everything handled.
Captain, those might be the girls. Excuse us. Aye, over here. We have a reservation under Zevitz. We've been waiting, and don't worry, we've already been informed. Hey, is she alright? Well, she stayed up fairly late last night, so she's taking a short nap. We're mana crofters. Ratona? Crofters? Thanks to an unfortunate chain of events, we ended up using all our mana. Must go somewhere abundant in mana and soon. Yeah. Please, we beg you, can you have the ship depart right away? That's a little tough. We still have more than half the cargo to load. Can't just up and leave without it all. Damn. Cargo, do you mean that stuff over there? Yeah, there's quite a lot, as you can see. Alright, let's get this all on board in 10 minutes. I'll lend a hand too. Brune? 10 minutes, miss, do you know how much a single crate weighs? Oomph. Ugh. Where? Where should I put this? What in the... Actually, hold on 1 second. Package delivery. Anyway, I did get scared when I came back into my room and I just saw her face just... Ooh. Oh, shit. No way, she's carrying that crate with her bare hands all by herself? Please, we're in a hurry. Aye. Hey, you show her the way. Aye, sir. Rune. You know, I forgot she's a robot for a second. Ratona, do you have a moment? Sure. I just spoke with the ship's captain. He told me that it'll take about 4 hours to reach an area in the ocean called Swap Point. At that point, residents from the Interpol will switch places with the crew and continue the rest of the voyage. Mono will be present from there on, so we just need to hold out for another 4 hours. Is that so? Oh, excuse me. Good to hear. 4 hours from now. I think we can handle it. Ugh. Feeling lightheaded. I'm fine, the fatigue's just hitting me now that we're safe. More importantly, Rune, there's a lot of things I need to discuss with you. No need to hide anything from you now. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. I'll be glad to answer them. You sure? We can save this for later, you know. No, it's fine. I just need some fresh air. Mind if we take this discussion outside? Not at all. Phew. So, I hate to bring this up all of a sudden. Are you and Selly really from the kingdom of Rusenhide? Selly is really a princess and you really her guardian? Yes. Just days ago we were attacked by Bolano's subordinates. Cornered, Selphine and I used an emergency croft to escape to a neighboring country's shelter. But it didn't work as expected. When we emerged, we were deep inside Kadia's forest. What caused it to go wrong? I don't know. I had no idea. It would have spelled trouble if people found out who we were, so we chose to keep it secret. Sorry, Rune, this isn't how I wanted to tell you of our true identities. Oh, don't be silly. What do you mean? You were just in such dire straits and you still made time to help me out. I'm just so grateful. How could I ever repay you? Ha, that's nothing, Rune. We're dear friends now. No need to apologize for every little thing. Ratona. Thank you. By the way, just what happened to Selly back in the forest? Rune, among the Interpol's monarchies, there is something called the Path Down. Do you know anything about it? No, not the specifics. Alright. Royalties can use a special kind of croft. Through a certain ritual, their descendants, or in some cases, those who are deemed fit to succeed the throne, inherit all the knowledge and the experience. This croft is known as the Path Down. A path down that continues for many generations is a symbol of prosperity and unity with the people. It's one of the cornerstones of our culture. But she said that she was the 9th generation. Isn't that a really long time? Indeed, it's about 350 years have already passed? So that means Selly has 350 years worth of knowledge and experience stored inside her. That it does. But what does this have to do with her change in personality? Strictly speaking, the Path Down is composed of 2 phases. First, transfer. In this phase, all the memories, knowledge, wisdom, and experiences are directly transferred to the successor. The time this takes is proportional to the memories being transferred. Each will take about 1 year. Each person? Yes, each past ruler. Having turned 14 this year, Selphine has completed the transfer of the mana from her father, King Vala, for a total of 8 rulers. She began the transfer when she was 6, so the first phase is mostly complete. Next, after transfer, is the breaking in phase. This phase consists of memories and experiences which are transferred into the subconscious, fusing with their conscious mind. Doesn't sound like something you can do in an instant. Of course not, this is 100 years of experience and information just transferred in a mere 8. Fusing the transferred mana too quickly results in the successor's ego being overwritten by past rulers. That's why time is needed to slowly assimilate the information stored in the subconscious into the successor's subconscious. I see. Now, as for the Empress Syndrome that manifested earlier, when a successor who hasn't finished the breaking in phase exposed to extreme danger, the consciousness of a past ruler can surface. You can say that it's a phenomenon that occurs out of instinct, arising from the need for self-preservation. No, the preservation of the path down. Is that so? That being said, there is a tendency for the situation to influence which past ruler appears. One you saw was Rusenhide's second ruler, Queen Regan Rusenhide. Of all 9 generations of Rusenhide monarchs, she was the most ruthless and bloodthirsty. On the battlefield, she never had a strategist as exceptional as her. She was the one who forged Rusenhide into a kingdom that other countries feared. Her skill as a bottle crafter was also second to none, or so I've heard. She really had a commanding presence, huh? Ah, that's right. About the Empress Syndrome. What is it? Whenever it happens, where does Sully's personality go? Basically, there are 8 other personalities inside her, and they take over based on the situation, right? So I'm guessing it's something like multiple personality? Not quite, it's something similar, but fundamentally different. That was Selphine herself, but her personality was composed of Queen Regan's experiences, knowledge, and so on. So actually, Selphine had a clear sense of self. That's why after the Syndrome episode, she was crying and apologizing. She was sorry for the way she'd spoken and for ordering me to do certain things, both of which she would never done as her true self. Sounds like someone who had too much alcohol and went on a drunken rampage. That was quite the inappropriate analogy. Well, I guess it's similar to how one would seriously regret doing something one would normally do. I can't speak for Selphine here, but I think it's much scarier than that. When totally drunk, your personality only changes slightly because your thought processes and judgment are impaired. But Empress Syndrome is different and totally incomparable. Your morals, your sense of right and wrong, personality, and mannerisms, they all clearly change in an instant. Never having experienced it myself, I can't imagine what that would feel like. Sully. Are there any adverse side effects? Shouldn't be any. At least as long as she's in an area with mana. Though the experience is physically draining enough to cause her to lose consciousness when she returns. All we can do right now is let her rest. By the way, Rune. I got a question of my own. What is it? Just how strong are you? How strong? Oh, are you referring to the incident with the cargo earlier? Sorry for such an unsightly display. Unsightly, not at all. I've just been really taken aback. Just where does all that strength come from in a delicate body of yours? Well, my body was based off machines used in mining work, so I have quite a lot of power. I'm also designed to be able to survive any dangerous environments. Thanks to that, any blows or slashes would have to be pretty dang strong before they can do so much as scratch me. Oh! She's a human shield. We could just put a strap on her, and then Ratona can just, like, wield her in battle. I'm sure she wouldn't mind. I remember the incident in the tavern. That's why. Well, if I had to put a number to it, it's pretty tough. Good point, it's not exactly something we can easily express in figures. Yeah, there are lots of ways to express how strong you are, for example, hitting or throwing something. True enough. Alright, I'll be blunt. How good are you in a fight? How many people can you take on at once? How many people? You mean a fight with normal people unarmed? Yeah, that's right. How else could she have taken that? Let me think. Well, I've never been in a real fight before, so I can't say this with full confidence. Maybe I can handle about 10 adult men? Huh? Oh, but if 10 people try to pin me down at once, I might not be able to lift them all off me. That's what she meant? I was referring to an actual fight, not just lifting them like weights. Well, if it was just a fist fight, I'm sure that I would win, hands down. I doubt any normal human would be able to take me apart. Is that so? Yeah, I have enough strength built into me to crush boulders and bend steel. But I don't know anything about actual fighting, so I can't be sure until I get into an actual scuffle. Your vision is also quite impressive. How are you able to track Milano's movements? About that. My eyes have these things called cameras installed. If I concentrate, I can see motion at a rate of 20,000 frames per second? Jesus Christ. That is...
A rude BOP.
She's OP. I can't wait for them to somehow get rid of all that power by turning her into a real girl. I couldn't hold my concentration like that for more than 5 or 6 seconds, though. Frames? Well, the minimum frame rate for capturing motion would be 24 frames per second, and, let me put it this way. This is a pretty extreme example. When you fire a gun, let's just say I can see it moving out of the muzzle really, really slowly. What? You some kind of monster? Nah, that's not a nice way. We've already established she is robot.
She's crying.
Oh, you... Retona, you made Rune cry. Apologize. No, wait a minute. If she can see all that, then does that mean you can catch a bullet? Well, I can't say for sure. It'd be tough if the conditions aren't right. But as long as there's enough distance and I can see where the shooter pulled the trigger, I think I can do it. Oh, are we just foreshadowing when she catches a bullet between her teeth? That's rather hard to believe.
No, she'd catch it with her hand.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she just, like, use her 2 fingers and go, boop. Oh, how pretty. And then she just, like, use her strength to just throw it back at him. Ah. Well, then how about I do a bit of a demonstration? What do you mean? Let me Rune digs into the purse she has and takes out a coin. Take this coin and throw it straight at me as hard as you can. What? Don't worry, I'll make sure to catch it. Rune hands me the coin. It's one of the considered heavier ones of that Kadi is circulating. Wonder what would happen if I really did throw something small and heavy like a coin at someone full force. Rune could barely be able to avoid it. Still, catching it in midair? Even if it is possible, it'd be very difficult to pull off. Throw the coin from anywhere you like. Just let me know when you're ready. Is she serious? I move back a short distance from Rune. Oh my god, she has legs.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
They have full portraits.
Hallelujah. I stood around 2 body lengths away from Rune, just in case anything were to happen. No need to go that far, but this is alright. This is far. No way she could possibly consider this far. Are you sure about this? You won't get hurt if I accidentally hit you, will you? Relax, Retona. That little coin ain't gonna do anything. Alright. Don't mind me. Just throw it and don't hold back. Here I go. I took a pitching stance, focusing all my power, and hurled the coin at Rune. Whoosh. What? I aimed at her thigh, so if something did go wrong, it wouldn't hurt as much. Ta-da! Rune opened her right hand, revealing the coin. What was that just now? It all happened so quickly I wasn't able to see it well, but one thing's clear. Judging by the timing, it would be the natural conclusion. Rather than react to my movements, it looked as if Rune moved in sync with me. I know I shouldn't be thinking this, but the way she moved was disturbing. Almost inhuman. Not that she was human in the first place. Try throwing 10 coins at once this time. 10? At once? How could you catch all those? The coins would scatter all over if I threw 10 at once. Couldn't possibly catch all those. It's alright, Retona, just try and see. Look at that smile. She knows what
I love how, because she's with people that she trusts, it's like, yeah, let me show off.
Hey, Retona, here's a machine gun. Try firing it at me. I don't know about that. No, come on, trust me, I'll catch those bullets. And then you just shoot her and they just all bounce off because she's bulletproof. No way she could catch these. This time I take out 10 coins. And naturally those coins were of different weights and sizes. You really sure you want to do this? I'm sure this will be easy. Here I go. Ready when you are. 1, 2, 3. Snatch, 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 snatch. That is just downright scary. I couldn't even see her arms anymore. I caught all 10 of them. You're practically invincible. Oh, not at all. I saw you throwing the coin, so I was able to react. I wouldn't be able to predict sneak attacks. I've also been cases where my body would stop moving if I forced myself too hard. Besides, if I ended up fighting with my fellow sisters, I'm pretty sure I'd lose. So she's weak against sneak attacks, forcing herself, and other runes. I've forgotten there are others like Rune. Being a prototype and the production models after me should have much better mechanical abilities. And Kadi is alright with things like those just roaming the streets. Also, and this is speculation, but it'd be big trouble if someone used Mana Cravat against me. I run on mana, so if the flow inside was disrupted, who knows what could happen. Is that so? Rune, I'm gonna tell you right now, this is no ordinary journey. Some might say this is a bizarre adventure in some cases. Sure isn't. Milano left those parting words, but regardless, Selphine and I must return to Rusenheid. For its sake. And the sake of its people, who look forward to seeing their Princess Selphine crowned queen after completing the path down. Although we left Kadia on the premise of travel, this must be too much of a burden for you. If at any point in our travels you pray to go your own way, Bretonia? It's only thanks to you and Selly I'm able to be free like this. I am your slave. Do with me as you please. Just don't make me a human shield. If this journey can serve as some way to repay both of you, then so be it. Rune, that's right. Alright, then let me ask you once more. Can we count on you both as a fighter and as a friend dear to us? I'm still completely clueless how to fight, so I might end up being useless when it comes down to it. But with you guiding me, Ratona, I think I can be of some help. I'll give it my bet. Rune has joined the party.
It only took a game.
It only took a game, yay. Oh boy, I hope all the other milestone games and prequels are just like, oh, we just keep gaining people.
They do get sidetracked.
Nah. By the time we get back to the country, I hope we just have a party of like 20 just completely unique people.
And they all die from a nuclear vision.
Yeah, they all die from a nuclear vision. At the very least, leave anyone who tries anything funny with you to me. I'll knock him to Kingdom Come. I'll give him the good old rune punch. You mean one rune punch? I'm holding you to that.
Yeah, that's why it's good old.
The good old 1-2 punch. Not to sound like a broken record, but I'll be pleased traveling with you, Rune. Likewise. Oh. Oh. What's the matter? I just realized I still haven't thought of a nickname for you. What? It's not fair to only Selly gets a nickname. Please, Ratona, I'd like to be friendly with you through calling you and by a nickname. What kind of logic is that? I really don't mind, but it's gonna be harder shortening my name any further. Rita?
Tony?
What? Tony? Ratoni? You can stop now. I've got it. What about Ritz? You're putting on the Ritz. Yes, I do believe I've outdone myself. Ritz. It's a cute nickname. Ritzy. Let's just stick to Ratona. Aww. You know, you can have, like... Whoa, what's this all about? Flora, don't tell me you're planning to come with us. And what if I am? Look, if you come along with me, do you think Laura and the headmaster are gonna take it lying down? You got your own job to do. What about that? This is from someone who's abandoned his work even when the Grand Kitchen is already so short-staffed. That's not a problem. I already told Chef Millie before I left. I have permission. So do I.
He's a fucking cook.
He's a cook. You know your country is in dire straits when the head chef is willing to do more than you are. The headmaster.
He's not even the head chef. He's just a chef.
He's just a chef. So, I will say though, I do like it in RPGs when you can just be the weird character like, oh, you're the chef, or you're the gardener. You know, it's like, this isn't a traditional role. I wonder what you bring to the table. And they end up just being completely broken. Because it's like...
Oh yeah, like, there's this web novel that I'm reading that's like, it's a light RPG, so it has like the stats of an RPG with it.
Ooh.
and the main character is a maid, except she uses maid powers to kill people, like using cleaning products to melt their eyes.
I know of a maid who can definitely kill people, but I'll save that for much later down the line.
I mean, I know one too.
Yeah.
She can throw thousands of knives in a second.
Yeah. I mean, we saw that one maid kill all those bunny girls, so... Wait a sec, what do you mean by that, Flora? Don't tell me you. Flora, is it alright for a relative of the royal family to leave the country at a time like this? Aren't you worried about yourself? Worried? My being here means that I've already notified Laura and the others about your background, right? We all live our lives doing the things we think are right. It wouldn't be wrong of me to resent you because of the actions you've taken. That aside, Flora, now that you know the truth of my family, do you view me any different? Of course I do. Because I'm horribly racist. No, I'm not.
It is funny, because it's like, this is the first time you ever fucking see these characters, so it's difficult to get attached and like...
Yeah, I will say, me caring about whether or not this girl is racist towards a person just because their family...
this is my least favorite part of this. Not because I think they're terrible characters, but because they don't fit in with it itself.
Right. I desperately want to, from the bottom of my heart. But now I don't even know what to think anymore. Damn it, Flora. That's enough, Misha. I knew it was only a matter of time before it'd be exposed. Flora, I'm very grateful for the days I've spent in the kingdom of Rosenheide. There hasn't been a single day where I've lived that I haven't been appreciated. Because I've never experienced peace like I have here in Rosenheide. If my peaceful life in Rosenheide was brought to an abrupt halt, I wouldn't have any regrets. Or so I thought.
You said Rosenheide when it wasn't even fucking there. You're getting it.
I know. I'm just so used to it. Now I'm having second thoughts on my time here in Rosenheide. I realized that there were some things I couldn't do for Rosenheide. My uncle, a member of the Order of Rosegas who isn't in Rosenheide. Maybe they could find the whereabouts of Princess Selphie and Ratona. Flora, let me have this chance to give something back to Rosenheide. This might be the only thing I can give back to Rosenheide that hasn't given me so much. You haven't changed at all, still foolishly earnest. Look, haven't I already told you? I said I was gonna go with you. Besides, how do you expect to get through the checkpoints leading out of the Alliance? Checkpoints? I have all my papers. Every single checkpoint is on complete lockdown right now. You'd have to be a pretty high-ranking official if you want to get through. You serious?
A chef.
A chef. Well, no. See, that's where his skill comes in. He just cooks him a very, very good, like, fish dinner, and they just let him go. Isn't that obvious? Think about the situation we're in right now. The kingdom of Rosenheide was attacked. Do you have any idea how preposterous the idea would have been before the attack? Get off my back, Floor. Of course I do. No, you don't. Listen, Misha. There are throngs of those shadow soldiers roaming the kingdom's borders. The only thing the two of you will accomplish is getting yourselves killed. Floor, just how much do you plan on talking down to me? We may be nowhere... Hold on, fucking Discord ping. We are nowhere near as capable in fighting as battlecrafters like you, but those are just the remnants of the assault force. They won't be moving around in groups. We're not going to be taken down by just one or two stray soldiers. Too naive, Misha. Those things broke through both our front and rear lines with a force of just over 100 or so. Sorry to say this, but you and Riggs wouldn't stand a chance against even one of those. You and the rest of the kitchen crew probably wouldn't know since you all evacuated the shelter. But Misha, it took two Tricrofters just to take down a single one of those shadow soldiers. What? 2 Tricrofters? You gotta be kidding me. No, wait, that doesn't make sense. According to the surveillance mana, Rita took out 4 of those things while fighting that snotty, blonde, pig-tailed kid, and she only took a split second. How could 2 Tricrofters struggle to take down a single soldier? This isn't some drawn-out stage play. Real battles are decided in an instant. And Misha, have you forgotten that Ratona is the appointed guardian of Princess Selphie and the heiress to the throne? They've been friends since childhood, so there has been spectacular favoritism in the decision.
Spectacular? Speculation.
Well, I mean, it is also spectacular. Is there a log? Oh no, I guess I can just go back. Speculation of favoritism. But if she made a single mistake, that would spell the end of this kingdom's path down. Regardless of how much Selphine likes her, if Ratona didn't have the skill to back it up, there's no way she could have been appointed the Royal Guardian. There's no comparison between Ratona and any normal monocrofter. You could count on a single hand the number of battlecrofters in all of the Alliance who would go toe-to-toe with her in close combat. I never knew she was that amazing. During the attack, I also had to fend off Shadow Soldier. If Tosca and Kruru weren't there with me, I wouldn't be standing here today. Why'd you decide to come along with us? What's your objective? If your elder sister wasn't chosen to be the recipient of the Path Down. You're younger than Selphine? What? I'm sorry, what? You're like 13 or younger?
Wait, what did it say?
If your elder sister wasn't chosen to be the recipient of the Path Down, because she's the sister of Selphine, that means she's younger than Selphine, who is 14.
I don't.
What?
I don't remember her being Selphine's sister.
Yeah, well, she was talking about how that it was like because she's part of the family, and that's the whole the whole reason why she's able to get through the checkpoints is because she's part of the royal family because she is Selphine's sister. And now
I thought she was a cousin.
A cousin? Well, no, they're clearly saying elder sister in reference to Selphine. So,
just if your elder sister. Hang on, let me look it up.
Yes,
please. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right. She is clearly
I'm pretty sure Flora is the same age as Ratona.
Really?
Yeah.
What? This is confusing me. If my sister isn't good enough, then I doubt I would. Oh no, she's Ratona's sister.
Oh.
Right.
Well, no. Okay, so she has an unnamed older sister, so I assume they're cousins. And because her older sister wasn't chosen as the candidate for the Path Down, and Selphine was.
Oh, so Selphine's sister is Flora's cousin. Okay.
No. Flora's sister. She has an unnamed older sister. And because they're cousins with Selphine, they're related to the royal family, and there's the potential that her older sister could have been chosen.
Okay. That makes way more sense than her being younger than Selphine.
Yeah, you said that, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
And I'm like, no, it's saying, like, if your eldest sister wasn't chosen for the Path Down. If my sister isn't good enough, then I doubt I will be either. Don't give me that
Yeah, so
look.
they're talking about...
They're her unnamed sister. Okay.
Yeah, and she's saying that if her sister wasn't good enough for the Path Down, then she obviously isn't.
Right. Oh, don't give me that look, both of you. Your thoughts are written all over your face. Sorry. I'm sure you already know this, but with King Vala absent right now, if Princess Selphine truly has passed away, then that would close the curtain on Ruzenhide's history forever. So performing the Path Down on one of the branch families is nothing but a facade? If we were dealing with 2 or 3 generations, maybe it could have worked out, but we have 9. My bloodline, the Serenhide, has never gone through a Path Down before. The strain would be too much for us. Besides, do you think the citizens would approve transferring the Path Down to someone else when we aren't even sure if the prince is alive or not? Branch families like us are only royalty in name. That's why I'm joining you. This is a gamble. Gamble? That's right. I've been assigned as observer to both of you. You really did spill the beans to the teachers. I'm surprised they're letting you leave the country like this. There was a condition. You two, they absolutely will not allow failure. We in the Alliance value the individual and their rights. All the Union cares about is their religion. If they have to, they'll use any means, no matter how inhumane, to extract information about the Alliance from you. That's why I was given an order. If you ever fall into the hands of the enemy, I am too. That's enough. No need to spell it out. We get it. Now don't look so glum. It's all part of the job, right? Nothing we can do about it. I'm just a chef. What kind of information do I have? Oh, the king likes his steaks medium well. This is perfect, though. The fact that they're not stopping us means they think we've got a shot at this. Misha, you heard her, Riggs. If we screw up negotiations, there'll be a pretty lethal penalty waiting for us. I'd rather you stay uninvolved in this, Misha, but I suppose we're too far to back down now. So, Riggs is like, yeah, I'm fine with being sacrificed, but you, Misha, you clearly have a lot going for you. You know, being
you're a chef.
You're a chef.
Yeah, I can't look at Riggs now, because, like, in the prequel, I think, I've watched the trailer for, like, what characters are in it.
Uh-huh.
And Riggs is not that muscular, and he has a turtleneck.
He has a turtleneck? So
yeah,
they
like a
just
turtleneck
assassinated
sweater.
him, basically.
Maybe he got too buff for his turtleneck sweater.
Or, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, it would make sense that he wouldn't be as buff in a prequel.
Yeah.
Either way, our lives are on the line here. No problem, we just need to not screw up. Ain't that right, Flora? How can you be so carefree about all this, Misha? Don't you get it? Failure means death. This isn't a joke or threat, they're serious. Of course I get it. Then why? Well, what do you want me to do? Run around screaming my head off? That wouldn't solve anything. That is true. To be honest, I'm pretty surprised that those teachers would go this far. But that just means they're taking this just that much more seriously. It's do or die, so no way we can turn tail now. Ratona and Princess Selphine might be alive, you know. And there's no way in hell I'm gonna ignore the possibility, no matter what they tell me. So Flora, if something ever happens to us too, let the teachers know. Let them know that we don't resent those two girls or the kingdom. And that goes for you too, Flora. Agreed. We're the ones being unreasonable here, after all. Humph. Okay, now that we've got all settled, let's get going. Time to bid farewell to Rosenheim, huh? We've had a long journey ahead of us. I look forward to traveling with you both. Same here. It's been a while since all three of us have done anything like this. Come on, Flora, we're off. Yeah. Don't worry, Misha. If anything were to happen to you, I'd kill you myself, personally. Selphine? She was a rake already? How are you feeling? I'm fine now. Selphine sighs deeply and relaxes her shoulders. Looks like I did it yet again. That's certainly an overstatement. I wouldn't say it happens this regularly. Really? You know, I remember it so clearly, like it was just yesterday. It was yesterday. You mean the last time it happened? Yeah, it feels more like I experienced Empress Syndrome. More clearly, I remember each occurrence. It is said to be a phenomenon necessary for one's protection. Maybe you remember it more clearly because when it surfaced, your life was at risk? I don't really like it when it happens, especially with Queen Reagan's memories. I know the Rosenheim wouldn't have been that powerful kingdom I know the Rosenheim wouldn't have been the powerful kingdom it is today if it wasn't for her. I cannot read. It's the European is throwing me off. But when I think about how she'll eventually become part of me, it's a complicated feeling. Queen Reagan, doesn't she feel anything whenever she, kills someone? It's like your sense of right and wrong was based on her own concept of justice. She wouldn't manipulate anyone for the sake of the country, whether they were close subordinates, friends, even family. Ratona, do you remember the story about Kiris? He served the Queen Reagan's side as the leader of the Knights for over 20 years, right? That's right. If I remember correctly, Union had him defect to their side. He turned traitor to Rosenheim and plotted to kill the Queen Reagan. His plan failed, though. Yes. Did you know that he and Queen Reagan were so close there was rumors of them having a relationship? I do, it's a well-known story. A well-known story? Bleh. I can't speak. I just finished a visual novel like 2 days ago. Why am I having a hard time speaking? And the ending was just so famous. When Kiris made an attempt at Queen Reagan's life, it was her royal guard who protected her. Her guardian disarmed him, knocked him to the ground, and then she was asked what should be done to Kiris. Queen Reagan picked up Kiris' knife, ran it through his neck without hesitation. Exactly. At the time, Rosenheim was still in its infancy. One little mistake and other countries would have swallowed it whole. Truly a time of instability. Selphine and I find it difficult to imagine having lived in relative peace until very recently. What made you bring up that story, if you don't mind me asking? Kira's execution. People praise Queen Reagan for swift action against him as a sign of strength. Without her, Rusenheid wouldn't be as it is today. I can understand that. She certainly was, well, quite the proactive leader. Almost said provocative leader. The truth is, as Queen Reagan looked at the spray of blood gushing from Kira's throat, all she wanted to do was go back to her room and change out of her dress. What? Her dress was soaked in Chris's blood? So she this is Chris's blood.
Curious.
This is Kyrus's blood. So she refrained from joining others in a meal and thought of how troublesome being late was when she came back to her room. It's all she thought after killing someone who had closely served under her for so long with her own 2 hands, no less. I never knew. Queen Reagan didn't once feel sad or angry that she was betrayed like anyone else would. Instead, it was like she felt relieved at that very moment, and her heart was unnaturally at peace. I think she became like that because despair was constantly following her every step of the way. Now that I think about it, I also felt that from Milano. That's why it upset me. Didn't Rudo say something like that? That someone who just can't put on and take off their emotions isn't human? He did. I had argued against him about that, but the truth is I agreed with him. It's exactly as he said. He's absolutely right. Queen Reagan's ability to completely detach herself emotionally, it's just inhuman. I never ever want to become someone like that. Perhaps that kind of cold-heartedness was just the norm back then, even if it is beyond us. But the cold-heartedness is going to become a part of me. She's on the mark. But look at her successors. Like Queen Reagan's son, King Varag, who founded the Alliance. He and the present King Vala are far from what we could call cold-hearted. Of course I know that. But it's different. How? I know both my father and Varag were kind and compassionate, but just thinking of inheriting Queen Reagan and terrifies me. One day I may end up having to make use of Queen Reagan's strength. And I don't want that. I don't want to turn into someone who thinks like her. Even if I can control and suppress it, I want nothing to do with it. Oh, Ratina, where's Rune? She's probably outside helping the ship's crew. Could you bring her in? I want to talk with Rune about this, too. Understood. I'll be right back. Oh, Ratona. There you are, Rune. How's Selly doing? She's fine. In fact, she just came to. Thank goodness. All hands on deck. Excuse us passing through. What's all the commotion? Seems like we arrived at swap point. I realized the ship had stopped. I also noticed the presence of a small boat anchored. Looks like they're switching the crew from the Interpol. Which means... Mana. Yes. This feels right. A feeling of relief fills me. The past 4 days we spent in the outer pole feels like ages ago now. Oh, you can sense the mana already? Yes. It's an indescribable feeling, but it's like a warm embrace. Maybe it's because we've been in the outer pole for so long. But this may be the first time in my life I've truly felt the presence of mana. The sensation is like slowly immersing oneself in water of the exact room temperature. As it permeates through my body, it becomes one with me, and I become linked with the environment. I sense the mana assimilating into me. The way this mana exerts pressure on the skin, this is unmistakably aqua mana. The ratio of mana is quite skewed, though. We're near the second pull, after all. Second pull is aqua, I believe. So it seems. I've only ever heard about it. Aqua, huh? Of all the attributes, it's the one I'm worst at handling. Is that so? I didn't know people had weak or strong areas of mana. I thought you were a master at everything. Is that sarcasm I hear? Of course I have my weak points too. Yeah, don't like splash her with water. She just melts. Alright, ladies, as far as my clue and I get... The one in black looks a whole lot better now. Well, thanks to you. Getting closer to the mana's practically brought me back to life. You really are from the Interpol, huh? Well, I guess that explains it. That's right. Even though I've gotten sensitive because we haven't had any exposure, the presence of mana can still be sensed on one's bare skin. Captain, are you alright? What about mana shock? Of course I ain't alright. I'll have to move the swap point back too. This is clearly unreasonable. Why would people from the outer pole have to go up until the very edge of where mana starts to become abundant? Why can't people from Interpol just sail straight to your port instead? With the ports being closed as they are, people from the Interpol would have far fewer problems than you would. Because they don't wanna. They can't stand being someplace without mana. That's absurd. Besides, from their viewpoint, they're being nice enough to give us some work. The contract chief Rudo drew up nets them a pretty good deal, but they just wouldn't be reasonable with that. They said that we'd have to do this much if we really want to work with them. I swear, damn people from the Interpol are always so condescending. I see. That really hurts. Well, it's only been a short time, but good luck. You take care of yourself, especially you, Superwoman. Yes, thank you for taking us this far. Superwoman. Change of crew took no more than 10 minutes. Seems to be just routine for experienced sailors. That's only natural. Slack off, and in worst case, lives may be at risk. Oh right, Mr. Hertzswan did say that the outer pole's boundaries were shrinking. He did, yeah. I wonder what's causing it. Global warming. Or I guess mana warming.
Well, yeah, because, like, the inner, like, the outer pole, it's the place that does have technology, because technology needed to be developed because they didn't have mana.
Yeah, so if those borders are shrinking, that means the technology is being replaced with magic. Which is
Would fucking kill everyone there.
that would kill everyone there because they'd all get mana sickness, and then wow, that is extremely terrifying to think about.
Well, yeah, just think what the sailors are doing here. They'd suffer mana shock, and yet they have to go as close as fucking possible.
Yeah, to meet the Interpol's, like, demands. It'll take some time, but what if the boundaries are pushed back all the way to the cities? I'd rather not imagine. I mean, I'm sure you could, like... This is gonna sound stupid, but I'm sure you could, like, carpet bomb the outer poles with, like, light dustings of mana so that people could build a resistance.
They suffer, like, mana shock immediately.
Yeah, fair enough. We really were in the outer pole, huh? Yeah, did you have a revelation? I never once thought I'd end up going there. There isn't anything like it anywhere near Rosenheide, so I never imagined a place like that in the outer pole. Ratona, is everything alright? Oops, I completely forgot. I was supposed to bring Rune to Selfie. I guess I took far too long. Silly, you're alright now. I feel fine. All I needed was some rest. What's wrong? Rune, I'm sorry. Sorry for saying all those horrible things. From when you were suffering from Empress Syndrome? So you know about it? Yeah, Ratona told me about it. That wasn't my first time. I might end up experiencing it again. But I really didn't mean to. No, I can't say that I didn't mean to. What do you mean? Even though I was overcome like that, I still had a clear sense of who I was. I did what I did back then because in my mind that was what I thought was best. So I can't say that I didn't mean any of it. Selly. Relax, it's alright. Don't beat yourself over to it. Just happy smiles. Eh? I want you to know more about the people who gave me a second chance at life. You and Ratona treat me like an equal, even when I wasn't human. There's no way either of you couldn't be good people. Rune. Acting out the usual doesn't change anything about your soul. Your memory mana, that's what I believe. Thank you. Thank you, Rune, from the bottom of my heart. Don't make that silly face, Selly. Smile, smile. I'm looking forward to the rest of our journey together. Me too. Ellipses to hell and back. You were taking a while to get back, Ratona. Something happened? Sorry, I was about to call Rune over, but the ship just started switching crews. Switching crews? We just arrived at the boundary between the poles, so the ship had to change. What? Wait, does that mean all the people aboard the ship weren't with us earlier? Indeed, they finished transferring just earlier. Amazing. Do all of this while at sea. Have you started feeling it yet, Selphine? Feeling what? We've entered the Interpol's area now. Ah, now you mention I can. This is mana. Wait, this feels different from Rosenheide's. The continent we're sailing towards is the second pole. It's filled with aqua, the complete opposite of Rosenheide's mana. You're right, it's aqua mana. It really does feel completely different. So the affinity of mana changes the sensation? With the mana ratio this different, you can definitely feel it. It's like we stepped into a completely different world. Wait, Sel, you couldn't immediately tell what kind of mana it was? If I could, I'd be a single crofter in no time. Single crofter? Long explanation, but in our Quinsim system, you're ranked from single to Quinn. I'm guessing Earth, Wind, Aqua, Fire, Love?
Why love?
Because isn't that how it always goes in these things? It's the power of love that stops the evil, you know? So of course there's love mana. To pass the exam to be a single crofter, you need to be able to sense mana, analyze it to determine its composition, and shift, or manipulate it. Is that something anyone can do? Well, ascertaining the composition and shifting should be doable for anyone. However, mana croft operates on precise ratios, so studying and practice are essential for efficient use of croft. Maintaining a campfire would be the easiest analogy. Wet branches and leaves won't catch fire, and rocks and dirt aren't any good either. Just throwing it in whatever you find isn't gonna work. Mana croft is taking the proper fuel, in case, mana, from the surroundings, the atmosphere, and producing the desired result. I think I'm starting to get it now. Sounds incredibly...
Well, Joseph, I guess, like, I forget if it was said in the first game, but I will tell you, you're kind of right with the heart thing, but it's more human soul mana rather than heart.
Earth, wind, fire, water, soul.
Well, yeah, you have Pyro, Aqua, Terra, Aero, Vibelia.
Vibelia. The soul mana. Hey, who are you? What are you still doing here? The rest of the crew have already boarded the ship. And you are? I'm the captain of the second crew. Ah, we're original residents of the Interpol, so no worries. Steady the ship on our course. What? Are you really from the Interpol? We are. Well, technically one of us isn't, but I'd rather not get into detail. Can't believe you went to some manaless hellhole like that. Because what the hell were you doing with sad bums like those? You three alright? Ruined slumps. This what they call discrimination? No, this is racism. You sure have a way with words. We're feeling somewhat ill because we overextended our stay, but what we did there is none of your business. Captain spits over the sea vessel and glares at us. He sneers at us as if thinking himself that he was a fool for asking. Was he really taken back by our attitude? We're in no position to pick a fight with him. Excuse me, well, let's just say we've been through a lot. We're in your hands, Captain. The captain leaves without a word and begins to issue orders. Not a single member of the crew spoke with us for the remainder of the voyage. Ellipses. The Regal 9th, Chapter 1 is finished. First World Order? I'm starving. Also, just hold on. I need to see that again. She really had the...
Yeah.
Is that a thing? Like, I know I've seen, like, faces, like, meme faces that use, like, those kinds of eyes, but is that, like, a real thing in anime?
I've seen it in manga, less so anime.
Oh, God. Indeed. The awkward atmosphere aboard the ship only served to add to our fatigue. Though we put up quite the brave front, our bodies had really taken a beating. We may have pushed ourselves a little too far. What's wrong, Rune? A new city. A new country. Look, Sully, Ratona. It's a whole new world. Right before our very eyes. That's right. Her whole life she's been in the city of Kadia. It's only natural that she's this moved. What a beautiful port city, amazing. Sure is lively even at this time of night. The sun had already set some time ago, yet there are still people flowing in and out. There even seem to be some street performers. Selphine, Rune, take care and not go get stray and get lost. This time we
Jeez, that sentence was rough for you.
I know, and like I said, I just finished a visual novel which had a whole shitload of weird words, so... I don't know why European is I think there's something wrong with my tongue. I think something's wrong with my tongue. I like to have some form of communication with Rune, even if she gets lost, though. She can't use mana, so I guess we won't be able to do that. If that's what you're worried about, my brother gave me this. A dark, shiny reticulate. It's a cell phone. The same device Rudo gave me as we were leaving. You had one too? Just like yours, Ratona. Could you take it out? Sure. Now that I think about it, I never got to ask Rudo how to use this. Okay, hold this button down and... It's a walkie. It sounds like Rune's voice just emanated from the box I was holding. Wait, that was actually Rune's voice. Looks like it works just fine. What in the world is this? How is your voice coming out of this? You know, I do always find that funny how we literally use magic to shoot out fire, raise the earth from beneath our feet, manipulate the air and water around us, but a voice coming from a wooden box, that's too much. Hearing a box almost talk like this, it's rather unnerving. It's a product of Zevitz Enterprises' latest technology, the transceiver. These transceivers are connected by a special monoline developed by the company. If we get separated, we can use these portable handsets to communicate with each other over a short distance. Amazing. So this is thanks to science. These portable handsets won't have the same range as you would using regular Comcroft, though. Handsets, does that mean there's larger versions? Yeah, the master transceiver device is in the Zevitz headquarters. It's about the size of the entire Lab 9. With that one, there's a slight lag in transmission, but it can send a message from one end of the country to the other. Or so I hear. So you hear? Yes, I was exiled, so to speak, partly in order for me to test its real-world range. We won't know just how far it can really transmit until we try it out. I'll make contact with Ruto later, too. Just imagine when those devices become commonplace, it'll be a sight to see. Oh, that's wonderful. It's like a real world. Man, I can't wait for these cellular telephones. Who would think? It's not certain whether there'll be a demand for these in the inner pole, but long-range communication without Comcroft. Selphine? What's wrong? Selphine's face looks completely devoid of life. Alright, she's been quiet ever since we got off the ship. You alright? Ree. Huh? I'm so hungry. Whoa. Heck. She must have used the last of her energy to shout like that. Silly, are you okay? It's no use. Looks like we'll have to find a meal before anything else. Seems so. I'm also quite... Ugdvang Shimiz. Wait. The Aru Radam's tuning isn't working. They don't speak the same language here as they do in Kadia.
Yeah, remember, they don't actually know the language of the outer poles. They literally have a translating spell.
Right. Ra-urustis? Child, sorry, but there's a problem carrying on a conversation like this while Selphine's out cold will be tough. Sorry, we don't understand the language here. Ah, Cordonian. Me understand a little? Oh. Well now. That's handy. It's a little broken, but the tuning was able to pick the words out. Can you speak Cordonian? Yeah, here, Visconta. Words like Cordonian. Traders speak. When kid, I learned some. So there are people here who can speak Cordonian, too. If that's the case, I can just make some minor adjustments to the tuning. We converse a little, and I should be able to synchronize my sayings to the language.
I really love this song.
I mean, piano. I'm a sucker for a good piano. Especially if it has like that kind of like a... I don't know how to describe it, but that angelicness of like a harp. Like how a harp sounds to it. My name's Saul. Are you merchants both? I guide you town. What do we do now? So your name is Saul, huh? Name's Rune.
Soul.
Soul. Rune. Rune. Pretty name. Rune, sorry, but could I take it from here? Sure. Your main language is Viscantin, right? Could you talk to us in Viscantin? Ah. Simes, understand Viscantin? I knew it. I should be able to tune the Arutatum to match the indentation of the accent. Maybe because of the geography proximity, there are a lot of similarities between Cordonian and Viscantin. Ah, this is a problem, Ratonia. It doesn't look like we're getting through to him. Now relax just a little more and I should be able to tune to proper settings. Tune? Settings? When I think about it, how did Ratane and Silly know how to speak Cordonian?
She never questioned it.
Child. I tweaked the speech mannerisms that Selphine taught me when we were in Kadia. Let's try a fairly simple sentence. We are travelers. Ratonia suddenly speak in a different language. We've traveled many countries learning different languages. Wow, miss, so you can speak Viscantian. Oh, lucky me, I've hit the mark. I can't understand a thing she's saying. I wish there was an option like that I could just have Viscantian language that I don't understand.
Oh, there is a visual novel that has the protagonist be transported to a different world where Esperanto is the main language, and it doesn't translate it.
Really? Wow. Well, that's the gist of it. Now, cut to the chase. What do you want from us? What do I want? Calling out to complete strangers, guiding them around town?
Rude's fucking face.
She's like, I don't know what she's saying, but I bet she's being rude right now. I'm sure you're expecting some kind of payment. Payment? Soul, was it? What are you gonna do in the port alone at this time of night? Where's your family? They're all dead. Oh, God! I was not expecting that. If they weren't, I wouldn't be wandering around alone at night like this. I've been making my living guiding travelers like you around town. This has gotta be a scam, I could just smell it. What are they talking about? I could wager a guess. Britannia, could I interrupt you a little? I've been making my living guiding travelers like you around town. Oh, what was I? Sylphine just came to. The timing could not have been any worse. Oh, hello there, Britannia, Rune. Could you introduce me to our little friend? Cordonian, my name's Sol. Miss, very pretty. So your name is Sol, huh? Thank you. Let me make it easier for you. It'll be much more comfortable speaking to you like this, right? She turned her Ratum in an instant. She tuned it in an instant? Stunning linguistic skill. Wow, miss, you speak Viscanton too? God, now Sully's doing it? I guess this is also kind of monocropped? I'm sure we can, like, just open up her, like, her jaw, like, tweak some things.
It would be hilarious if they committed to Rune not understanding fucking anything for the rest of the series.
Yeah, that would be funny, and that she's always having to talk through a translator. So what is he saying? Seems he makes a living guiding people around town. Huh? What do you mean makes a living? He doesn't have any family or relatives to take care of him. You mean he's an orphan all alone? That's terrible. Is that true, Sol? Yeah. But there's a lot of people that come to this port, so I'm scraping by. Sorry if I've bothered you. Around this time is when the last ships of the day come. If I don't hurry, I won't have any more work for today. Ratonia! Please, can we get Sol to show us around? We should, Ratona. I'm kinda lost here, but look at his face. Look how sad he is. We gotta help him out here. Is that all?
You look sad, Rune.
Ratona. Ratona, please. Of course, if I say no, I'm gonna end up the villain. This is clearly way too fishy. Fine, no point arguing. I'll be the bad guy here. Alone, no family or relatives, scraping by as a guide. Alright, I'll bite. Child, no, Sol, was it? We'll have you as a guide, how much? He gives me a number, but I don't know how much that's worth. Rune says it'll be this much. How much would that be worth in Gallows? I whisper quietly to Rune so that Sol isn't here. I'm not sure what the prices of commodities here are, but in Kadia, it's enough for a square meal for one person. Isn't asking for much, then. Even more suspicious. Miss, you're kinda mean. This is the first time anyone's treated me like this in my entire life. Sorry, but we're not looking to make any friends. If you are, though, then you better not try your luck with these two. Ratona,
then you're better off trying your luck.
Aw. Ratona, that's just mean. If you're not satisfied with the tour, then you don't have to pay me. Please trust me, I'm not a bad person. Trust is something earned, not get... Ratona, you could be a little bit leaner, you know?
Well, I mean, I understand her mindset, because it's like, he comes off as kind of suspicious, and she is literally, like, she's trained her entire life to be a guard to royalty.
I get that, but, like, come on. You could be a little bit less, like, blunt. Don't be Max. Just be nice.
I don't know. I like this because it shows that Ratona doesn't fall for the sexist notion that all women love children. She's an asshole to children.
She's an asshole to children, right? If you really have no bad intentions, then why don't you prove it to me? I'll be keeping watch if you don't mind. Then so be it. Jeez, Ratona. Ratona, I could just tell from your tone of voice that you're being mean to him. You never treated me like this when we first met. Yeah, because she's clearly... She has her priorities. It's not children. Oh, yes, I did, Rune. I certainly did. Before anything else, Selfie, Rune, please hand me all the money you have on hand. All of it? What for? I'll keep an eye on our finances while Sol's with us. If you need any money at all, let me know. I won't tell you off for spending on anything. Aw. All is right, Ratona, you're untrusting. After they hand me money, I make a show of placing it in the pouch hanging off my belt to be sure everyone can see it. Huh. So, let's just ignore that mean lady. Rune and I will be glad to talk to you. Okay. My name is Selphine, and I'm Rune. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm fine. Cordonian can understand a little. Rune, pretty name. Oh, thank you. Oh, great. Nice to meet you, Sol. Nice to meet you. More ellipses. Viscanta, Port Sassari. According to Sol, we're in the largest point of Viscanta. Ever since the neighboring country Ceres invested in the area, it has gone through heavy development for the past 20 years. Travelers and merchants continue to flood it looking for new and unique. For the new and unique. There aren't any places here that dealt with monocroft way back then. Excuse me, though that was before I was born. For a bustling port town to not have any monocroft facilities, I find that very hard to believe. Zelphine, are you alright? Food. This isn't gonna work. If you're hungry, there's a great place on 3rd Street. It's a restaurant that serves seafood right by the ocean side. Is this the town where there's a city right in the water?
Yeah.
Would that be cannibalism?
They're not eating the people.
I mean, but what if one of the fishermen was had thought he got a really good catch, and then they found out he hooked right through a sea person's head?
There's glass. They're not actual sea. They're not mermaids.
Oh, they're not mermaids.
There's glass.
From what I saw of that main menu image, I thought it was it's actually underwater.
Oh no, it's much more fucked up.
Oh no. They cook up all kinds of seafood caught fresh. It's really good. Ratona, you heard him. Seafood. Were you going to ignore the mean lady? Rune, you heard him. Seafood. I love this, weren't you gonna ignore it? Seafood. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Being so close to sea, I'm sure they have a catch. The catch will be nice and fresh. Sol, could you show us the way? Leave it to me. Are you feeling hungry, Sol? What is she saying? She's asking if you're hungry. You are, aren't you? It's already this late after all. But don't worry, have at it. Dinner with us. Rune over here wants to join us too, isn't that right? Indeed I do. Sol will pay for everything, so don't hold back. You're okay with that too, right, Ratona? Well, I won't stop you. Well, you heard her. They sure are in high spirits. But on one condition. Sol, putting aside the matter of dinner, do you know anything about lodging in the area? Lodging? Yeah, I sure do. Looking for a nice, safe place here. Location doesn't matter. Any suggestion? Safe? Then there's only one place around, though it's kind of expensive. If you're okay with it. Depends on what expensive is, but I'll figure that out when we get there. Would you like to go there now? Not yet. I'd like you to come up with the 2 other possible locations as well, if this inn's too expensive. But for now, dinner comes first. Surely Zelphine is dying of hunger. No, even I'm at my limit. I don't have much of an appetite, but I can't afford to skip a meal. We'll foot the bill. So eat and drink as much as you'd like. Okay. What's wrong, Ratona? You don't look so well. Maybe you should have rest for now? No, I'm fine. I just need a good night's sleep. Today's been nothing but ups and downs. Ratona. Anyway, let's go have dinner. We desperately need some nourishment. If I don't see, a finely detailed plate of, lobster and shrimp and crab...
I mean, the CG is very cute.
It takes us a little over 10 minutes walk from the port to the area by the beach. Sol points us in the direction of a dark alleyway. Just over there. Be careful, it's pretty dark. Is in this back alley? The restaurant looked to be nothing more than a small concrete building. An odd, dilapidated, abandoned one at that. Don't go in, you won't be eating inside here anyway.
Just go in.
It's the entrance. Pass through and you get to the beach on the other side. We do as they say and we step inside. Welcome. Upon entering, the first thing I see is a large mana signature. It's the other end of a Comcroft line. It's set up so that releasing it allows information from the shop and its menu to flow into one's mind. Nothing out of the ordinary. I release it. What the? The establishment specializes in fisherman's stew, which the customers cook themselves. Rather than paying for individual dishes, customers pay a flat fee and they can eat as much as they want. I can't wait. We can just go straight in? Oh, that's right. Oh, right, you can't use Comcroft, can you, Rune? Sorry about that. Wait, what? Were you and Sully using it just now? Yeah, you see that mana signature over there? If you release it, information on the shop and its food flows into your mind. So does that mean if you can't use Monocraft, then you can't order food? You can just place the seafood in one of the stew pots set by the beach. Okay, thank God. That's gotta suck. For, people who aren't, then again, I guess people who aren't mana users. wouldn't be here anyway.
would be fucking dead.
They'd be dead, so of course they didn't calculate on what to do if a robot comes.
Yeah, Rune's kind of fucked.
Well, I mean, she's just gonna have to rely on Ratona or like Selphine to like tell her like what options there are. They have a seafood bowl. They have a fisherman's stew. Between Kadia's Tavern and this seaside stew restaurant, people sure prefer their meals lively. Come on, let's go. The shop's just a go-ahead. Oh, please, can I hear that?
Yeah,
Do I hear the accordion? Do I get to hear the accordion tune again? Aw, I thought I was gonna hear the tavern tune.
the true tavern's just here.
Yeah, it's just here. They're like, welcome back. Wait, I thought you were back in Kadia. Oh yeah, no, we have multiple locations around like the world. You know, we're like a what do they call them? We're like a corporate-owned business.
We're a chain shop.
We're a chain shop, yeah. Cauldrons by the beach, exactly as they said it would be. Countless cauldrons were scattered all over the beach. Customers would gather around the pots, cook the seafood inside, and eat at their own leisure. The sand is glowing? Are we just gonna eat like this? Looks like it. Over there, by the shoal, it's full of fish cages. The fish that the fishermen just caught are kept fresh and live in aquacroft. They'll take care of butchering the fish, too. What should we get first? I have no idea where to start. Ratona, are you familiar with seafood? No, not really. I see, perhaps you don't like it? I wouldn't say that, but I don't particularly enjoy it. Rusenhide is landlocked, so there aren't many chances for me to eat it. I love it. I love all kinds of seafood. Where do you get your, I mean, I get you're like literally good
A royal family.
Royal family, but like, Selphine, is there anything you don't like? You've never been a picky eater, have you? That's because my father would scold me every time I got choosy with my food. He said that food is a reflective of the way of life for different regions, so it's related to politics. Oh, politics. You don't like eating the traditional sliced raw fish of Vostralkat, don't you, Selphine? Vichir? Yeah, I love it. Eating raw fish, like completely uncooked? Completely raw as is. I can't stomach that stuff. It's not completely raw. They're coated in vinegar, spices, or oil. It requires special knife skills to prepare, too. Hey, everyone! I want to get some fish now. Could someone help me carry it all? You need help? I'll be glad to help you then. Are you sure? What about communication? It'll be fine. It's just over there anyway. I'll make some gestures and it'll work out somehow. Ratona, you look really tired, so you should rest now. Okay. You sure you'll be okay, Rune? Don't worry, we won't take long, so just rest up for now. Now that settled, let's go, Sol. Sol leads Rune to the fish cage. Yay, dinner time! Just wait there, Ratona. I'll get the utensil set. No, I can't make you do all the work. Yes, you can. That's an order. Ratona, you've been keeping an eye out for us all day. Your exhaustion is clear as day. You can at least take it easy during the meal, right? Selphine's gaze is downcast. Understood. Uh-oh. Her tone of voice may be cheerful, but her eyes clearly show her concern. Best for me to do as she says. I'll take you up on that then. Good. You sure have gotten a lot more knowledgeable about cooking. Misha taught me a whole lots of things. Did he now? When did that happen? I don't know what that he was knowledgeable about Okay, I need to figure out how to pronounce this.
Vastoralkat.
Vastoralkat. I didn't know that he was knowledgeable about Vastoralkat's cuisine. Oh right, you didn't know, did you, Ratona? Millie told me that she was seriously considering having Misha succeed her as the head chef. Eh, really? Millie Plant. Her name is Plant. The head chef of Castle Rusenhide's Grand Kitchen. A great chef representing Rusenhide's cuisine, and one of those responsible for elevating the culinary practice to the level of art. And that's why she's going to cram everything about the cuisines of all the nations of the Alliance into Misha, she said. Whoa. Being Millie's apprentice sounds really tough. Sure it is. She made Misha do some pretty crazy things the moment he stepped into the Grand Kitchen. She handed him the salt and pepper, threw him out into the mountain. Come back once he made a dish befitting of King Vala, she told him. So just medieval Gordon Ramsay, I'm assuming. Sounds like the actual
Here's
purpose.
salt and pepper.
Here's
Go
some
to the
salt.
woods.
Here's some salt and pepper. Now fuck off until you make me a plate of something delicious. It sounds like the actual purpose of the test was to experience the natural boundaries of Rusenheids firsthand.
Bounties.
Bounties, not bound. I just can't speak today. And I'm planning on reading even more visual novels in the near future, so like, I gotta get this tongue working. He didn't come back for about a month. When he finally returned, I couldn't even recognize him. But it's not like she makes everyone go through that test. It's only for those who have the aptitude for cooking, Millie said. And in fact, Misha passed on his very first attempt. I'm surprised he followed through on her instructions with that delinquent steak of his. The old Misha would have... Streak. Streak? The old Misha would have just turned tail and run. Maybe. But Misha's really come a long way. He looks perfectly comfortable in the kitchen and he's really matured. Is that so? His cooking is definitely good, but something seems to be missing. No way. Maybe you're just confusing his own style of cooking with sloppiness. I mean, it was only recent that he learned the proper culinary techniques. That makes sense. I've never even considered it from that point of view. I must have jumped to conclusions. We've known each other since our time in the clochs, so I must be prejudiced. I wonder how things are going for them. Well, no use thinking about it. Let's just concentrate on trying the food out for now. Eh? Trying out the food? Aw. Wow, Ratonia, this broth... Ratona. This broth is really good. God, this European is throwing me off so much. I'm so used to, like, Japaneseisms in, like, the way words are
well, I mean, Sophie just had, like, those 4 sentences on how to prepare sushi.
Right.
Which is funny, because the developers are Japanese, so to have, like, your technically point of view character be like, no, that shit sucks.
Yeah, no, that shit sucks. Who gives a shit about that? Ew. Having been drawn to the contents already in the pot, Selphine gladly took a sip. Is that some kind of soup? It's stock, the base of all sorts of soup. Selphine, that's bad manners. A princess like you should know better than to drink soup straight from the pot. If you want to taste it, please ladle some of it into my bowl, or into your bowl. It smells wonderful. What stock is this, I wonder? Is she not even listening? Smells familiar. Didn't we have soup like this before? It had something to do with the fermented soybeans. What country was that from again? Just imagine when the fish gets here. Selphine gazes into the distance, lost, smiling at her own happy thoughts. She sure has a gluttonous streak. Selly, Ratona. Oi. Ring calls out to us as she hurries back. Look at this fish. Looks like they had one of their biggest catches in quite some time. Wah. They have more than they know what to do with, so they told us to eat up. The huge net Rune was carrying was filled to bursting with all sorts of seafood. Wow. That's so much. Can we even finish all this? Knowing Selphine? Probably. They gave us a whole lot of rice wine to cook the fish with, too. Let's get cooking. Dinner time! Yay! Hey, why don't you 3 go ahead and start eating? You're not gonna eat, Sol? I will. I'll be right back, so just start without me. Ah, Sol. Sol going somewhere? I think so. He said he'd be right back, though. Delicious. This is way too good. Yes, it really calms you down. Thankfully, the flavors aren't too strong. Actually, the flavors are much mellower than I'd expected. I couldn't eat this even on an upset stomach. Or I could eat this even on an upset stomach. It's nice and warm. I've never had a feast like this before.
Look at that fish's eyes.
Oh my god. I mean, that does look really good. This just reminded me of something I've always wanted to ask. Rune, I've been wondering... Yes? Swallow your food before talking. Sorry about that. Oh, phew. Sorry, you had to see that. Anyway, what is it? You're eating right now, yes? Yes, I suppose I am. Well, I'm not sure how to put this, so I'll be blunt. Why do you eat? What? Ah, I get what you mean. Biologically speaking, your body isn't alive, is it? So then, why would you need to eat? Ah, you see, you're right, my body technically wouldn't be considered alive. Still, I need some sort of fuel like human beings. That's why I eat. The food I take in is converted to mana by my body. Does that mean you have mana shits? What? Your body can do
No,
that?
I think it's just turned into pure mana.
Wow. Wait, then that doesn't make sense. That means that you can convert matter into mana, right? Yeah, that's right. If that's possible, then how is it that the outer pole is still locking in mana? Rather than harvesting it from dangerous places like mines or the border of the inner pole, we could just generate your own. Actually, Zvets is doing that, but only in a small scale. Bertona, do you still remember what we talked about in the sediment shop the other day? Ah, that's right. Problem is storage. In the outer pole, mana needs to be processed by machines before it can be used, so it has to be stored in sediment. And not only that, but committing the mana is also highly insufficient. The entire process takes far too much effort. And if we don't store it right, then it's a huge waste of resources and effort. So you need to use the converted mana as fast as possible. There's also a limit to the amount of energy you can safely supply in the town and such. I get it, so it's not the problem of generating the mana. What a conundrum. Wait, does that mean we could have, like, at any point just, like, ripped open her arm and drank out of, like, a mana pipe or something?
I don't think we... Well, you couldn't even rip open Rude if you wanted to.
Right. Yeah, we couldn't even rip her open. That's pretty much the reason I can't really store any energy. That's why I have to eat, otherwise I stop moving. Stop moving? You mean like you'll die? Huh? If no one else is able to reawaken me, then I suppose that'd be considered death for me. No, that will just shove like a shrimp in your mouth. Nah, don't worry. I can go maybe 3 or 4 days without food before I start to deactivate. Though I guess that also depends on how hard I push myself. How exactly do we reawaken you? Like, just in case. Truth is, I don't really know myself. You don't know? That's absurd. Why I wasn't given full access privileges over all my bodily functions. There is barely any information on how it's built or the functions included in my knowledge base either. What was Sid thinking? It would be much better for you to be able to fully manipulate your inner workings in the case that something went wrong. Really? Eh? I have to disagree with you on that, Ratona. What makes you say that? Well, we as humans can't just consciously stop our hearts or turn off our senses of touch when we experience pain, right? Well, no, we can't, but as beings that feel emotion, it's normal for us to run away from suffering. We might end up hurting ourselves without realizing it. Most importantly, we shouldn't be able to consciously alter our bodily functions. That is best left to our own gumption. I think that's best for us to remain as human beings. But wouldn't that train of thought only apply to human? To put it another way, there's a limitation that we humans must endure, right? Maybe others would view it as not as a limitation, but something else? The way I see it, being able to sever emotions and pain as the situation fits, isn't what I would call human. If Sid and Aline had wished for Rune to live as a normal human, then placing that limitation on her would only be natural. Sully, I see your point. Selphine truly has put a lot of thought into this. Wait a minute. Rune, does that mean you can't get drunk? I guess so. I guess I just enjoy the mood. Alcohol does provide quite a lot of energy for me, too. Oh, so we don't need to give you food, we just carry around jugs of booze. Okay, I can do that. Are you equipped with the sense of taste? Actually, I'm not. I can't tell whether something tastes good or not. Oh, but I am able to determine whether or not something has high nutritional value. Is that so? Now, don't make that face. I'm totally fine. I don't mean to. Let's just enjoy the rest of our dinner. Let's. Rune, try this one too. It tastes fantastic. It's jam-packed with nutrition. That's right. You don't need to think about this too deeply. Just let the visual novel be a visual novel. Don't try to, like, put science to things. Just enjoy the dinner.
Well, I like that in Fault. Like, they're literally asking questions, and...
Right. I do like that, too. I like that there is an explanation, but just don't think about it too much. There is one.
Well, I think the important thing is who comes up with the explanation.
Oh, yeah.
Because having Selphine be the one who comes up with the explanation for why Rune doesn't have full access over her body is like very. Not only does it give exposition, but it gives exposition in a way that shows the character.
Yeah. it's showing how her, like, she, like, thinks, like, what's her, like, moral state, you know? She thinks of humans as, like, having limitations for a reason, so of course Rune would have the same. My body is flushed. My head, so dizzy. Whew. Hey, sorry I ran off like that. Soul, where'd you go? We haven't eaten yet, right? There's still lots to go around. Actually, I already had a quick bite. Something urgent came up. What? He ate somewhere else before coming back? What for? Why wouldn't he join us? Is it because I've been treating him coldly? Saul, aren't you gonna eat? He said he already ate. Really? I was looking forward to eating together too. I'm really sorry, but it was an emergency. Well, that's fine. We're not forcing you to eat with us. If you ever have to leave, then feel free to do so at any time you need to. Yeah. But Tony, you're being mean again. Anyway, we should probably get going. It's already pretty late. To the inn. Following Saul's lead, it takes about 50 minutes to get to the restaurant, from the restaurant to the coast. Ratona, Rune, look, what is it? Selphine stops in her tracks. What is it? I turn my gaze to while Selphine is looking. Is it like a horse? Soul? What in the, is it a horse? Something far below the surface of the oh no, it's the ocean. At first glance, it looked like a school of jellyfish. I can see all the way down because of the waves. What could it be? That's Neo Sassari. All the rich and powerful people live there. They live there? You mean to say there's a city submerged under the sea? Did you say city? Those lights are from a city? Wait just a minute. There's a city under the sea and people are living there. Preposterous. I've heard of such claims before. It's not as preposterous as you think it'd be. Now, can they maintain it? That's the big question. How could they be living there? This ain't a fairy tale. They're protected by a huge dome of glass. Remember you asked me about the safest place to stay and I said it'd be costly? That's what I said, it's Neo Sassari. So it's safer being underwater? This must be a joke. Wait, where are you going? Are we headed there now? Looks like it, that's where the inn is too. Seriously? I couldn't criticize her for reacting this way. Soul, do you also live there under the water? No, I live up here on land. For a moment, Soul's expression seemed to cloud up. Was it my imagination? You need to have a whole lot of money if you want to live in there. That's why people from Visconta can't, so just about everyone from here lives on the surface. That doesn't make sense. Why would the affluent ones be the ones who have to go to the troubles of living underwater? Common sense dictates that'd be the other way around. No, that... Well, here's the thing. If they see living underwater as like a social status, then I can assume... How do I explain this? Ah, I've got it. Could you allow me to could you follow me to that pier? I'll show you something really cool. Oh, is it the title screen? We'll follow Saul again and arrive at the pier, waves gently splashing about. That. Sally, Ratona, look below us. Underneath the water. Huh? What is this? As my eyes adjust to the darkness, I can clearly make out whatever's at the depths of the ocean. This is a town, ain't it? No way. No doubt about it. This was the ruins of what was once a city, and judging by the condition of the buildings, they're fairly recent. They appear to be no more than 20 years old? All of this used to be above the sea. There's a special monastery that flows through this area, and the people who used to live here live really long lives. A monastery that lets you live longer. Ratona, could that be the Vita stream? Vita stream. Really,
the Vita stream. They all get PS Vitas.
The Vita stream. I love how they're using Vita specifically to insist on longer lives. It's a type of monastery, one of many kinds that have been passed down in Ruse and Hyde's stories. Apparently the flow of time in that stream passes much more slowly than outside of it. I've always thought it just a myth, but it actually exists. So the rich people get to live literally in the stream. This whole area is completely flooded just like that, and the flow of the Vita stream ended up shifting toward the sea. Still, the Saricians made it so that they could live under the water, so they could live long and healthy lives. That's why Neo Sassari is there, right in the middle of the Vita stream. Then that's how Visconta was able to expand a whole lot, because Saris invested in reforms and developed the country. Saris, you mean the country next to Visconta? Yep. You can meet some Saracens, since just about everyone living up in Neosasari is one. Gee, I wonder what it's like living under the sea. So what were you talking about with Soul? This sunken city used to be above the water, and a special mainstream called the Vita stream passes through it.
Mainstream.
The mainstream. Those who in the main. Yo, I'm hacking into the mainstream, bro. The monostream. Those who reside in the Vita stream live long lives and rarely get sick. But then, as time passed, the Vita stream slowly changed course, and the wealthy constructed a town to live down there so they can make use of the Vita stream's health benefits. I've heard of the monostream. My father conducted research on it back when he was building his hospital. He was looking into ways of slowing the progression of illness. I remember hearing about how the Vita stream slowed aging. Only had heard about it in stories, but I guess it's true, huh? How do we get in there, though? Actually, how do people even live there? Don't tell me they swim back and forth from the city. Apparently they're protected by some sort of glass barrier. In any case, seeing it for ourselves will be much faster than listening to an explanation. They gotta take a bongo. We walked 10 minutes from where we were. Oh, of course, the glass staircase. Continued to the pier was a large transparent tube that led straight into the sea. This is the entrance.
It's the classism gate.
It's the classism gate, complete with armed guards. So this is how we get in. Incredible. The entire tunnel is clear, crystal clear. Do we still have our old outfits? By the way? Or are they just, like, gone?
I don't know.
Even though people are going in and out of the tunnel, the fish keep approaching it. Perhaps they were attracted to the lights? We need to buy an entry permit from that booth over there. The one with money. You don't trust me, right? Did he just say the one with the money? Could you come with me to buy the permits? Oh, right, that was the deal. He got me there. Good evening, sir, ma'am. Oh, what a cute little customer we have. Good evening to you too. I'm guiding them around town. We'd like 4 permits, please. Guiding them around at this time of day? Well, in a sense. I see, very well. May I know your nationality? Excuse me? May I know what country you're from? Her sudden question catches me off guard. My mind totally blinks out. Damn it. Saying we're from Rosenheim is out of the question. We're from... I should have thought of something. The girls are from Cirrus, I'm just taking them around. Cirrus, you say? The vendors look at us with some suspicion. Might I ask which part of Cirrus? Huh? Barbaquove. They're coming in as prospectors. I'm the son of the guide. I was instructed to take them to their lodgings here. Oh my, prospectors from Barbaquove. You don't say. Thank you for coming. It must have been a long journey. I'll get the entry permits ready at once. Please give me a moment. That was amazing, Saul. What was that about? Shh, she's coming back. What's going on here? Oh, Rune. Can't we just tune her? Here's the total cost. I pay her the sum without question. Wait, now that I was thinking about it, wasn't that just a lot of money I just paid? Okay, here are your permits. Please present these to the guard inside when asked. We cannot reissue any lost permits, so please take care not to lose them. So if we pay for a permit and then we just lose it, are we fucked? These permits,
yes.
Do these permits have a validity period of 7 days? If you need an extension, please come back to this booth. Some contracts for prospectors may come with provisions for waiving extension fees. If you have any questions, please return to this booth and we'll gladly assist. We've also arranged for your guide to have a one-use entry permit. This permit has an effective period of 24 hours, so this may only be used until this time tomorrow. Welcome to Neosasari. I sincerely hope that you enjoy your stay. Ah,
oh,
yes.
What a surprise, Jesse's playing Destiny 2.
Yeah, what a shock, Jesse. You're playing the new Destiny 2 expansion. I wonder what old expansion they got rid of just to cram this one in. They sure are strict here. Have a wonderful evening. Looking dignified. Look dignified, just follow me and don't say anything. I do best what he says. What the heck's going on here? May I see your permits, please? Here. Show your permits to him. We do as instructed and show our permits. 3 of you are quite young to be prospecting. Alright, everything checks out. Enjoy your stay. Come on, let's go. Soul, an explanation would be highly appreciated right now. What were you talking about there? What do you mean prospector? Sorry about that. I just had to lie a little to make things a lot easier for us. A prospector is someone who's looking to live inside Neosasari. When you're buying an entry permit, if you tell them you're a prospector, they treat you like royalty. I mean, couldn't we just swap back to our old outfits and say we literally are royalty?
Well, no, they kind of have. Well, the thing is like, so these people are obviously from Ceres, right?
Yeah.
Because they're the ones who invested in the country so they could build this here,
Right.
and it's Ceres citizens living down there. So if they claimed to be royalty of Ceres, the people here would fucking know. And it's not like they could say they're from,
From Rise.
they're from the,
They're
uh,
Risenhide.
yes, because they obviously don't want people to know that, so they're keeping incognito on that. And also, Ratona just couldn't think properly because she was trying to think of something that would sound believable. So Soul just kind of took over the conversation.
Right, yeah. I will say though, I'm surprised she couldn't think of like, oh, what's a neighboring country from here?
Well, those would also be a part of the alliance.
Right. And we just happen to be in the one country that isn't a part of the alliance for some reason, so.
Well, no, you're on the other side of the world still.
Yeah, I know
Like every country bordering is not in the alliance.
that's what I mean. Is there some kind of huge class divide going on here? I got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, fuck capitalism.
Yeah, fuck capitalism. Why were there guards at the entrance? They look like military police. That means they're to protect the city from whatever's outside, right? So this doesn't add up. Didn't you say this place was safe? If it was, then why are there guards stationed? They've been around ever since I was born. Well, don't worry about it. As long as you have an entry permit, no one's gonna question you. If that's so. Hey, Ratonia Rune. This whole tunnel is glowing, right? Yeah, the tunnel.
Yeah,
It's glowing a
totally.
dark black. Okay, there we go. Oh, that's adorable. Selphine asked us while touching the walls of the passage, which appear to be made of glass. Now you mention it, you can see fish swimming about all around us. And it's not just this passage. The walls all around Neo Sassari are imbued with a special mana and emit a faint glow. It's specially built to replenish and warm the air inside and also absorb a lot of the sun's rays. That's why living inside Neo Sassari is a whole lot more comfortable than living outside. Amazing. I wonder how many mana crafters did they take to make a special wall. No, I'm sure they still needed, even now. If the glass itself has functions like temperature regulation, they still needed several hundred of them, in fact, to constantly make daily adjustments. That's a whole lot a lot of effort. Maintaining an underwater city's environment would definitely take a lot of manpower. Unless, it's almost like we need some kind of chain of command. A great chain, if you will. Zevitz employs several hundred workers just to maintain the power grid. By the way, Sol, our cover story is that we're Cerisians, right? Yeah, that's right. You're Cerisians from the village of Barbacove. We've only just recently become part of Ceres. Ceres isn't familiar with the culture and tradition, so they probably won't poke around too much. The city doesn't take too kindly to outsiders, so just keep that in mind. Still, you should be able to blend in without too much suspicion, even in those outfits. What? How could you have come up with such an elaborate, well-thought-out lie in an instant? No.
He's just the best fucking guide.
Sol is used to this. Yeah, of course, he's Sol. Don't ever judge Sol. He's gone through this countless times. And now that I think about it, he isn't even once pried about our background. Is this the son of an experienced city guide? See, don't ever judge the guide. Your guides are always there to guide you. Either way, this is no ordinary child. Let's go. Once we make it through here, we're inside Neo Sassari. Let's see it. The 3. I mean, I will say, it's a lot smaller for a city. Whoa. Astonishing. There's a place like this less than a day's boat ride away from Kadia? Unbelievable. Even I find myself completely breathless. Not because of the spectacular view, but because I'm drowning. From this to exist in reality, astonishing. Say, Ratona, Rune, is it just me, or does this place feel really comfortable? I've been feeling really refreshed ever since we got here. I don't think it's just you. My body feels at ease just being here. Yeah, this sensation. Actually, I'm gonna make my lights blue to fit the mood. It's just like relaxing early in the afternoon, drinking tea and reading a good book. I don't quite understand, but this place is just gorgeous. Is it because it's night? It really feels like a very calm, quiet place. It does. It's as if all my worries from earlier have been purged. Still, I can't let my guard down. At this time of night, most of the shops are already closed up, so we should head straight to the inn. She's looking awfully tired, too. Is he trying to be considerate? I've underestimated him. He is a good boy, after all. Oh, what a quaint little inn. Let's head inside. Good evening. Oh, welcome. I saw it clearly. The receptionist's son changed her expression from a smile to a frown once he laid eyes on Sol. Don't worry, it's not me who's staying here. I'm just a guide. These girls will be your guest. Ah, yes. Classism. I see. Good evening. Mind if I ask where you're from? You're all from Barbaquay, right? Ah, yeah, that's right. We're here as prospectors. Although we arrived in town a little late, so we're looking for a place to stay. Prospectors? Like your age? They've got entry permits if you don't believe me. Sol is clearly telling me. Go on and show your permit. 3 of us do as he says with our permits. They're the real deal. Got a permit yourself, don't tell me you're going to be staying with them. Of course not. Like I said, I'm just a guide. Once they find a place to stay, I'll head straight back to the surface. Just what is with this conversation? How long are you going to be staying here? We're not really sure. Oh, come on then. How am I supposed to know how many days to keep you booked? Don't you at least think about that before you get here? It's nothing but trouble for me. Excuse me, miss, but we're customers here. Your attitude makes us think that we're the ones causing the problems. Do you not want our business? I didn't really want to escalate this, but she's really getting on my nerves. Honey, can you take care of this instead? I'm done dealing with these people. Her shouts echo throughout the inn as she vanishes. What just happened? That's what I'd like to know. Good grief, oh, customers. Oh, really? I'm sorry about that. How embarrassing. It's nothing, we just had a little disagreement. I didn't mean to cause any trouble, but we're exhausted from our long journey. Ratona, you had every right to say what you did. No, she had no right to talk to you the way she did. I'll give her a good talking to later. You said you're prospectors, right? I swear, talking to the way she went that way when you could be joining us as fellow residents. I do apologize on her behalf. Ah, thank goodness. This man is a much easier person to deal with. We're not looking for any trouble, just a place to stay. How long do you plan to stay? Are you, Visky? Yeah. Tour guide? Yeah. That's so. Thank you for your services. I'll take them from here on. The innkeeper motioned, shooing him away like one a stray dog. What? Because of the disparity between his gentle tone and his attitude, I only noticed what he meant a little too late. Visky? Sorry, could I have just a sec? I haven't been paid for my service yet. Sol, are you leaving already? What? What's happening? Looks that way. No way. Okay, how about tomorrow? Can you guys around town tomorrow? Of course, we'll pay you right now, too, for today's work. Just a moment here. Don't tell me you're kicking this boy out. He isn't a guest, is he? If he's not, he doesn't have any right to stay here. That's just outrageous. But he's got an entry permit and everything. He can at least stay in the room we're renting. Miss, that's a bit of a problem. I thought you didn't want to cause any trouble. I won't say any more. Please just pay the boy and have him leave. That'll be the end of that. As prospectors, you need to understand at least this much. Don't worry, I'm already used to this. This is just how things are in Neo-Sassery. It's common sense. You don't have any right to talk about common sense, Visky. Come on, you get the picture? Collect your money and get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll have to card the guards and throw you out. Am I really hearing all this? Did the owner really just say all that? You said you still need a guide for tomorrow, right? You can just pay me tomorrow instead. I'll just head home for now. No, you'll get what you deserve. I give him twice the amount he asked. Haven't the slightest idea what's going on, but I'm paying for your services tomorrow in advance. Watch this whole thing be a ploy to just get this boy extra payment. Like, he just, like...
that's a hilarious conspiracy, but that's not the case at all. He's just...
No, I know, he's like an actual... He's just a good boy. Who's being...
Like, he's literally just being racist.
Yeah, no,
like, the owner's literally just being very racist.
I know he's just being racist and classist towards him. But I could just imagine, like, in a different, like, type of story, this is all just a ploy from this boy. Like, he's actually the son of this innkeeper. And he just, like...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the thing is, like, why would he need the money?
Yeah, why would he need the money? But then you would think, oh, because he's a little shit, of course he would do something like this, even though he does have money. I'll trust you'll honor our arrangement. Miss, thank you. I'll definitely come back tomorrow. Good. See you tomorrow. Sol's really going home? What's going on? I'm completely lost. Everyone seems really mad too. Oh, rude. Here is your room. If you need anything, please activate the Mana signature by the bed. It's a main line straight to the reception. Thank you. Selphine Rune, could you wait outside? Sure. Okay. Excuse me, could I have a word? What is it? Although we're Caesarians, we're from Barbaquave, so we don't know a thing about Viscanta. I'm sure it looks like it. So? Why treat Sol... No, that guide. Why the callous treatment? Could you explain what brought that about? I'd like to know the details and gain some insight into this. Unlike his wife, the owner's expression doesn't change much. I can't tell whether he's thinking just by looking on his face. Okay, then. Well, you called him a Visky, right? What do you mean by that? Visky means someone from Viscanti. Is it normal to call people from Viscanta Viskies? There's no need to call them Viscantians. Visky is plenty good for the likes of them. Ah, I understand. Thanks and sorry for your time. My pleasure. Enjoy your stay. Racists. Visky is a slur. Ratona, what's all of that about? Why did Sol just get thrown out like that? I think there's a lot of discrimination between the people of Neo-Sassari and against Viscantans. Discrimination? I knew it. From the guard station outside and the way this town isolates itself, something had to be up. Well, you know, it's a good thing then. We get all this wonderful mainland, you know, with all the wonderful, like, valleys and mountains and all this land to do whatever the fuck they want. All the rich, racist assholes are stuck in this tiny glass dome. You know.
Not really, because they're the ones that are like, the only reason they have, this here, and that it's, foreigners in it rather than the people of Viscantia, is because the Ceres invested in the country of Viscantia. So any money that Viscantia is making is because of the investments of Ceres. So they get to make money from a country that isn't their own, and they get to live much longer lives in comfort.
Huh, that is...
Because the entire reason Cerisians are here is because of the Vita Stream, which allows them to live longer lives. And like you heard like Selphine and Ratona talk about like how they literally felt at ease as soon as they got down here.
Yeah, I was about to ask, then why don't the Viscantans just kick all the Saracens out? But then
like Ceres who invested in their country, and
yeah.
Ceres probably has a big ass fucking army.
Yeah.
Or they could at least pay for one.
Why would Sol intentionally bring us here to a place where he's discriminated against? Maybe it's because I asked him for the safest place to stay? But wouldn't he hate coming here even if it was for work? Especially for us, we didn't know anything about this town, so he could have just brought us someplace and we wouldn't have known. Now you mention it, Sol is rather different, isn't he? He can't be a bad kid, I just know it. Not bad, no, but you can't tell what's going on in his head. He just seemed to be worried about something the entire time.
I like how Rune's the one who said that, considering she can't speak his language.
Yeah. Can't tell what's going on inside his head. I literally can't because I don't know what he's saying. Oh? Worried. Who, Sol? Yeah. It didn't seem like it to me. It's like he was there physically, but not emotionally, as if he was guiding us around begrudgingly. Unbelievable. Did he show any signs of this? Ratona, you're doing it. As far as I could tell, he was happy to show us around. Oh no, Ratona's racist. She doesn't understand the plights. Remember when you're being mean to him, it didn't bother him at all? It's like he didn't care. To me, it looked like he just wanted to get it over with and go home. I wonder, maybe his being alone was a lie. Maybe he isn't completely alone. There has to be someone else. Someone depending on him. During dinner, he wasn't with us the whole time, right? I think he was with that other person. Sally, that was amazing. All I saw was an energetic young boy. Well, let's put the topic of Sol aside for the moment. No point in speculating what we don't even have a clear grasp on our own situation. Don't forget, our main objective is to return to Rosenheide as quickly as possible. Sol is quite the mystery himself, but we can't forget our primary goal. You're right. We're still a long ways from home. Let's focus on our plans for tomorrow. Any objections, Rune? No, I'm totally fine. You, Selphine? None here. Didn't seem like Sol was in any danger either. Good, let's start with tomorrow's itinerary. Whether or not we meet up with Sol, the first thing we need to do tomorrow is procure sediment stones. That's right, I totally forgot about it. If you don't mind me asking, you were looking for sediment back in Kadia. What do you need it for? I know it's for the Monocroft, at least. I need to have a line of communication between Selphine and me. On the off chance that we're ever separated, the most important thing is to stay in touch. You mean you can't use Monocroft without stones? But I remember you used it back in the tavern, didn't you? I personally don't have an issue using Monocroft, but I do. Comcraft allows us to have an almost permanent communication mainline with each other by using our own mana. It would be easy if we're between another crofter and me, since I just use my mana. But royalty, we're not allowed to use our mana for Monocroft. All the Monocraft I perform is fueled by Ratona giving me some of hers. Why go through all the trouble? They say that your lifespan is shortened every time you use mana. Live as long as possible is a necessity for royalty, so as rule they should avoid using mana when it's not needed. It also to help prevent any incidents like episodes of Empress Syndrome occurring. If royalty were to use Monocroft, the path down would also become unstable. Basically, they told me not to aggravate it any more than I had to. That's why I can only use Monocroft that doesn't need me to extend any mana. Things like mind diving, where I just read the other person's mana. Sounds awfully complicated. It does, but it's actually quite simple. Right now, Selphine shouldn't use Monocraft when I'm not around. So opening a Comcroft line without sediment would be dangerous too. That's the gist. I see. Getting separated would be a huge hassle then. And it's not like we can just set a meeting place whenever we want to either. Oh yeah, Rune, can you use Monocroft? Not at all. Well, I can't use it, but if you need to get in touch, then you can use this transceiver. I always have it with me at all times. I forgot about that. That's good to know. Transceiver? Something Rudo gave to me. The two devices have something like a Comcroft mainline between them that lets you talk with each other. Wow, that kind of stuff exists? Next on the agenda, we need to plan out a route for going back home. I'd really like a map of the shortest route, but just looking at this map isn't going to help much. The world map we got from Kadi is missing far too much information. We have no choice but to fill in the blanks with the local maps for each country that we travel to. Wonder if there's someone out there who's more knowledgeable about that. Best place to look would be a tavern. Should we check it out during the day? We're just going back to the tavern. Worst comes to worst, we may have to stay in Sassari until late tomorrow. I can't say for sure, I'm totally clueless about this place. What, is it instead of a giant tree, it's just a giant piece of coral? For starters, does Neo Sassari even have a tavern? I would think this city would have at least one pub. Good point. I remember hearing people talk about a tavern. It was up on the surface near the restaurant we ate. It sounded like they just came from one. They did? Well then. Ugh. My head. I'm beginning to sweat profusely. It's as if my body's enveloped in ice. Ugh. It suddenly returns to normal. Ratona? Ratona, are you alright? You look really pale. Damn, what just happened? It's disturbing how I didn't feel any bodily pain. It's as if my body was stabbed with a knife, but I was numbed and lost all sense of pain. I'm fine, really. Being hit with a sudden loss of control over my body, it's almost like a seizure. Ratona, let's just rest for now, okay? You really must be tired. Yeah, I must be. Still have a long journey ahead of us, so you need to take care of yourself. You're right. After the seizure, my body's back to normal. My heart's beating a little faster than usual, but that's more out of surprise than anything. I'll go get some water. No, let me. I'll get some for you. No, both of you stay. I'll go get some. Sally, just be here for Ratona. Ratona, you and Sally rest up. Rune. Thanks. Hey, wait. I'll be right back. What about the language issues? I think I should be able to get some from the reception. Water, water. Oh, no. Excuse me, I'd like a glass of water. Ruya near Samwasha? Oh, no. I forgot I can't understand what they're saying. I'd like a drink. Maybe he'll understand if I act it out. Glug glug, yes? Oh, poor Rune. I'm back. Here's the water. Thanks, wait, what's the matter? No, it's just... I'll go cool off outside. She needs to cool off. I knew she'd have language issues. Ha. Rune? Come in, Rune. Brother? Terrible reception on my end. I can barely hear you. Do you copy over? Brother? What's this all of a sudden? Are you crying? I see. You couldn't understand each other all because of the language issues. Exactly. And I don't want to keep asking Silly and Ratona to translate for me either. I feel like such dead weight for them. That's quite the problem, huh? Only made even more difficult because of how you never think before you act. You're going to be traveling all sorts of countries. Isn't it common sense to think about how to deal with the language barrier? I was just so overwhelmed with joy that I never even stopped to consider that. Well, don't panic. As we speak, the members of Lemnon are analyzing the Aru-Ritum that Ratona and Selphine used. It won't be anytime soon, but eventually they'll be equipped with a similar function. Oh. Oh, she could just get remote updates? Nice. I want whatever iOS she has. What do you mean by that? Ask Albus for the details. He's the one in charge of analysis and development. Wait, what? Boom, can you hear me? Albus? Yeah, I can hear your kind voice loud and clear. Nothing like Rudo's. Well, excuse me. Oops, city over here. Ha. Anyway, about development of the Aru-Ratum. Oh yeah, am I really gonna be able to use it too? This is happening so fast, I'm absolutely lost. Haha. Actually, we've been able to upgrade our system so we can remotely control your manaware. Is that even possible? Every sister is connected to the Zavitz Enterprise with a special monoline in case of emergency. It means we can transmit any information about your manaware directly to you. I mean, I can have direct Comcraft link inside me like Selphine and Ratona. Yeah, the principle is similar to the transceiver that you brought with you now. Science! Isn't it amazing? Wait, even if you could push new features directly into my manaware, it would need to be much more mana bandwidth than we normally use for conversation, right? You're right. Manaware pretty much makes up your core existence, so we need some allowance for safety reasons. That's why we've allowed roughly 3 to 4 the normal bandwidth needed for communication. So long as nothing too extreme happens, we should have more than enough to spare. But wouldn't that cost a huge amount of money? Well, quite. Well, that was the official reason for Lab 9 conducting field tests on new technology. Russell. The truth is, Rudo wanted to support you as much as he could for your journey. Before you left, you ordered your mana connections bandwidth to be increased by quite a lot. Wow. My brother did? Huh, I couldn't think of any other reason. He practically had a shouting match with the board of directors about it. Brother, just like always. I hope you cut him some slack. He still needs to work on his people skills. He really does. You know, it feels as if we've already been apart for a year and a half. A year and a half? I wonder why. I know you all just left early this morning, but even I feel the same way. Well, I knew I could depend on Rudo. He's my big brother, after all. Big brother! Anyway, back to Aru-Ratum. I've actually been curious about it ever since I've met those two. Thanks to Ratona and Selphie, I was able to witness firsthand what a kind of monocraft called the Mind Dive. I was able to observe the process of packaging mana when Selphie communicated with me during the dive. That gave me a hint on how to use it. I thought that I may be able to replicate it through scientific techniques. Behold, the Flammenwerfer. We can use Pyrocraft, but handheld. Really? Is Aru-Ratum simple enough that you can imitate it just by a quick observation? That's the thing, while I've experienced it myself, figuring out how to replicate it is pretty difficult. Still, a linguistic system that allows everyone to understand each other. Definitely some aspects in common with the essence of what science is. Using mana as a vehicle for one's own thoughts and consciousness. Whoever thought of the concept is undoubtedly a genius. Basically, it's like constructing a universal mannerism that makes the other people understand what you're trying to convey. Thinking of words as nothing but various wavelengths might make it easier to comprehend. By assigning a different frequency and amplitude to each concept represented by a word, you can convey information regardless of what language you spoke. And then you package it, send it to the mana so that other people can more easily interpret it. Sorry if I'm interrupting. I don't think I understand a word of what you just said. Oh dear, sorry about that. Nietzsche?
I assume you just pronounce it niche.
Niche! God, German is weird. And the others were talking about the works of Aru-Ratum just now, and I couldn't help but wanting to share. I didn't know Albus could be so passionate. We should be able to complete the prototype by tomorrow. Tomorrow? That fast? It's not like we need to create a physical prototype anyway. Nothing more than figuring out how to package it as mana. There'll probably be some issues that we need to be ironed out, but we'll continue to send you updates as we improve it. It'll be a while before it's perfect, so be patient. Of course. And there you have it. We'll be sending you Aeroratum Protocol one of these days. Rune, we're counting on you for the field tests. Yes! Leave it to me. Oh, and, how is it? The outside world. Brother, it's like, you know, just gay. Looks like your vocabulary mana bank is malfunctioning. That's not it. How do I say this? It hasn't been a day since I left Kadia, and I've already had so many new experiences. How do I put it? I'm full of overwhelminginess. Rudo, you'll never guess where I am now. I'm in a city at the bottom of the ocean, right in the middle of a Vita stream that Dad researched. Can you believe it? A city at the bottom of the ocean. Port Sassari and Viscanta, right? At the bottom of the ocean would mean you're in Neo Sassari. Was it Retonia's idea? Good thing I gave you a lot of extra money. No way. Rudo, how did you... Geez, you know everything, don't you? At the very least, I'm pretty familiar with Viscanti, especially with Sassari. After all, Hive's flagship facility is located there. Hive's? No, that can't be. How did they manage to get a contract? It's a long story. Well, regardless, don't stay in Sassari too long. If you're in Neo Sassari especially, then you should already have noticed. That town... Well, I don't really want to say this, but Viscanti isn't in a good place right now, to be in right now. What do you mean by that? It happened over 10 years ago. Viscanti was on the verge of collapse until Ceres invested heavily in its development. Now there's a huge gap between the rich and poor for those two countries. I had a feeling that was the case. Things felt off. I'll be straight with you. With the way things are, tensions between Viscanta and Ceres are at their peak. Unfortunately, the ship arrived late, so you had no choice but to stay the night, but you need to leave as early as you can. What do you mean by? Rudo, we're just about our limit for the mana. We need to end the transmission. Did you get that, Rune? We don't have much time left for this transmission. Oh, yes. That place shouldn't pose much of a threat for now, at least. As long as you're with Retonia, you should be any danger. Just all you stand to gain by staying there is bad memories. Okay? I understand, Rudo. Hope to hear from you soon, Rune. Likewise. Good night, everyone. Good night, everybody. Hey, it's everybody. Rudo, this is amazing. We were actually able to communicate with the inner pole. Of course, that was the idea in the first place. Well, yeah, I know that, but still. Doesn't it get you excited seeing it happen with your own two eyes? What would Sid say if he were still alive, I wonder? Who knows? Well, let's not forget Rune. Rune sounded like she was enjoying herself. I had my reservations about sending her out first. As long as she's happy. Come on, everyone, let's not get any sleep. We're not getting any sleep tonight. There's work to be done. Let's hustle and finish this Aeroratum protocol. Aeroratum. If I say it with some more German accent...
Aeroratum.
Aeroratum. If I say it with a German accent, does it sound any better? Aeroratum. Rudo, you have a meeting tomorrow with the board of directors, right? We're counting on you to keep them off our backs. Yes. Well, if you'll excuse me. Good night. Have a good rest. Niche. Thanks for your hard work, Rudo. Still has that smug face on him. Pfft. How do I put it? I'm full of overwhelminginess. Oh, I'm glad he's happy. I'm glad he's...
Yeah, the character development.
The character development, it's continuing.
And back to the... he has experience in the mountains.
Well, of course he has experience in the mountains. He had to cook a live bear. Oh, please, Misha, get a hold of yourself. So I'm surprised you're able to get into the cloths with stamina like that. Oh, shut up, Flora. It's been years since I've been a part of the unit. My body hasn't kept up. And Flora hasn't even broken a sweat. I wouldn't expect any less from a frontliner. That's because she went through the rite of exaltation for Ophia. She's practically cheating. Even then, you're running out of breath so fast means you're lacking in stamina. Just what are you doing? I get it. I get in that furnace of a grand kitchen every damn morning making you frickin' grub to eat. Why don't you give it a try, huh? Oh yeah, that's right. Thanks for all your hard work. Riggs, you look like you've still got loads of energy. How'd you manage that? Whew. I wouldn't say that. I've been feeling quite tired. Huh? Is that so? Because it sure doesn't look like it. You look like you've got a whole lot more stamina than I do, at least. I ended up leaving the clocks midway, but the manual labor and construction really built me up. Look at these guns. Even if I'm no good at Monocroft, I have some confidence in my physique.
Oh, buddy, I have bad news for you when you meet Rune. You'll
What?
get fucking destroyed by her.
Oh, yeah. Fucking... I have some confidence in your physique. Yeah, no. Watch it be Rune just tries to shake his hand, but he accidentally flings him behind her. Just because of pure strength. I can see where that comes from. Damn, and here I was thinking that cooking was already enough to build stamina. Rather than stamina, wouldn't it need more concentration and intelligence? It's not like you're doing any extreme movements. Well, that depends on the food you're cooking. Are you comparing yourself with Riggs doing construction?
Oh, by the way, I'm gonna grab some tea, but you can keep reading because I have
Alright,
Bluetooth.
cool. No, that's just a whole different level. Now, don't be so hard on Flora. Misha's making a fine contribution to the kingdom. For me, anyone who works the castle deserves some respects. Of course, those serving in the front lines also command the same amount of respect from me, Flora. Since when did the arrogant delinquents I know grow into such mature adults? That's how long are you gonna keep talking about the past, jeez? Heh. Heh. Huh? What's the matter, Riggs? Oh, it's nothing. Just how long has it been since we talked like this? Yeah. Is this what it feels like to make up for lost time? How many years, I wonder? We haven't met since after Misha first started working the Grand Kitchen. And Ratona, last time all four of us were together was before she was appointed Selphine's royal guard. That's right. It's already been that long, huh? Hey, now don't make that face. Ratona and Selphine are still alive out there. That's why he came with us, right? Of course, I want to believe that too. I just can't share that kind of optimism. Come on, now you're getting us all down. Look, all we have going for us is this Mana signature. There's no proof that they're alive. The fact that there's a signature means that she was able to successfully bless Zavetacraft. There's an 80 to 90% chance they were able to escape. But that's a margin of error still too large for me. Jeez, you're always too negative, I swear. Face reality, Misha. Just how dangerous do you think deconstruction, teletransportation, and reconstruction to a distant area all are? Hell if I know. To a third-rate monocrofter like me, teleportation like that may as well be some kind of magic trick. Yeah, that's exactly it, Misha. There's no way this monocroft could work. Recreating the Riptide effect isn't something that any one person could hope to pull off. I'm sure that this took the knighthood years and years to develop behind the scenes, and that Ratona and Selphine were the ones to be the first to test it out. That must have been what Ratona was talking about when she mentioned years of breaking in. You mean Vectacraft takes years and years just to bless? It wouldn't make sense otherwise. But what's the connection between that and you thinking that they're alive? Or they aren't alive? It took years to develop, so wouldn't it be natural that it be safe? I don't think so. What do you mean? They spent years and years carefully developing it, which means they didn't want a single mistake happening. Why take so much care? I'm sure it's because the consequences of it failing are far too great. If even one little mistake happens, I think the users would never be able to be reconstructed. That the billions of monoparticles that make up Ratona and Selphine would never reform. Simply scatter away. Just thinking about that possibility, that's just nothing but baseless speculation. Nothing but a shot in the dark. No proof that happened. Flora, you've always had a tendency to overthink things. That part of you hasn't changed at all. I have proof. What? Misha, Riggs, let's pretend you were Selphine's guardian on the night of the attack. The enemy already made their way in the castle. Given that kind of situation, when would you escape? If you had the same kind of monocraft for escaping the castle, when would you use it? Well, I see your point. If it were me, I would have escaped the moment I found out the enemy is in the castle. Really? In that situation, the enemy's victory is already assured. Once they breach the castle, it's more of a question of how long can you hold out. If that's the case, the more important thing is securing Selphine's safety above all else. Yeah, that would be the natural thing to do. Ratona has a good head on her shoulders. She would have understood that too. And yet she waited until the very last moment before she blessed the monocraft. Why would she do that? Well, that's the way I see it. The craft is something of a last resort for a do-or-die situation. Something that you can only use when you're a hair's breadth away from death. I see what you're getting at. Wouldn't that be the most logical conclusion? Flora, Riggs. Let's just stop thinking about this. How come? All these theories are nothing but that. Theories. There's no hard evidence to back up all that conjecture. But who knows what really happened back there? You know, during the attack, all I can think about was how to prepare the vichère for dinner. The new line cook messed that marinade up and the smell was overpowering. What? I knew we were all under attack and all, but the marinade was in the back of my head the entire time. While we were in the shelter, all I could think about was the kinds of peppercorns that could help neutralize the smell. That's really all I could think of while I was in there, even though there was hell going on outside. Good grief, Misha, I swear. Look, at my point is, Ratona probably has her own way of thinking of doing things. And I'm sure that she was thinking of that night. That's what I believe. How can you be so optimistic at a time like this? You talk to me like I haven't changed, but neither of you. Misha, I don't want to deny the possibility that what you said is true, but Flora does have a point as well. Come on, no need to get mad. But I'm not. Well, I am. Do you have your head on straight? Your entire rescue mission is based on nothing but gut feeling. What a farce. Sorry to say this, but your theories are nothing but gut feeling too. They seem to be based on logic, but it's nothing more than pessimism. At the very least, they're no more logical than my own theories. Well, times like this, it's best not to think too deeply about it. Just go by what you feel is best. More importantly, I should get to making us some grub, you two. Oh. Fire. Got it. Damn, Misha, Riggs, don't commit any mana. Stop it now. Ah, okay, what's wrong, Flora? They're going to detect us once they detect a shift in the mana lines. But they're going to catch us off guard if we don't commit any mana. Don't tell me you're thinking of fighting them without any mana craft ready. Are you two idiots? If we can avoid any fight, then we avoid them. No point engaging. If they find us, then run. Do not fight. They're coming. No way, they're still wandering around this area? Those two are just children? There's a shadow shoulder with... Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take this as a good opportunity. I will be right back. There's something I need to take care of. Probably about 10-ish minutes? So, Gage, if you can hear me, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Has this epic music just been playing?
Yeah.
Huh, interesting. That's strange. Cian said we'd find something around here. Coco. Yes, what is it? Someone. Nearby. Nearby, you mean? Same thing. I don't sense anyone, though. Anyway, let's get this tree cut down. I'm already quite late. Let's find them and head back home. You're hungry, right? No, I'm not. Okay, maybe I kind of am. Coco, bad temper when hungry. Oh, enough about me. Let's try this one. Go. What about this tree? The shadow soldier has a face? What are they even up to? Are they just walking around cutting down trees? Go? Hey, Go, Marnie is talking to you. When she speaks, you respond, understood? What's the matter? Someone definitely here. Hey, Flora. Seriously, Gao, you think so too? You sure about this? We're just gonna sit here and let them kill us? Just shut up and follow my lead. For real? Like, really real? We're not gonna commit any mana? Should we investigate? Misha, Flora has far more combat experience than we do. It's best to do as she says. Yeah, investigate. It's investigate. Investigate. Misha, once I give you the go signal, undo the arrow barrier that's keeping them from detecting the smoke and smell from the frying pan. But if I do that, we'll blow our cover. Just do it. Why'd the music stop? Oh. Here I go. Go, undo it. Damn it, here goes. Don't just sit there and re-bless the barrier before they see the trail of smoke leading back to us. Right. You see anyone? Now, commit mana as much as you can. If they find us, then we hightail it out of here. I do. New Vegas. I see you. Sorry, joke. You were joking? You were freaking joking? just that sudden change from just, you, what? Okay. Communication hard. It's communication. I respect you plenty enough so you don't even make jokes like that. But it's fine. We should just concentrate on our job right now. Please tell me if you sense anyone else within our vicinity. None, I think. See, I knew there wasn't anyone here. It's just our imagination. Gao, anything you want to add? If not, let's keep going. Coco, let's go home. Don't be so upset. Just look for one last one. There should be more a little deeper inside. Cian, I swear, she's way too vague, and she doesn't even respond to my Comcroft calls. Why does she get to lounge around on the base? Haha, Coco, funny face. Enough about me, I said. Hey, are we in the clear now? We're alive? Haha. I think I just lost a few years of end of my life back there. Just who were they? What did the white-haired little girl just... She created a huge explosion of purified mana. It's a craft used to disrupt any mana commit operation. So that's how they smashed Ratonia's Transidian sword. If we even tried to commit mana, our cover would have been blown. Is that also why you had Misha undo his aeroblast? I'm not sure. At that time, I was just acting on instinct and didn't really think about it much. Come on, you two, pack up your things. We're crossing the border before the day's over. Too dangerous to stay here. Agreed. Likewise. We need to get out of here as fast as possible. Well, now that that's over, I wake up feeling absolutely terrible. It feels as if my body is slowly disintegrating cell by cell. However, there is no pain. It's rather difficult to explain. It's a discomfort on a completely different plane altogether. The term nerve death comes to mind. My body feels heavy. Trying to move my body brings to mind a rusty machine that hasn't been oiled in ages, its gears creaking with resistance. Suddenly I was reminded of an old fairy tale I heard as a child. About a fairy that would go around turning bad children into stone. Yeah. If there was some sort of disease that caused exactly that to happen, perhaps this would be it. Whether or not my body's actually unwell, I can't quite say. Apart from my consciousness being a little cloudy, I don't feel particularly unwell. I force myself out of bed. As I do, the discomfort leaves me in an instant. After a while, my body goes back to normal. Damn, the hell's going on with me? I don't think I can ignore this for much longer. What the? Room was sleeping on a chair by the window, not the bed. She had a beauty in the way she slept, like a work of art from one of the masters. She had an aura of nobility around her, completely different from her usual energetic tomboyish self. She's sleeping? Now I think about it, does an automaton like her even need sleep? Well, I'm sure she's like just conserving the mana usage. Do they also dream, I wonder? Not only does she need to eat, but she also has to sleep at night. Probably aren't flaws in her construction, but like Sid's doing. I'm sure he wants to imbue her with as many human-like traits as possible, so that those around her would accept her more easily. And more importantly, so that Rune can accept herself as a human being. Still, I never really noticed until now, but Rune, you're beautiful. Her facial features are flawless. Wouldn't such perfect beauty like this be almost unnatural? Well, she was created by human hands, so I assume that is natural. No point in intentionally adding flaws to her appearance, especially not when her own father was the one who created her. Wonder why I've never noticed all this before. Suppose because of the way she normally acts. Rune is quite tomboyish, almost childlike even. What did the original Rune look like, I wonder? Given that Sid went out of his way to model her after the original, I suppose they would look similar. Now I think about it, what about the rest of Rune's body? Did Sin also work on those parts? Those, just how much of her is realistically recreated? Morning, Ratona. Back!
Ratona's face.
Yeah, she's like, I wasn't thinking of anything! Shut up! But I didn't say anything. Shut up! Oh.
Dead.
What are you trying to... It's as if a painting I had been gazing at suddenly came to life. You were awake the entire time? No, I just woke up. How in the world could anyone wake up like that? She's a robot. She doesn't need to, like, slowly, like, adjust to being alive again. I mean, sleep is just a free trial of death. Sorry, I really don't know the best way to wake up. When I'm awake, I'm already at 100%. Would you prefer I pretend to yawn and act groggy first? No, it's fine. I was just surprised is all. You can wake up that way, up the way you want to. Okay. Oh, anatomically accurate. Oh, God.
Anatomical accuracy.
Anatomical accuracy. Oh, no. You're up rather early, though, Ratona. Although I am, too. Well, I just happened to wake up. You feeling any better from last night? Somewhat, I think. I see. Not like I feel unwell in particular, but one moment I feel like I could just drop dead, and suddenly I'm perfectly fine the next. Oh no. We should at least get a doctor to look at you. Are there any medicrofters in this town? I'll have to ask Sol about that later. If we leave it be, it might get worse, so we should get you checked on sometimes today. Oh? Oh, she's adorable. Wow, Selly's still sound asleep, huh? Even after all the shouting from earlier. Yeah, Celphine is quite the heavy sleeper. She really is. She has a really strong tendency to go back to sleep after waking up. Once there was an earthquake that caused her bed's canopy to fall right on top of her, and she still didn't wake up. She doesn't have any sense of danger, does she? No. Oh, she's sleep talking. No more. So full. She dreams just eating. What? The legendary sleep talk. This is the first time I've seen it. Doesn't look like she'll be getting up anytime soon, huh? No problem. Celphine, wake up. Please wake up, Celphine. It's already morning. Yeah. Breakfast is ready. Breakfast. Unbelievable. Even the prospect of food wasn't enough to wake her up. She sure is adorable when she's sleeping, huh? I know, Rune, I know. Almost like a doll. I'm surprised she didn't wake up even at the mention of breakfast. Must be that exhausted from yesterday. Looks like I have no choice. Time for my last resort. Forgive me. Oh. I begin pulling on Celphine's cheek. My goodness. Pull. Wah. I even pull harder. Wah. Ratona's pulling on her cheek so hard. Time to wake up, Celphine. It's morning. Pull. She's pulling so hard. Finally awake now? You can get Celphine to wake up if you pull her cheeks a little. Pretty sure anyone would wake up if you pulled that hard. Yeah, morning, Riona. Rune. Morning, Selly. Time to get going. We got quite a tight schedule today, so I hope you're ready. She just fell back asleep. Back to sleep. Seconds, please. What? Will you just wake up? It just occurred to me, all of this happened right before me. Yeah, this is our ordinary, everyday life. I mean, it's not the worst thing, right? Hey, are you two ready yet? We're due to meet Sol pretty soon. I step out, I call out to Celphine and Rune who are busy getting ready. There's a little more. Give us like 5 minutes. Why do women take so long to get ready? Said the woman.
Yeah, I mean, Ratona just has her braid. That's it.
Yeah, I guess she does just have a single braid to worry about. Her hair's short enough. Then again, I don't know anyone who has braided their hair, so like I don't know how much of a pain it is to deal with. I don't have any right to say that though, being a woman myself. There we go. Wait, Rune, just stay still. Yeah, Sally, could you be a little gentler? I need to straighten this out properly. I said don't move. You don't even feel pain, right? I don't, but it just feels weird. Oh yeah. What are they even up to? Finished. Have a look for yourself, Ratona. Ta-da. Oh my. How is it?
My
A
ponytail.
ponytail! Hey! I did her hair up to make her look more mature. What brought this about? Rune's never changed her hairstyle from her usual twin tails, so we made it a single tail. When I asked her why, she said it was just the way she went with it. I really had the chance to change it. So, we decided to go for a new look. Celebrate our traveling to new company. Does it look weird?
Country.
To a new... Well, with new company and to a new country. Does it look weird? No, not at all. It suits ya. I couldn't even recognize you for a moment. Really look a lot more mature now. Is that so? Now we just need to work on that weird laugh. I feel like there's been many people who've used the generic hee. I'll teach you about how to do it later.
Well, she is based off the original Rune, who was basically a psychopath
So she's
who
probably
couldn't
saying,
feel emotions.
Really though, just changing your hairstyle creates a completely different impression. Actually, I also worked on Ratona's hair back home too. Is that so? Yep, I was the one that gave her the braid in her hair. Ratona didn't really care much about her hair, so I thought it was all rough and tangly back then. Really, she didn't look like a girl at— I pinch her cheek. Well, enough reminiscing about me. Huh, I'd love to see how you look back then, Ratona. No, you wouldn't. The me back then was nothing but bad company. Look at the time, we're late. We can't keep Sol waiting.
Prequel baiting.
Prequel baiting. We get to see a young Ratona with scruffy hair. Probably even more tomboyish than Rune is. More ellipses.
I think that's just so you don't accidentally skip over to the next scene unless you're really sure.
Right. Oh, miss, you switched the ponytail, huh? We find Sol waiting for us outside the inn. Huh? He's talking about your ponytail. I like it. Looks good on you. He said it looks good on you. Thanks. I see you kept your word. We promised, didn't we? Didn't we keep you waiting? Sorry. No, you didn't. Don't tell me you just stayed here all night. Of course not. If I did that, the guards would pick me up and throw me in prison. Yeah, that's the way you kind of like... I can't tell if that was a joke. Get thrown in prison? Just for sleeping outside? I mean, they gotta keep the vagrants off the streets, you know? Heil,
The underwater vagrants.
I forget what our system's called. Capitalism. Heil capitalism. We're counting on you, Sol. Sure, I'll do the best I can. Okay, let me give you a rundown of what we need. Blah, 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 blah. Wow, you're needy, aren't you? Sediment stones and a pub where you can fish for information. Okay. Oh, and a doctor. Is there a medical crofter in this town? If not, then a pharmacist will suffice. I need to do something about my seizures, especially with Sulphine around. Given how long this journey will be, I'd like to get my hands on some medicine. Doctors. Can't really help you there. Well, yeah, because they're eternal life. They're all way too expensive to even have them take a look. Sol's expression quickly becomes sullen. Well, what about the Viscantian doctors? But if you need a pharmacist, I can help you there. Although all the places you need are on the surface. You okay with that? Sol points to the port Sassari as he tells us that. Of course. Oh, I've been meaning to ask, but is this town really that dangerous? Makes you keep warning us about it. Well, you're all girls, so... Oh, no. Is this a town of vagabonds who might want to do unsavory things? I was thinking you didn't really need to stay in a place that dirty. Wow. Was he being considerate of us? It's because I told
I
you—
love how Ratona is still suspicious of Sol.
He's still suspicious of the good boy Sol. Is it because I told you I wanted the safest place there is in town last night? Even if I did ask, you didn't have to go out of your way to a place that you hate going to, right? Hate? This place? You don't? Not really, no. But, Ratona, Sulphine's expression tells me I shouldn't press him any further. Sol, is there a certain time you need to go back home? Not really. As long as you pay, then I can stick around as long as I want. Well, you do have the end of the visa. Again with that expression. It's as if he's hiding something. Did something happen? He seems off compared to last night. With all the places you want to go, we'll be walking around quite a lot, so we should get going. Off we go. We didn't get the chance to really have a look around, but Port Caesarea definitely is just a plain old city, completely different from the Neo-Sassari. Although, just as Sol said, it wasn't the tidiest of places. The streets were crowded, there were bars open at all hours of the day, and brawls and pickpockets were around every corner. Really did give off a very rough and messy feel. Both the cleanliness and the aura were worlds apart from Neo-Sassari. Alright, first up is sediment. We make our way to a sediment shop, currently our first priority. This is so we can get some sediment stones to open a Comcroft line. Quality isn't much of a consideration for us either. Wasn't that an issue in the first place? Like, you need a certain, like, fineness?
Well, yeah, but they were super expensive because it was the outer pole.
Oh, right.
But it's super cheap here because abundance.
Welcome. Class 3 settlement stone. Gotcha. We pay for the stones and leave. That was a lot easier than I thought, although I guess that makes sense. Yes, it was. Yes, this is how it's meant to be. This is how it's meant to be. The peasants of the outer poles have no reason to keep such luxury away from us. Okay, Sulfine, I'm gonna establish a line now. I can't...
No, that's the thing. They considered it luxury while it's commonplace for Ratona and Sulfine.
Yeah, I just can't believe all the things we had to go through just for this. Okay. Oh, wow. Mana Croft being used right before my very eyes. What's her rune? She looks very enthusiastic about this. Yeah, look at how wide her eyes are. Even though they're all wide-eyed. Cinnamon Stone in hand, I grasp Selfine's hand, mimicking the Vilserial vesture. I'm going to release the comet now. Got it. Completing the committing of mana, I release it and open a two-way Comcroft mana line between the two of us. As I do, the mana contained inside the stone breaks loose, and the stone shatters. There, done. Phew. Aw. Anything even happen? I open up a Comcroft network composed of mana connecting the two of us. That's it? It all happened so fast. I thought Monocroft was more cool and flashy, like boom, you know? No, that's what had happened earlier. That was the boom. You're not supposed to boom. All I saw was the sediment breaking in just a few seconds flat, too. Well, even if you tell me all that, that's just how Comcroft works.
You also gotta remember, Rune has the capability of seeing something at 20,000 frames per second.
Right, so I'm assuming that stone just, like, disappeared instantly. We went through all that trouble to find sediment stones in Kadia for something so anticlimactic. I can understand how she feels. It'd be nice if we had a way to communicate with you too, Rune. We do. I already have this transceiver, though. We need to take into account the possibility of either device breaking. I still feel uneasy depending on a machine. Hey, don't you take German ingenuity out of account here. Oh, relax, Ratona. Really, you worry too much. I do? I mean, isn't it more normal that we can't communicate with each other long distance? Well, that is true. But a Comcroft line is so convenient. Being able to talk with anyone, whenever, wherever, I can't imagine anyone living without it. Yeah, imagine not being able to have access to any voice ever at the palm of your hands. Now, being too dependent on Monocroft is also a problem. Say, are we good to go? We'll need to get moving soon if you want to hit all your spots. Right as Sol is reminding us to hurry up. Oh, I got a transmission from Rudo. Rudo? Amazing, you can communicate with him all the way here? Sorry, can I have a moment? Of course, go right ahead. Sol, could you wait for a bit? Sure? Hello, this is Rune speaking. Rune, can you hear me? There's a person's voice coming out of the box? Amazing, Rudo's device really can transmit this far. That voice, it's Albus. Ah, Albus. Yeah, I heard you loud and clear. Is that so? That's great. Did you do it? Were you able to finish the Aruratum prototype? Wait, what? What did she just say? An Aruratum prototype? Ah, yes, we just finished it earlier. Not that I'm the best judge for it, but it came out quite amazing. Pretty proud of it. Really? Try it. Why don't you see for yourself? The hell is going on here? That's amazing. It's also sudden. I can't believe it. Don't tell me Albus and the rest of Lab 9 were able to recreate Aruratum with science? He what? Oh, is that Ratona I hear? Indeed, I have. When Selphine performed her mind dive, the idea just came to me. Recreating Aruratum. Wait, does that mean Rune can use it now, too? I think so. Selphine, Ratona, thank you so much. I would never have had this breakthrough if you hadn't performed the mind dive. Unbelievable. King Ruhines III took ages to develop that. And that was created in the span of a mere 1-2 days. Rune, we'll be sending you Monoware soon, but there's a little bit of a hitch. Because of all the information we need to send you, won't be able to contact you for a while after we finish sending the Monoware. Wait, how long is a while? We don't know. Probably 3-4 days minimum, possibly longer? Ah, I see. Anything you'd like to ask? If not, then I'd like to begin the transfer. Is my brother with you? Sorry to disappoint you. He's in the middle of a meeting right now. I see. But he told me to say hi for him. Did he? Indeed he did. Well, cheer up. You won't be able to contact each other, but only for a week at most. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna begin the transfer now. Sure, what should I do? Relax, you don't need to do anything. Once it's transferred, you'll be able to speak with native fluency. I got it. I'm so excited. We'll contact you again as soon as we can. Here I go. Rune closes her eyes and doesn't budge. Is she alright? Rune? Hey, Rune. Fwa! Whoa, what is it? Ratona, Selly, are you feeling okay? That scared me half to death. Yeah, I'm fine. Ah. Sol, can you understand what I'm saying? Please say something if you can. Wait, you can speak Viscantian? Why didn't you say so earlier? Rune, what's going on? I can understand. I can understand. I can understand what Sol's saying. I can understand what Ratona and Selly are saying. Are you serious? Awesome. Rune, can you have Auroritum now? Is that fast? I'm not sure about how accurate the Auroritum is, though. I'm currently speaking Viscantian, and it's set to native mode. Albus and the others transferred entire Viscantian lexicons and dictionaries into me? That's crazy. So rather than reattuning your own words, you simply memorize the entire language. All in an instant. Nothing short of magic. Says the magic user.
Who had other people using science to do that.
Yeah, so all I'm getting from this is that science is so much better than fucking, Monocroft.
Well, Monocroft, I think the thing is that they're still using mana, and obviously they had the baseline. Like, the only reason Albus and, like, the others were able to develop, like, Rune's language thing is because they had a baseline.
Right.
So they have a much easier starting off point than everyone else in the world did.
Now my question is mana basically just like electricity?
They use it as electricity.
Right, yeah. Wait, just a minute. Rune, how many languages can you speak now? Looks like it only Viscantin. Other countries' languages will have to work similarly with how Ratona's and your Auroratums work. But once I've got the tuning settings down for the vocabulary, it'll be added to the vocabulary mana bank. The more languages I'm exposed to, the more I can remember how to use those language. Incredible. Rune, you're incredible. It's not me, it's Albus and everyone at Lab 9 who's incredible. Just, who are you three? Even I'm not sure anymore. We head to the nearest closest shop for the sentiment shop, the pharmacist. Hello, I would like one not Caesar peel. One peel? Your art style threw me off for a second, old man. I thought you were way too highly detailed for a second. I'm just so used to seeing people who are young and, like, no wrinkle. Hello, how may I help you?
Well, she is 17.
She's 17, she's 14, she's 16. That's a kid.
Well, also, Rune's a robot.
Well, 16 in robot years, which is close to human years. So, well, technically, she's like 1, right? Because it wasn't her, this model, like...
She's older than 1.
Oh, hey.
I'm trying to remember, but I think like the original Rune would have been like.
Yeah, when did the original? I know the original Rune died like at like what 12 or 13.
Yeah, I think original Rune would have ended up at like young adult.
Ah.
Based on her brother.
Yeah, fair enough. They know each other? I know, but I'm not here to get anything. It's these 3 ladies over here. Oh ho ho. And what pretty ladies they are. Nice going, son. So what can I do for you? Well, I describe the issue with my current condition as best as I can to the pharmacist. That's so, I see. I don't experience any direct pain, but I can't help but worry. I have a bad feeling about it. If that's the case, then how about this dried aqua mana frog brain, ground into fine powder that you can drink. These frogs grow up in mana-rich area. It'll help restore your mana circulation. Wait, what? Brains? Is that really medicine? Nah, seems to be a physical condition. You could try this too. The pharmacist takes out a small glass vial filled with a cloudy white liquid. And this is... I'll just have it on auto for a second. There are these critters that swim in and around Vita streams. They're called Viella sea slugs. This is their sperm! It's nice and thick, huge boost to your sexual virility. One shot of this and you can stay up for 3 days and 3 nights working it? Sperm. What do you expect me to do with that? You drink it. Like hell I'm gonna drink that filth. It works wonders when you're dead tired. I'll give it to you at a good price. Were you even listening? I'm not looking for strange folk remedies. Do you have any normal actual medicine? And sexual virility, he says. Aren't things like that reserved for men? I mean, women get it too. How rude. Well, I'll have you know all my products are safe, accepted medicine. You expect me to believe that after you have the gall of recommending some kind of virility booster to me? You sure like to raise a fuss. What a waste of a pretty fit Jesus. I'm gonna put this out here. That's none of your damn business. Put out? You haven't put anything out yet. That's enough. I don't need this. This conversation ain't going... Oh, look, she is just like, oh no. The grown-ups are talking. You want to buy something or not? I'm telling you, with those symptoms of chronic infirmity, these here medicines are what I can prescribe you. You must be kidding. Frog brain and sea slug semen are the last things I'd ever consider ingesting. Do you have any... Hucalrus leaves? Who, what? What are you talking about? I've never heard of that in my life. Okay, at this point, even painkillers are fine. What about ulja petals? They're dried and ground to a powder to be inhaled. You must have come from one who knows where, because I've never heard of that either. I'll bet you I don't know that stuff, then no one else around here would have it either. Don't you realize that you're nowhere near home? We've got our own medicines here. Ah. Listen, just take the frog brain. Let's go. But don't you need your medicine? You're not getting any, are you sure? You heard what he said. What do you expect me to get with those products like those? Besides just blindly trusting someone passing off something off as medicine is a terrible idea. We're better off finding a real medical crafter. Well, that's awful rude of you. If you ain't buying anything, then see yourselves out. You sure know how to speak with customers. I'm surprised you get any sales. Huh, that ain't none of your business. Oh, and before I forget, kiddo. Sorry to break it to you, but prices have gone up this month. Eh? It's gonna cost you 40% more. Wait, 40%? I can't. Well, if you don't want it, you don't have to buy it. There's a whole bunch of others who'd be more willing to pay. Fine. Soul's expression. Soul's energy drained as though a switch had been flipped. From then on, Soul stayed completely silent, speaking only when spoken to. Couldn't tell what he was thinking, judging solely by the look on his face. He no longer had any energy he had when we first met him. It was already noon by the time we finished the more important half of our errands. Seemed none of the taverns had any real offerings in terms of food, so we decided to have a quick meal at a restaurant in the heart of the city. Let's see, last thing on our list is a map. I guess I could check a general store? That's gonna be a problem. What do you mean? For starters, there's way too many of them out there. I do know a place that sells maps, but, well, you'll see when we get there. We've got dozens of maps of the same place, but they're all totally different from each other. What? That's not gonna be very helpful. Damn, that is gonna be a problem. We can't plot a... The hell just fell? We can't plot a course if we don't have any reliable information about the area. Ellipses. So much ellipticals. How is this even possible? Doesn't this region have any kind of organization to... screw it, I'll deal with that later. To regulate and ensure the quality of our maps. What now, Ratona? Just wandering around randomly isn't gonna get us nowhere, either. Damn, considered we've never traveled for this long, I knew we'd encounter a problem as simple as this. Don't worry about that. Yeah, I'll just update. I know the typography of the entire region. As long as we can get a completely unlabeled map, I can fill it in. Because Rune just, downloaded the Apple GPS.
Yeah, Rude is the best party member to get first.
Yeah, because she...
The guy default.
Yeah, she's a translator. She has Google Maps.
She would be so fucking OP if this game was an RPG.
Oh, yeah. Like, she's the kind of character you get, like, usually her type of character would be the one you buy the maps from. Like, oh yeah, I have a map of almost everywhere you need to go. But now it's like, oh, we just literally have Google Maps. As long as we get a completely unlabeled map. What? Is that also Lab 9's doing? Yep, when Albus sent me the information earlier. Information on the areas surrounding Viscanta and Ceres was also part of the transmission. Huh. That's amazing, Rune. Convenient, alright, that's for sure. We can really rely on you, huh, Rune? But it's not like I did anything, so it feels weird to be complimented. Looks like you can work something out, then? Yeah, just take us to any general store. We'll take care of the rest. Alright, got it. Suddenly. Yeah. What? Ratona, are you okay? That's freezing cold. Yeah. I'm sorry. After getting past the initial shock of what happened, I calmed down, but... Sorry, miss, I didn't mean to. No, it's fine. I was just, well, quite a surprise. Making a fuss over a spilled pitcher of water would be far immature. Please, let me apologize by covering your bill, forgive me. No need for that, these things happen to everyone. Hey, are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine, but cold as heck. No, you're still not feeling well, right? That is true. A glass of water would have been fine, but an entire pitcher's worth? That's a different story. Definitely gonna catch a cold like that, Ratona. Let's just go back to the inn, okay? That's the problem, if we go back now, it'll be dark by the time we made our way to the general store. Don't worry, I know a bathhouse just nearby. You can warm yourself up with a bath and dry your clothes there. Good idea. Should we come with ya? No need. If you're in a hurry, I can give you directions to the store from here. I'll take the one in black here to the bathhouse so we can meet up at the store. Sorry to interrupt. If you're gonna go to the bathhouse, could you please let me cover your expenses there as well? Good grief. Could the two of you head to the general store ahead of us? I'll contact you via the Comcraft once I finish changing. You want us to split up then? You sure? This is exactly what the Comcraft is for. Sol, this bathhouse of yours is in the neighborhood, yeah? Yeah, less than 5-minute walk from here. Although the way there is a bit confusing. You sure you're fine with this, Ratoma? It's nothing but cold water, don't worry about it. Alright, Sol, lead the way. Okay, I guess lunch is on the house, so once you finish, just head over to that building and then Sol gives Selphine and Rune the directions. Doubt anything will come up, but if something does happen, let me know right away. Got it. I love how they're all just, like, staring intently. Like, huh. This doesn't happen normally. The path of the bathhouse was full of twists and turns. The hell is this song? Okay, I can dig it. We arrive at an old dilapidated bathhouse before I could even commit the entire route to memory. A public bathhouse. I've only ever heard about these. Might be the first time I've seen one in person. These no longer exist in Rosenheide. It says room 13 on the second floor is available. Here we are. Each customer has their own private dressing. Waitress gave me enough money, so I'll go pay. I'll just wait out for you outside. Come out when you're done. Sol... I've heard that door closing sound before. Sol leaves me with those words as he steps outside and closes the door. Silence fills. I suppose no one else is going to take a bath in the middle of the day. Wasn't a single customer to be heard. It's as if I was cut off from the rest of the world, an eerily strange feeling of isolation. Well, let's start. I shift the mana from the air around me into pyro, slowly, carefully making sure that I don't aggravate my own condition. It's still a little damp. Well, this much should be alright. It'll dry out soon once I wear it. If at all possible, I don't want to expand mana just to dry clothes. Alright, now what? Hopefully all my worries were for nothing. Hey, kids, someone's using that room. Yeah, I know, my big sis is in there. She forgot to bring some soap with her. Uh-oh. As I expected. A glass wall. Hey. You were there, huh? Wow, so she did have a means to be untrustworthy. Silence. He doesn't flinch. How can he remain this calm? Quite the elaborate setup you had going on. Was the waitress in on this too? Did you expect this to happen? Well, you never trusted me in the first place. Sorry. Just part of my job. So what are you gonna do now? Hand me over to the guard? No, of course you won't. You don't have it in you to do something like that. Soul sure talks big for someone trapped like a rat. And what makes you say that? We've known each other for less than 2 days. What makes you think I'm gonna show you any mercy? It's easy to see. You're too naive. Even now, after catching me, you're trying to cover for me, trying to justify why I would steal from you. You're a lot more persuasive than I give you credit for. You know why I go for women when I look for people to guide around? Hell if I know. Because we women aren't as dangerous as men. Wrong. Although men tend to let their guard down when they're with someone who's weaker than them, women have a very strong mob mentality. They're far easier targets. It's a cinch to get girls to like me. I've never seen the word cinch written, I've just heard it. Logical. I really planned to go back to that inn earlier this morning. You did pay me in advance after all. But the way you reacted when he called me a Visky, that was when I knew. I knew you'd never experienced anything like that. And that's what made me realize you were easy pickings. Good thing I was the first one to find walking bags of money like you three. If I picked a worse target, who knows where I'd have ended up. Is that all you have to say? What's the point in confessing like this? Why don't you let me go? What nonsense is he saying now? Ah. Honestly, this is getting tiring. This is enough. I already knew from the start. I knew that sooner or later he'd show his true self. Fine. On two conditions. Put the money on the table, and never show your face to us again. It all ends exactly as I expected. My worries were indeed warranted, plain and simple. Haha. Hell no, that's not what I mean. I'm telling you to let me go with the money. You do that and I'll let you off the hook. Can you even hear yourself right now? There's no escape for you, boy. You took the words right out of my mouth. I'll let you on something. This place is called the Swindler's Nest. Bad people like me lure easy targets like you in, just like now. Guards don't even come near this hellhole. Got it? This is my turf. You piss me off and I call my buddies. And they aren't as nice and welcoming as I am, got it? Wow, this boy's got some chutzpah. Is he bluffing or serious? More importantly, do I have enough strafe left in me to check? More mana craft I use, the worse my condition gets. I could tell. I'd hit my limit just putting up the camouflage earlier. Rubbish. If you really did have accomplices with you, then why didn't you just rob us all outright? Last night was the perfect opportunity. We're all in the dark alley by the restaurant. Why bother set up this elaborate scheme? Y'all look like such dumb, easy targets that didn't want to rough you up. I was just being a nice guy. This is your last chance, Saul. Place the money on the table, and never show your face to us again. Suddenly, Soul put out a cinnamon stone. He drew a circle around his side on the floor beneath him. See you later. And bore a hole through the floor. Did he have mana craft embedded into that cinnamon? Escape to the first floor. I jump down and give chase. Soul, I swear. What the hell are you doing? You think you can get away with this? Sorry, but I'm a victim here too. Damn, Soul, you run way too fast. He had to have undergone some kind of ritual. Where is he? Where the hell was that kid? With that kid? Did you see that child roughly around 10 years old? Yeah, he ran that way. Hey, I dashed with all my might toward the alley. There. Soul, damn it all. He must have gone into this maze-like area on purpose. If I lose sight of him now, I'll never see him again. As we exit toward the beach area, Soul throws something in my direction. Another settlement. Another crop. Poof. What the? A smoke bomb, how cliche. I run through the smoke. You're a persistent one, aren't you? Whoa. Saul continues to knock over various objects on display from a caravan. Crates, barrels, anything he gets his hands on. Hey, so, stop it. He's like a person gone mad, desperately trying to run from what appears to be certain death. It's getting dangerous and you stop him before someone gets hurt. Do I stop giving chase? What the freaking hell are you two doing? Get back here. Oh, just wait till I get the hands on both of you. I'm gonna beat y'all to death. Damn it. If I stop here, I'm gonna be the one in trouble. This way. If only I could force him to stop. Using a monocroft barrier at long distance. Can I do that even while running? Oh, and can I do it in my current condition? Damn it, what are you doing, you damn punk? No choice. There's a fork just ahead. If I stop him right as he enters. Monocroft at long distance is gonna strip my body, but I don't have a choice. Now, bless. Take this. What? I did it, so I'll stop by the sudden appearance of the glass barrier. But his sudden falter, he quickly resolved in dashing into the small alley. Damn agile bastard. There. A lucky break, it's a dead end. Nowhere to run, Saul. Ugh. Ah, my vision is fading. Is it fatigue? No, this is much worse than I can't. Selfine. What's the matter, Sully? I think Ratona just contacted me. Ratona? What's going on? Ratona? Something wrong? Ratona isn't responding. What? Room, we need to get to the bathhouse now. Ask someone for directions. Got it. What was just... Alright, show's over. Wow, this isn't looking good. Oh dear, you're practically burning up. Who are you? Well, just call me a genius just passing through. You know her? Who knows? Maybe I do. And if I do, well, that'd be quite the story. Oh, relax, kid. Roughing up little brats like you is the last thing on my mind. You know her, but you're not gonna tell me to give back the money? Money? Oh, her money. That explains why you two are playing cop and robber. Whatever, who cares? What? Take it. This girl probably grew up in a country where the whole money thing doesn't even exist. She wouldn't know what to do with it in the first place. You're much better off making use of it. Right, Soul Hearthhager? How do you know my name? Your name? That's nothing. Soul Hearthhager from 4th Street. Both parents went missing 2 years ago. Shy and introverted, doesn't join groups of swindlers, and works alone. Not a single friend. Has a likable personality, but it's only a facade. Doesn't try to get close to anyone. Doesn't ask for help from anyone. Defrauds travelers for their money to care for his sick twin sister. 12-year-old kid. Admirable. But zero future prospects. Real piece of work. How long is your web of lies gonna last, though, Hearthhager? Just who are you? How do you know all this? Me? Well, I know everything. Oh, and not to stick my nose in too far, but if you could embed Monocroft in the sentiment, that means you've already undergone that ritual, haven't you? How do you... Nah, no matter what your reasons are, you're still 2 years too young for that. Doesn't sound like much, but at your age, 2 years can make all the difference. A kid like you shouldn't be using such flashy Monocroft. You still got some kinks in that mana signatures of yours. Do anything bad and it'll be pretty obvious whose work it's done, understand? Seriously? Who the hell are you? Like I said, just a genius, passing by. Anyway, I'll be taking care of her now. Oh boy. This isn't... nice. I see. Ah, First World Order, Chapter 2. Chapter 3, right in 2. It's already been 3 days, maybe she just up and left. People have fights and splitting up is pretty common here. Bet she found herself a man. No way, that can't be. We're bosom buddies. Never know what people are really thinking. Really, Rune? Is that the choice of term you want to use? I've come across countless chicks like you already. Are there any records of people who've left? Why would we bother recording all that? Just how many people do you think come in and out of here? It's been 3 days since Ratona disappeared. That leaves Sully and me. We're completely baffled by what happened. Ever since we realized she went missing, Sully and I have been combing Sasori for her. Townspeople seem to be completely indifferent, though no matter how desperate we look, no one seems to care. Wait, I'll call for help. So Sully said as she went back to the room to contemplate. Perhaps the fatigue from all the running around, asking on the first day has gotten to her. Sully was sitting perfectly still like a doll. She hadn't even budged an inch. At first, I thought she was just ruminating over the events that led to this point, but it's already been 48 hours. Without eating or drinking, she must just meditating. I doubt anything will come up, but if something happens, let me know. Ratona. I wonder what happened between her and Saul. Selly, the food and water I left hadn't been touched at all. What do I do? This is definitely going to be bad for her if this keeps up. As I was about to put the food away, she's here. Huh? Ah, no, not that. But, Selly. Eyes closed, she keeps mumbling. Don't just... No, stop. What's going on? Selly's body is glowing? Could this be... Are you okay? Ah, goodness. No power, no knowledge, no experience, absolutely nothing on her own. Always going on saying, don't come out. But when it comes down to it, this is what happens. Pathetic. Just when will this girl understand? This personality, does that mean Empress Syndrome? When she said she'd call for help, she meant Reagan? Who is it? Who knows, maybe this is no one at all. What should I call you, Selly or Princess? How should I be addressed? However you like. We have more pressing matters. Rain Vasta's whereabouts. Yes, ma'am. Ah, yes, civets. How long has it been since I began meditating? You don't know? Well, of course I don't. If I did, I wouldn't be asking you, would I? It's been about 48 hours since he stopped going around with me. What, it took the full 2 days? That's not good, then. The longer someone's been missing, the lower chance they will be found. Yet this girl took her sweet time with meditation. This person isn't Selly. Must be some kind of mix of Reagan and Selly, a completely different person altogether. Is she conscious to that as well, I wonder? We need to get a move on. Looks like we've been going around asking while I was out. Any useful information? I don't really think this counts as useful, but quite a lot of people in the shoving distance witnessed a chase between people who are likely Saul and Rutona. Not exactly the clear-cut report we need. Was Saul really up to no good? That kid is no significance. Right now we need to focus on Reinvasta. Does she need rescuing, or just a good scolding? We need to prepare for either scenario. Scolding? Only natural for a runaway, yeah? Off with her head, I say. Are you serious? There are only 2 ways to be relieved of one's post as a guardian, either by dismissal or by death. Desertion is not an option. No, I didn't mean that. I was asking if you really thought Rutona ran away. Who knows? Judging by her normal behavior, that would be unthinkable, but the human heart can change. Wouldn't be surprised, whatever happens. Humans are unpredictable, that's why the rules must be absolute. We'll search for Rutona and deal with her as I see fit. Zevitz, seeing as you've pledged your loyalty to me as well, I'll have you assist me. Yeah, no, Rune, I'd be worried too. I don't think Reagan is good. Yeah. Now, Zevitz, were you able to garner any information on that kid while you were out asking? Yeah. Doesn't seem like he's done anything with the townsfolk except when he's being a guide. All I've gleaned was that he hasn't been around for the past few days. There's an 80-90% chance that this soul has his family. Eh? Someone weaker, little brother or sister perhaps. Otherwise, some kind of dependent. In any case, there's definitely someone holding him back, restraining him. How do you know all that? If he really does have no other relatives, he would have already done far worse a long time ago. That's just prejudice. Didn't prove anything. Just because he doesn't have family doesn't mean he's straight from being a good person. It'd be far stronger that had he grown up to be a proper human being. Intuition from experience. But, apart from that, he doesn't have the smell of solitude about him. Still hasn't lost everything yet. Eh? Hadn't it been an adult with common sense, it would be a different case. Why would a child, desperate to survive, choose a way of life that requires him to act so civilly around others? That means there must be someone he's still clinging on to. Must be a reason for him to retain that civility, even if it's just a facade. You and I are gonna look into that reason. Come. Just how rough a world do you have to have lived in for your ideals to come naturally? What's the settlement for? Rainvasta left this for me to use for craft. Can you use monocraft in your condition, Reagan? My head hurts. You okay? I'll need some water. Something light to eat as well. Should I go get some? So weak, I swear. This body, I mean. Kids these days seem to like starving themselves to slim down. Is it some kind of fashion trend? That's just life. Is that so? Barely any muscle here. It's almost pitiful. How can you govern a country like this? Getting a headache and such just after skipping a few meals? Shameful. Of course you'd feel weak if you hadn't eaten anything for 2 days. And you'd die for sure if you didn't drink enough water. This is a port town, yeah? I crave some octopus. Before anything else, a meal comes first. Seafood stew again? What, aren't you gonna eat? Just so you know, we still have a lot of hard work ahead of us. Asking around is hard work. We may have to fight depending on how we go about this. And I wouldn't be able to fend for myself with this frail little body. Fight? The main threat in this city is the guards' guns. Of course, reliance on firearms mean there isn't much development of using monocroft for comment. I'd rest much easier if our battlecraft specialist were here. Unfortunately, Rain Vasta is not. So I'm expecting great things from you. Sean's doing Elden Ring. Me? Or is that Ian? I don't remember which of the profiles.
That's Ian.
Okay, I couldn't remember which of the profiles. I've already heard of Rheinvasta. Something about being able to catch bullets in midair? Huh? No, only if the conditions are just right. Counting on you. Don't disappoint me. Please don't expect anything. What does Reagan intend to do, I wonder? Instead, let's try avoid any situations where we'd have to fight. I'd like to avoid any needless conflict, of course. We'll be doing quite a bit of skulking around from here on, but we might as well prepare for that small possibility. I see. Oh no, what to do? I hope she doesn't ask me to do anything crazy. Oh, by the way, Reagan, we'll search for Saul, right? Will we be asking around again? Indeed. About that. I've actually been asking around since a few days ago, but no one could tell me anything. There isn't a soul here that would know Saul? Preposterous. No, they do, but no one seems to care about him. No matter how much I ask, everyone's answers are all so vague. Alright, what about the pharmacist? He seems to know him on a personal basis. He was actually one of the first I approached, but I'm not sure if the information is worth much. What'd he say? Sol visits him once a month to buy some medicine, but he just visited yesterday, so his next visit will be sometime next month. Certainly doesn't add up. Think about it. Remember the amount we paid him to guide us? That alone isn't nearly enough to live on. He has to be out and about every day making money. What if he's got money saved up somewhere? Unlikely. It's not like he's got a steady income, of course, either. He's probably out there defrauding someone. And there's a damn good chance that's what's happened to Rain Vasta in the bathhouse. His target was likely the money she was carrying with her. So that's your conclusion. It makes the most sense. Still, that doesn't explain why Ratona went missing. Maybe the two of them were kidnapped? Also unlikely. Ratona's quite capable in combat despite her looks. She's my guardian, to put it bluntly. Those thugs and crofters over there would be no match for her. We just don't have enough information to work with any form of real theory. If we were being pessimistic about this, there would be countless things that could have happened. Then I suppose cross-examination would be the easiest way to go about it. But I've already asked all the local townspeople. You were asking them the wrong way. You need to be a little rough with them. Well, enough of that. Observe, I'll show you the basic. Wait. What are you gonna do? Don't dawdle, Zev. We're dining and dashing. Get a move on. Oh no, the bill. I just realized Ratona had all our money. Oh, no. What's with your face? How slovenly. Well, we just walked out of there like it was nothing. Look confident and it'll be fine. No one even noticed, see? It's not the issue. Ha. Let's pay them back when we meet up with Ratona later. Far too naive for your own good. Isn't this natural? Dining and dashing is just as good as stealing. Reagan, if you realized we didn't have any money, we should have let me know. What if I did? If I had told you we didn't have any money, what would you have done? You would have had to just go find work, earn money, then eat? Well, Still, there should be a better way to handle it. You seem to be having a misunderstanding here, Zevitz. Oh, whoops. Listen now. What if, and I mean, what if? What if Rainvasta was kidnapped? The chances of finding her again are close to none. That would be a huge loss to our combat capabilities. Our return to Rusenheide would be much more difficult. And our journey's just begun. There isn't a greater loss than that. I'll say this once, Zevitz, so listen well. We don't have the luxury of constantly standing on a moral high ground. Your lack of sense of urgency. In a situation like this, survival is our utmost priority. Reagan? I can see an expression on Reagan's face, uncertainty, ever since her personality surfaced. That was the very first time I'd seen it. From here on, approach the situation with a kill or be killed mentality. But that expression lasted only for a split second. Anyone who isn't part of our group is an enemy. Bear that in mind constantly. The next moment, her expression returned to Reagan's usual fearless look. Come, first on the list is that pharmacist. A sense of urgency. Yeah, you gotta be brutal. You gotta be buff and brutal. Oh, right, I forgot. It doesn't just automatically go to the thing. You two. Excuse us. That broad isn't with you today? We have a few questions for you. You'll be answering them for us now. This blondie here is different from before. Some boy by the name of Saul should have visited the shop the other day. Tell us everything you know about him. I don't like your tone, Missy. I've already told that blue-haired girl over there. He comes here once a month to get medicine. That's all I know. What kind of medicine? Just what kind of medicine is Saul taking? That's none of your business. Come on, if you're just here to ruffle my feathers, then get out. That's not happening. My retainer disappeared that day. The girl who was with us before with the purple hair. Soul is the key to finding out her whereabouts. Got a really weird way of talking, huh? And I told you I don't know a damn thing. Besides, you aren't even customers. Why should I offer help to the likes of you? Here's a lesson for you youngins. In the world of us adults, only money makes the world go round. If you got that through your thick skull, then get out of here. Huh. A child lecturing me about adulthood? Hell must have frozen over. What are you... Shopkeep? Let me ask you this. What? The worth of humans is determined by their actions in response to choices they are given. Doing what, where, and when, or if they do anything at all. How one reacts to another, or not at all. Of course, this is exceedingly difficult. Being able to think over each and every one of the choices we have would be impossible. Therefore, it is vital that humans make mistakes while they're still young. This is how we grasp the rhythm of how to live, avoiding these mistakes. What kind of nonsense are you mouthing off now? What exactly is your reasoning behind treating the two girls in front of you as children? Is it because we look young, or are you just making light of us? Or is it because all your experience in life have told you this is the best course of action? Is this your monorhythm? Reflect and answer. You haven't been making any sense for the past while now. I got nothing to gain from talking to you two, so I'm telling you to get out. That a good enough reason for you? Very well, let's change the subject. Do you have any pharmaceuticals to take my mind off things? Oh-ho. I'll pay any price. Just show me anything you find fascinating. What's gotten to you all of a sudden? You see, my retainers betrayed me and run off. I'm looking for a drug that can distract my mind from that. Well, if you're here to buy, you should have said so. I wouldn't have been giving you the cold shoulder. Let me see here. I got the right thing for you two girls. Wait, Reagan, what are you... Quiet. I've got to stop her. If she does something that could put Sally in harm's way, trying to escape reality with drugs, she must be delicious. Here you go, take a good look. Top-of-the-line product. Eh? Isn't this... sediment? That's only what it looks like. Hoo-hoo-hoo. They've been cracking down on these with their regulations, you see. If you unlock the signature here, you can take a trip without anyone being none the wiser. So what kind of hit does it have? This one's an upper, this is an all-arounder, lets you hallucinate, and this is a downer. I've got all kinds, what are you looking for? Something that can help me relax would be good. I'd rather not think about things I don't want to. Then I recommend this. This is the strongest stuff in the world. This will keep you in a trance for 2-3 days. Oh-ho! Suddenly... Whoa. Reagan grabbed the pharmacist by the back of the head. Bam, bam. Gah. Repeatedly smashed it against the counter. Reagan, are you out of your mind, then? You piece of garbage. Pushing drugs onto minors. You wouldn't get that low just to get your hands on more money? She pressed the sediment against the pharmacist's neck. She must have unlocked the signature. Pharmacist's gaze clouds up before my eyes. Reagan. Well then, let's take a quick peek at what goes on in his mind. Oh. Okay, I see now. Zevitz, let's go. Yeah, what just... I've got all we need to know. He's of no use to us now.
Reagan's great.
So Reagan just beat up and drugged the pharmacist.
Yes, and went into his mind to get
raped
information.
him. Wow. What have you done? All I did was gather information. Soul lives on the outskirts of the city. This person isn't Sully at all. Reagan, when will Sully come back? Who knows? She should resurface as time goes by. I don't think I can go on with this journey with you, Reagan. Please bring Sully back. If you're serious about that, then look for Rain Vosto life. Your life depends on it. Selphine herself said that she couldn't do anything on her own and called on me asking for help. As long as that white flag of hers is raised, that means she still acknowledges that she's given up on herself. Why? Why did you do all that? A mind dive won't work if both parties don't agree to freely sharing information, which means I had to force the information out of him. That doesn't mean you can just... Our unpleasant conversation wouldn't have just gone on if I hadn't done it. More importantly, we need to focus on the information. The drugs only begun to take effect, so I couldn't access all his memories, but I've gleaned what we need to know. Saul is as good as ours. We're going. From the city, we made our way inland. It took about an hour. Lives pretty far away from the city, huh? The streets were a lot more labyrinthine than in the city. Had Reagan not taken the lead, I definitely would have gotten lost. What kind of fool would try to stir up a ruckus in the heart of an enemy's lair? After more walking for a better part of an hour, we came across a dilapidated house. No, shack would be more appropriate. People even live in buildings here? Soul lives here? In a place so far removed from the city? This is the place. Excuse us now. Reagan, you can't just go in without knocking. Who is it all of a sudden? We enter Saul's house. We saw a young girl lying on the bed. She just looks like Saul. Saul's little twin sister, Mill, was it? Where's your brother? Do you have any business with him? You're rather composed considering the situation you're in. This girl, she's practically skin and bone. Even a quick glance makes it clear she isn't in good health. May I ask who you two are? What gives you the right to barge into someone's house? Answer me. Where is your brother? As Reagan approached the bed, the girl pulls a cord hidden behind. Ah, no Reagan. I won't make it. Concentrate, high speed. A moment in time compresses, the world slows. Rope. Oh. There in the ceiling, a crossbow. This girl planned to kill Reagan without a moment's hesitation. Oh. Thank God. Reagan, please be more careful. There's a trap. If I had noticed even a moment later, I probably would have made it, even if I did see the bolt flying through the air. Huh. Mm-hmm. Well done, Sevitz. You've certainly proven your worth. No way. At that moment, I see her gaze shift to whatever's behind us. Ah, get away from her. It'll be dangerous to let him lash out. I need to hold him down. Bam. Calm down, Soul. I said calm down. Soul. Don't you touch Soul. Don't you dare touch it. Let go, damn it. You get away from her. Get away from her. Finally, I can see some genuine humanity in that face of yours, kid. Huh? What's with her? She's like a completely different person. Soul quickly loses strength. He must have been shocked, scared even, to see such a radical departure from the Silly he knows. Soul, please don't struggle. Sevitz, keep him pinned like that. Yeah. Soul begins to try and shake me off. Stay back. Get away from Soul. We need to talk. 3 days ago when you vanished, my retainer disappeared as well. The townspeople said you two seem to have some sort of disagreement. What happened? Don't you lay a finger on my sister. If you want to talk, we can take this outside. You stay away from her. Silence, you little brat. Do you still understand? You're in no position to question me. As she spoke, Raven grabbed the girl by the back of her collar, as if holding up a small animal. No, let go. My body, it won't. What do you... Stop. The girl resists, but only for a moment, and then... Ah. She stops all moving as if something switched her off. Her eyes are turning gray. Sudden mana shock? Mana is getting to her brain. Reagan, are you out of your mind? Why, you? I'll keep this quick, so listen. I've shut off the mana lines connecting to her brain. She won't last 5 minutes. Whether she lives or dies, this is all up to you now. I have only one demand. Answer my questions truthfully. If you understand, then nod. Your answer? Yes, I'll do it. I'll do anything. Just let her go. Please. Then I'll ask you again. 3 days ago when you vanished, my retainer disappeared as well. She's the only one who clearly expressed distrust in you. Don't tell me you don't remember her. Where is she now? Tell me everything and anything you know, no matter how trivial. I want nothing but truth. I stole her money when she was in the bathhouse, all of it. But when I did that, she actually waiting to ambush me. So I ran to the market district. I ran and she chased me a while until I got to a dead end, but then she suddenly collapsed. Then this old guy calling himself a genius appeared out of nowhere. What kind of absurd recanting is this? The old guy just took her, the purple-haired girl. She just took her away. Preposterous. There isn't a shred of credibility in that story of yours. It's the truth. I swear I'm not lying. I'll bet my life on it. Would you bet your sisters? I'm not. Alright then, we go. Reagan lets go of the girl's neck and lays her down the bed. And so she does. The color in her eye returns. Mill. Reagan. No, stay with me, don't go. Huh? Stay here. Soul. Don't worry, she'll come in too in about 5 minutes. More importantly, come here, I need to prove your testimony. Look on to Saul of a sudden. Are you listening? Yeah. Then hurry up, time is of the essence. Reagan begins the cinnamon stone in her hands as she speaks, and casually grabs Soul by the temple. That kind of motion, a mind dive, I'm sure. It's alright for her to keep using Mana Croft to break back to back like this? What the? That man. Rupika Grouse? Huh? That fool, what is he doing in a place like this? Wait, what's going on? Rupika Grouse. He was a doctor in Ruzenheid. Selfine's father, King Vala, had him exiled from the kingdom. It seems that Rainvasta was taken into custody by that man. Huh? What was someone from Ruzenheid doing all the way out here? As if I would know. He's been exiled for over 10 years now. I can't believe he's in a place like this. Huh. I see. To think that I'd find him here. Haha. That's perfect. 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's go, Zevitz. We're going to look for Grouse. Hey. Will Mill... she be... I thought I told you she'll regain consciousness in about 5 minutes. Stop being so glum and get a grip. Soul. What's with him all of a sudden? Was it just shock that's gotten him this down or something else? Your sister sure has quite the weak mana circulation, I could tell by touch. She is seriously ill. You can tell you know about Mill's sickness? I had a little peek in the memories of that pharmacist you go to. No matter how much you eat, you won't be able to gain any nourishment if your body's mana flow is weak. You'll end up losing weight, experiencing malnutrition as you continue to grow older, eventually resulting in death. They call it the invisible noose. According to that pharmacist, she has maybe 3 or 4 years left. Well, of course, you of all people would know. Alright, Zvets, let's go. What? Wait. That Grouse guy, is he really a doctor? That he is. His skill and diagnosis are unparalleled in all of Ruzenheid. No, all of the Alliance even. He's considered a genius, able to cure completely unknown diseases. There isn't a soul in my country who doesn't know about him. I'll help too with looking for the lady with the purple hair. Why? What are you up to? We got no money left. Well... you want Grouse to give your sister an examination, eh? You don't trust what that pharmacist has to say, do you? Because with what I make, the pharmacist's the only one willing to take a look at my sister. Jumping at anything that serves your needs, how self-seeking. With all that's happened, you expect us to lend you a hand? Well, not that I don't look like the enterprising attitude of yours. Please, let me come with you. I gotta have him look at Mill. I'll do anything. There are 2 issues here. 1, just exactly what services can you offer us? 2, Grouse is a fickle man. Don't think he's an ordinary physician. He's quite far gone. He won't care to examine anyone but those who've caught his attention. And for no matter how much you beg or plead, he isn't going to capitulate anytime soon. I'll do something about that first one. I've got a hunch on where you can find a whole bunch of doctors in the city. And I know someone in that bunch. What? I'll figure something out, so please get him to just take a look at Mill. I'll do everything I can. I'm begging you. Please help Mill get an examination. Reagan, I'd like to ask you to help them too. This is just too much to bear. Boy, you said you had an idea where we can find Grouse? Out with it then. Is that true? There's a medical facility deep inside Neo Sasori. Normal people can't get in, but there isn't any place you can find a doctor in Port Sasori. Sol, do you know what that place is called? I think it was like Hires, or was it Hives? I think it was something like that. Hives. They're a company that came over from Cordon, I think. It's pretty rare for someone from the outer pole to come over here. Ho ho, Hives, you say? Vets, they're your rival company, aren't they? Then maybe it's as Rudo says, they've gone and expanded here into the inner pole. Why would they have a medical facility, though? That's the last place I'd think to put one. Who knows? Rumor has it they've done some special research into mana there before. But I don't know any of the details. All I know is that it's not the kind of place you would normally go if you were sick. I see. That might explain the abundance of military police as well. Yeah, I bet they're not really there to guard Neo Sasori, but rather whatever's going on deep inside. Just what could be in the facility worth protecting, needing even military police as sentries? You're telling me that Ryan Vasta and Grouse are in that facility? Can't say for sure, but if what he said about it being a doctor is true, then it almost guarantees he's in there. I mean, there's no real other hospitals in Sasori, so... What? No way. For a port town as large as Sasori not to have any hospitals? That's unthinkable. You have pharmacists, some merchants even set up shop with pharmacies and stuff, but no real doctors. Healthcare isn't just about getting medicine, Sol. What do you do if there's a special case that can't be treated with medicine? I don't know. You don't know? Thanks to the Vita Stream, no one Neo Sasori really gets sick, so they don't really need doctors there. What about Port Sasori? What do the people there do? Get medicine from those pharmacists, I guess. No way. Just like when the lady in black tried to buy some. That didn't even look like he was trying to prescribe anything useful, just trying to sell her the most expensive drug. We can't even be sure since we don't really know anything about medicine. So we just buy whatever he sells. No way. Just how does Viscanta even continue to operate with a system like that? I don't really get it either. Well, I mean, it's currently being run by a different country altogether, so really they can just keep operating as usual. There's nothing we can do. It's our fault for not having enough money. If we want to live a good life, then we need to pay up for it. If we don't want to get sick, we have to save up money so we can live in Neo Sasori. That's discrimination. Don't you think it's unfair? What do you mean? That's what poor people deserve. It's their fault for being poor. Jesus. How could you think that way? How? I really could not care less about how horribly fractured the goings-on of your country is right now. The issue at hand is whether or not Rang Vastas and Grus are in that facility. You said they're not just anyone can set foot inside. Do you have a way of sneaking in? It's deep inside Neo Sasori. Nothing but water all around. The only way in is through the front door. Take us there, then. Even if you went there, they're not going to let you in. What else would you have us do, then? Nothing's going to happen until we take action. Megan, try not to do anything too violent, okay? Enough whining, Zevitz. That's all depends on how they decide to welcome us. People who make a habit of kidnapping others don't have the right to put their errors about themselves. I suppose. There's this thing called a Process 2 program. Straight to 2, not 1. You know about it? Yeah. Process 2 is a drug further refined from Process 1. Apparently it creates a resistance to mana. Just a few years ago, they began the Process 2 program. P2P in the facility. Persona 2 Portable. They recruited people to be subjects for the Process 2 experiments. Don't tell me, you took part in those, Saul? I barely got any money from it, but I was able to at least bless Mana Croft as fast as a typical adult could. You could just force your body to... Basically a scientific recreation of Ophia. All I know is that's the name of some kind of ritual in a different country. Just who are you two? Ophia? It's one of the kinds of exhaustion rituals a Mana Crofter undergo during puberty. Ophia simulates the mana working inside an individual's body. It greatly increases their body's output of purified mana. Any prospective bottle crofter is certain to undergo this ritual, otherwise they'll have a major disadvantage to the speed at which they can bless mana croft. But isn't that going to cause them harm? It has been said that it depends on when they undergo the ritual. Once the internal mana's rhythm changes as one matures from child to adult, it is most malleable and easy to shape during adolescence. During this period of instability, one can shape their mana production, nearly permanently increasing its output. This is the Ophia process. Undergo that process too early or too late, and your body's lifespan will be greatly shortened. Still, there are many who thought that it placed so much stress on the body they did not undergo the ritual. Some people even base their relationships on whether or not their partner would or would not undergo Ophia. What? You mean they wouldn't go out with someone if they had taken Ophia? Or if they hadn't? The opposite, those who thought Ophia shortened one's life refused to be with those who underwent the ritual. Suddenly, a good deal of prospective battlecrafters hid their career plans, and the issue even gave rise to discrimination, becoming quite a problem in our society. Wow, so there's racism on top of racism. Before, even when they don't even know the consequences of Ophia, people underwent the ritual when they turned 9. There was a theory that was why most people didn't live past 50 back then. Although there isn't any real proof that when they delayed the ritual to adolescence, people's lifespan greatly increased. What a shame, Soul. You were premature, just like them. About 15, 20 years of your life have been lost. Looks like it. When they finished the experiments, they told me the same thing. Soul spoke without any change in his facial expression. No, his financial...
What's up with your reading?
I don't know. I'm like, maybe I've just been reading way too much shit lately. Now my brain is like trying to like dumb me down. What? No, how could you? How could you say that with a straight face? Is what I had wanted to say but shouldn't. As I held that thought while speaking, I realized something. Soul is missing something. He isn't a slow boy. He should have realized the weight of the issue. But it's as if he isn't even shocked by the truth. I'm sure it's something that doesn't even matter to him. It's as if death doesn't faze him. He's throwing his life away to care for a sister with not much of a future left. You already knew? It's all in the past. There's nothing I can do now. What is this? Some unsightly facade you put up to hide your self-abandonment? Well, if you tell me not to pay heed to it, then there's no problem. Anyway, go on. What if you were part of the experiments? Those who are part of the experiments can go for periodic checkups. They don't pay, though, so I've never gone, but if I asked about it, they might let me in. I see. Good grief, this is getting unnecessarily complicated. Though even if we wanted to go now, we couldn't make it today. Neosastry is a pretty long way for it. By the time we get there, the sun will probably have set. We should leave first thing tomorrow morning. And just why should we wait? Night, mid-afternoon? Does the time of day even matter? Actually, a lot of people who go into Neosastry posing as the prospectors trying to get into that facility. That's why there's so many guards. Especially at night, when there are even more of them on patrol. We should go in there looking like... We should go in there looking like regular prospectors like before in case anything happens. Ah, this is truly quite the inconvenience. Well, then we shall wait for you at our inn. I expect to see you guiding us tomorrow morning, Saul. Much as I like to, we need to buy a pass to get a new accessory. I can't go with you. Ah, that's right. Not having money to our name is really causing us a mobility issue. Well, that's not gonna work now, is it? Do something about it. Do something? Just steal money from some fool like you did with Reinvasta. Reagan. Say, I thought the same thing when I first met you, but you really don't have a sense of value of money, do you? When we first went in, I got a day pass, but even that was super expensive. It's not the kind of money I could usually make in a day. Then find a new way to make more money in a day. A new way? Figure that out yourself. If you can't do that, then just rob people. Megan, please, enough of that. If we end up in the Peacekeepers' sights, then it'll be even harder to move about. Peacekeepers? Well then, what do you propose? Do we take our sweet time earning a wage as bar wenches? It's not like I want to do it either, but this is urgent. Necessity knows no laws. Well, I'll figure something out. I'll get the money. You may have quite some strength in you, but that doesn't instantly translate to money. So are there any jobs that would need a whole lot of heavy lifting? The kind that only any one person can't handle? What do you mean? Exactly as she says. Tell us about any work that would normally take 5-6 men to accomplish. You can do at least that much, can't you? Soul's little sister woke up. Mill. Soul, those two there. Don't worry, Mill. Don't worry. Oh, she gets a portrait. I see. Sorry to make...
Yeah, she actually has lines.
Cool. I thought she was just a one-off.
Oh, no.
Oh, she's important. Don't worry about me. Are you really gonna lead the two... Are you gonna lead those two in, though? Millie glares daggers at us. How much are you crying?
He cries a lot.
This is one... You're a robot. Why do you even need to cry? Like, I get you're trying to recreate human emotion, but, like, I don't think wasting water resources is not good. This is one job you shouldn't take on. If something ends up happening, it's going to be serious. Besides, she looks like a crofter. Hesitant, she glanced at Reagan. And that girl, her vision and track are impossibly good. She totally thinks I'm inhuman, though I guess I am. I don't think you could escape from either of them. What's this now? You're just assuming we'll stab him in the back? I can't tell whether she's being serious or sarcastic, but she's definitely quite the interesting girl. See, these girls, they know a doctor. And he's a pretty good one, too. What? I'm gonna try to get him to give you a checkup. Is that so? Okay. Wait, what? Does she have a lot of money or something? Still, a quick way to make a lot of money. A job that pays enough for a day pass Neo Sanctuary for half a day's work? I don't think there is one. No, there's Mortician's Soil. People are always buying that up. But Soul, you can't do that on your own. Yeah, I can't do it myself, but you asked about a job with heavy lifting, right? One that needed 5 or 6 people's worth of labor? Yeah, I did. I'm not sure what you meant by that. I won't ask, but I'll trust you for it. It's safe work and it pays pretty well, but it does need a lot of manual labor. Is that so? If you could do 5 or 6 minutes worth of labor in a single day, then you could earn more than enough to buy a day pass. Stop with the roundabout explanation, just tell us what kind of job this entails. In Ceres, when someone dies, it's customary to fill their coffin with soil from Ceres. That soil fetches a pretty high price for buyers in Neo Sanctuary. Soil, huh? They call it the fertile soil of Ceres. I'm thinking of selling some to specialist dealers. Still, there's a specific amount they need, and they won't buy it unless you bring it to them. But it's soil, real heavy stuff, not something just 1 or 2 people can carry. Since you need a lot of manpower to bring it all, you need to spend a lot, and since pay is split among more people, it doesn't really work out. So what you're saying is all I have to do is literally carry dirt around. Exactly. Oh, thank goodness, at least it's a simple, easy to understand job. Wait a minute. Just how far is Ceres? Even if it pays well, time is also a factor. I will refuse work that takes too long. Besides, why should you come with us to Neo Sanctuary anyway? You just need to tell us where the facility is. Of course, I consider that too, but you really shouldn't. It's not like Neo Sanctuary at all. Surveillance around that place is really tight. They're going to catch you and interrogate you for sure. At worst, they might even confiscate your prospector passes. If that happens, then we might as well give up. No way any of us could get into Neo Sanctuary anymore. Reagan, we should get Sol to lead us there. I'll take care of the money. We can't afford to make any careless slip-ups here. We should stay with him. He knows some people in the facility and way more about the country than I or us. Very well. I'll leave the matter of financing with you as well. Yes. You look rather surprised. Well, you know, I didn't expect you just to go with what I said. I'll take it as a sign of respect from your action earlier. Oh, catching the bolt, you mean? That I do. I told you before I'm expecting great things from you. I won't repeat myself. Yes. Now then, Sol. Explain to me exactly what this work entails. I want to have a clear idea. There's a place about 2 hours from here that stores fertilizer soil. We just have to carry that over to the plaza in Port Sassari. That's it? Sounds easy. It's so close by, too. I wonder why they'd pay so much for it. It's the terrain that's a problem. You can take a carriage from Ceres up to the storage facility, but there's a valley right after that, so you need to carry this stuff up to Neo Sanctuary back on foot. There's a detour around it, too, but that takes more than a week to pass. The place we're going to is an emergency storehouse. Emergency? In Neo Sanctuary, when someone suddenly needs soil, they put it in request and pay 3-4 people a whole lot of money to bring some in. If you could do that job with just 1 person, we'd make several times what just 1 person could make. That's only if you do the job. Say, you're really sure you can do this? You know we're going down a route even horses can't take. If you need to rest, then we won't be able to make it back home within the day. I'm totally okay. I'm actually more worried about you, Sol. Sure, confident. Of course I'm fine. I've been asking by the traders to get soil off, and so I've been there. I'll lead the way. Let's go. You know what they say, strike while the iron's hot. Huh? What nonsense are you mouthing off now? I'm not going. Eh? What point is there in me accompanying you? Well, I suppose. I've left this job in your hand. Don't disappoint. I guess that's fine, too. It'd be a problem if she got hurt. It takes 2 hours one way. You'll be carrying soil coming back, so let's say 3 hours. 5 hours back and forth. Sun will definitely set by then, right? If we don't take any breaks and go as fast as possible, we should be able to finish in half the time. Though the footing is pretty bad, rushing would be pretty dangerous. Oh, that's not a problem for me. Hey, Zevitz, carry Sol on the way out. That'll make the journey faster. Eh? Yes, I was just thinking the exact same thing. Hey, wait. Still, it will be evening by the time you arrive in the city. Will the trader of yours still be open? They'll buy soil anytime, 24 hours a day, so that's not a problem. But carrying me? Alright, we'll be back. Sol, let's get going. Please get on my back. Wait a minute, what are you gonna do? Me? I'll be waiting here. Eh. Relax. As long as you and Zevitz come back here on time, nothing untoward will happen towards your little sister. Don't worry about me, Sol. During the mine dive earlier, I took the liberty of ascertaining that you weren't lying and have no malignant intentions.
Malignant.
Malignant. Again, another word I have never seen written. Time is of the essence. Phew, that's taken care of. Looks like I'm free now. Oh, do pardon the intrusion. A little late for that, don't you think? Oh, don't be tense. As long as you don't try anything funny, I won't do anything to harm you. Just who are you two? Travelers. You're a crofter, aren't you? Formerly, that was ages and ages ago. You look too young to have using that term. Don't be fooled by my appearance. Didn't you say the same thing about me earlier? Huh? Yes, there was something I wanted to tell you. Mill, was it? Your actions from when we first met are commendable. They carry a fantastic decisiveness. Only those with true resolve could have acted the way you did. That might have ended up in you dying, you know. Then it was my folly for approaching you, thinking you were nothing but a child. I certainly would have died if it had not been for Zevitz. Truly spectacular, that girl. Bwahaha. You're pretty weird. Fine by me. That's what's kept me alive in this world for many generations. Definitely weird, all right. Your body's rather weak, but you're far livelier than your brother Saul is. Where are your parents? You seem to be sorely mistaken. Mistaken? Even if you and your friend trust me, I don't trust either of you in the slightest. If I could, I would have kicked you out as soon as humanly possible. A fair answer. But know this, right now gaining your trust has absolutely no merit whatsoever. Let me remind you that as long as you don't try anything funny, no harm will come to you. Whether our wait on Zevitz and Sol's return will be a pleasant one or not lies in your hands, Mel. Here. This is tea. And just what inspired this sudden change of attitude? I thought about it, and realized I'm only able to walk around like this because of your money. I ought to do this much. Sol used our money to buy your medicine. But I refuse. This isn't poison or anything, you know. If you don't believe me, I'll take the first sip. Such a cliche trick in the book. What's there to doubt if I'd taken a sip right in front of you? It'd be far too easy to take an antidote beforehand and then drink it to lure me into a false sense of security. Tasting for poison only works if the taster is someone you can trust with your life. Just who are you really? A princess from a faraway land. I've already survived countless attempts on my life. Please don't joke around. With the way you talk and act, I might end up believing you. Huh. Don't forgive me. That's just how I am. You're merely acquaintances right now. There's no point in risking our lives just to become friends. That would be silly. I see. Well, I'll drink this instead, then. What, that's a rather complicated expression you're making? No, well, why aren't you angry at Sol even though he robbed you? Why aren't you angry at Sol even though he robbed you of all your money? Other people would well go white with rage and try and attack or kill, because it's but a trivial matter. Trivial? Money is a trivial matter? For those who live within a certain set of rules, accumulating money is what allows them to expand their means and possibilities. We are travelers. Outside of that cage of rules, apart from special circumstances like these, it's something we are in no need of. Trading it so lightly. Money is compensation for one's labor, and labor is something that man must contribute for the betterment of society. You could say it's what gives us the right to live. For you to call something like that trivial, that's an interesting philosophy coming from someone who just benefits from stealing money. Did my indifference to money hit a nerve somewhat? We aren't able to make that kind of money adults can, but we still need a fair amount just to keep living. Money must be made even if we have to break a few rules. Oh, we will live no matter what the means, not that you would understand, I'm sure. No, I do not. Neither do I intend to. An abundance of those who do not labor because there is no pay, truly the symbol of a third world country. How exactly do you expect society to function without money? It is beyond me. And I could not possibly conceive of a society that cannot continue to function and exist without it. The difference in our systems of values cannot be resolved by mere tea time banter. Well, don't let it trouble you so much. I repeat, there is no merit in understanding you or gaining your trust. I want you to understand. How come? Because I want you to understand the situation Saul and I are in. What do you expect from me to come with such understanding? Considering you'd be dead sooner rather than later. Yes, you're right. Never mind then. I apologize for being so forceful. Was I too harsh? I'd lost sight for a moment there. With how vehemently you had argued with me, I ended up speaking to you as my equal. Speaking of such a dreadful manner with such a young child as yourself. Have I said too much? Have my words hurt you? Haha, not at all. I see. Oh, what? No CG of her sipping the tea?
She still thinks it's poisons, I would assume.
Reagan, Mill, we're back. Oh, fast on their feet as expected. Back already? It's only been 2 hours. Something must have happened. They had to pull back, I'm sure. No, I'm certain they accomplished their task. Come on. No way.
Fucking Saul.
He's just like Rune is just like la-di-da-di-da, and Saul's like, what the fuck have I just witnessed? Sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, that's quite the haul. We could have brought even more, but a part of the container broke. Though we were able to get back faster thanks to that, at least. Saul, you okay? She's not human. Huh? Alright, time to sell off all this soil. You're certain that this trader of yours will buy this? It should be fine, I think. So, can you grab another container like I asked you earlier? This container's pretty much done for, so I'll need a new one sooner-ish. Sure, give me a minute. I just like to imagine she's just like carrying it above her head, like with no problem.
And Saul's just under her arm.
And Saul, yeah, she's carrying it, one hand holding the container above her, the other one Saul just in her arm. And she's just like, he's just like, what the hell? We can't even fit half of it. It won't all fit, huh? It's alright, this is much more than enough to get a day pass. I've never seen this much of Ceres's fertile soil in my life. Saul, feel free to sell off the rest of the soil here later. Huh? Just a little present from us. You sure? No, no way. Someone's feeling generous. I hope you haven't forgotten that they were the ones who stole our money in the first place. Oh, it's fine, he'll lead us there anyway. I'm sure this is destiny at work. Plus, if we need to, we can just sell some of the soil ourselves for money, I'm assuming. What we really need isn't money, it's getting Ratona back. Very well, we can make money again, given time anyway. Come on, let's go. Yeah. Anyway, Mill, I'll be out all night. Are you set for dinner? No problem, we still got fish left over. Ah, that's right, Sol was out that time. I guess Mill had taken care of her own mills. Make sure you bundle up when you sleep. Don't worry, I said. You ought to worry about yourself instead, Sol. You're gonna have it rougher than I will from here. Yeah. The way Sol answers Mill looks like he's only answering out of reflex. One ear out the other. Sol really listening to what Mill's saying? We're off. Back to town. The mortician gladly bought up the soil. It's as if we got all our money back Sol stole. They really do buy soil. I should brush up the market values on this sorts of thing from now on. I mean, this seems like too easy a gig, so... It also doesn't look...
well, I mean, if you consider... It is with Rune.
It is with Rune. Well, for us, it seems too simple a gig. But for the 4, 5, 6 people who have to do that in a day's worth and only get paid a fraction... Like, they could literally just make all the money they need here and then just go. Let us return to the inn. Yeah. So... You can just come back to us early tomorrow morning. I'm sure you're worried to death about Mill. Okay. What's there to worry about? Your little sister's far more resilient, far more tenacious than you think. That's not exactly the problem, Reagan. Is there any reason why he shouldn't go back? None, as long as he comes back for us. Then what he does is none of my concern. Uh-huh. Early morning tomorrow, you'll get no mercy from me if you're late. Yeah. It really is just one ear out the other. Is he alright? Reagan's right. Though, rather worried about Will, we should be focusing on Sol. I'll just walk Sol up to the entrance pier. Whatever. I'm going to bed. Do whatever you want. Uh-oh, guess I made her mad. Okay, then shall we go, Small? To where? To where? The entrance pier. That's where I'll walk you. Yeah. Here you go, Saul. What's this? Your pay for today's work. Thanks for everything. I didn't do anything worth getting paid for. Of course you did. Without you, we wouldn't even know where to look for Ratona. We don't even know if she's in that facility or not. We aren't even sure if what that man said was true or not. Oh, don't say that now. Rune, you're being too easy on this boy. This boy that is literally robbed from you, but... I mean, I guess... Please, go buy something nice and warm for Millie. Okay. Looks like he isn't even listening to me anymore. Well, see you tomorrow. Good morning. What do you want, Visky? This area's off limits. Yeah, see, I want to talk to you about that. Talk? What's with this kid? Is he half asleep? Hey, now, if you don't want to get cuffed, then get out of here. Hey, wait a minute now. I'm a test subject from the P2P. I haven't been feeling well. Could I meet with the chief here? I'm pretty sure that was the deal. P2P? It's been years. Haven't you heard we stopped with the aftercare half a year ago? That's no longer our responsibility. Got it? Good. Now go home. But the deal was the aftercare was for life, right? You asked for meds even though all you did was sell them instead of taking them. Eh? And you just wouldn't stop, so we decided to cut the program. Serves you all right. No way. I'm sure you know, but there isn't a single doctor in all of Port Sassari. Please. The boss is busy. She doesn't have time to deal with freaking brats like you. Talking to you is a waste of time. Reagan, who's in charge of this facility? Call them out this instant. Reagan suddenly charged in again. Who is the... What's going on with her? Did you not hear me? I said call the administrator of this facility. I must speak with him. Don't make me repeat myself. I can't just... Wait a minute. What, you're getting scared of her? This chick's got, I don't know, some kind of crazy aura around her. Forget it. Leave us be. We're passing through. You can't just... No, you're the one staying put, you stupid little... Don't touch me. This is the last time I'm saying this. If you treasure your life, then you will unhand me at once. What, you little... Reagan. Monocroft, she's a crofter. Red alert, we have an intruder. Kill her, she's the one that started. Shoot her. Wait, stop, don't shoot. Everyone, please calm down. The hell are you doing? Get rid of the damn chick. My body, it won't... I can't move. I'm force committed the mon in your brain. You're a puppet under my control now. Do note that once I've taken over your control of your brain, it's all over. My hand, it just moved on its own. This isn't me, I'm not the one doing this. Help me. Yes, I've left your mouth untouched. Do scream some more, it is quite effective. That's right, struggle. Show how pathetic you are to your ever so sympathetic comrades. Reagan.
The amount of CGs of Selphie, like, threatening to murder people is hilarious.
I mean, knowing just how carefree she usually is, like, yeah, it is very much a...
Can you understand why Selphine's my favorite character?
I can't. Well, it's not Selphine, it's Reagan.
Well, this is Selphine.
Ah.
Because Empress Syndrome is just... It's Selphine's personality, but influenced by the memories of Reagan.
Right. Hey you, your answer, you have 5 seconds. Are you fine seeing her end her life before your own very eyes, are you? Guys, my finger is just pulling the trigger on its own. We can't call for her right now. Just give us some time to get her. Not happening. 5, 4, please, just a little more, even a minute, even a few more seconds. Boss. 3, 2, 1. Now, that's enough, everyone. Boss? Oh, whoa there. That's some nice money you got there, girl. Boss? You're the person in charge of this organization, I presume? Excuse me, where are my manners? Good day, everyone. My name is Skator. I'm the district chief of the Hives Corporation Vita Domain facility. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Vita Domain? I believe you are one of the subjects from P2P. I can see in your face you look so tired, so very tired. What's with this woman? I get her. Are you one of those people protesting about us canceling the P2P aftercare? Ah, that's a bit of a problem. If you do something like that, then I'm gonna have to report this to the oldies up top. No, it's not. Who are those two exactly? I have no name to give to the likes of you. Oh, really? Too bad. How about you, miss? What's your name? It's Rune. Rune? That's a strange name. No, I meant one of the members of this facility of yours is abducted and my attendant. I'll be inspecting this facility for her. Oh my, that's quite the predicament, isn't it? But only authorized people are allowed to enter. I do apologize. Boss, this is my final warning. Secretor was your name? You will let us in. No matter what you say, we will find a way in without fail. We will hunt and kill as many as we need to achieve that end. Ah, for a girl with such a pretty face, you do say some nasty stuff. I demand a serious answer. Well, if I didn't let you, then Miss Guard over here is gonna die. That's sad. Just too sad. Thank you, Chi. Oh my, now don't struggle. Let me pop inside for a bit to see if the person you're talking about is here. Just wait a moment. What the heck, she creeps me out. Utterly incomprehensible, this woman. Guards, lower your gun, please. Do as these girls say, okay? And as for you, me, what do you want? Some medicine. So you can sell it off? I won't sell it. I'm sure you will. You Viskies are liable to do just anything for money anyway. Well, whatever, I don't care, but this is the last time, yeah? If you pull this again, I'll be reporting you for reals, get it? Is this alright, Chief? You shouldn't be letting them just do this. Ah, no biggie, no biggie. I mean, if we don't, then the nice guard's gonna die, you know? And who has to deal with the paperwork after that? Me. Apology letters have to be so long. Each is like a whole Alyson Raven novel. Or Rave. It's such a pain, I swear. I'm not doing that ever again. This music is intense as shit. Now, everyone, relax. It's over now, okay? I'll head inside to check it out, so could you just wait for just a bit, Blondie? Skator turns around and heads back. But right before she's inside, she stops there remembering something. Oh, right, you said your name is Rune, didn't you? She talks without looking. You don't happen to be the same room as the vet's family daughter, do you? What could you be talking about? Huh. What's going on with her? Well, you see, my husband 6 years ago got killed by Rune, after all. It was during one of the Zvet's meetings about its expansion. Like, apparently the drinks they had were full of Process 1. Can you believe it? It was some indiscriminate mass homicide case. But it's too bad. Seems like that girl just went and died. Too bad. I've always wanted to see her face to face. Well, it's not like it involves you, right? After all, you're Rune, right? Enough chit-chat. Get inside, start looking. Oh, sorry about that. Whenever I hear the name Rune, I just get worked up and all. Anyway, I'll be right back. Get a hold of yourself. The moment we recapture Reynovsta, we're leaving this city. Good grief, will you stop with the sounds? Fine, I'll free your lips. Now stop struggling, it makes me uncomfortable. If you just stay still, then you won't come to further harm. All you need to do is stay on your knees, as you are now. I won't move, I swear. Don't kill me. Quite strange, though. Why would Skator go out of her way to look through the facility herself? If all she needed was to speak with those inside, then why not just do so with a Comcrot line? She can't. Those kinds of methods don't work. Any weak Comcroft-like personnel lines get cut once you go inside the domain. Oh, so that's why the line between Ratoni and me was cut. Miss Rudo. Yes? We're in the middle of battle. Eyes forward. Yes, ma'am. I wonder if Ratona's really inside here. She is. How can you tell? My intuition. It's telling me both Rain, Vasta, and Grouse are here. The sounds of a glass wind chime. A sound I'd heard long before I gained my understanding of my surroundings. It was the one and only thing left to me by my grandfather. Even my grandfather, who was ascetic towards material possessions, treasured it dearly. That very chime was also spurred my interest in glass. Such a nostalgic sound, but the sound ring is related to something very important, but I can't remember. Ah, that's right, that wind chime. One day the cord came loose, causing it to fall and shatter. Almost forgotten the shock I felt that day. Yes, I desperately gathered its shards and tried to piece it back. For hours and hours I kept trying to repair the broken chime. Fragments that were too small for me to find I created using Monocraft. It was the first time in my life I created glass. But it wasn't the right color. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get the same color. Always ended up changing. Grandfather's precise memories. I exhausted every single means and method I'd heard, even trying to create that same green-blue color. After 3 days, I finally resembled something like a wind chime. Even the color looked similar to how it looked before it was broke. But it never made the same sounds that it has as swayed. Prince Celine. What the? It's dark. Where is this place? It's so dark. Am I in space? No, that's not even possible. Think. What happened? Yes, I was chasing Soul down. We were right up to the dead end. And then what happened? I can't remember. And where am I? Ah, the moment I try to get up, every joint in my body aches and creaks. It feels like a straw rope is rubbing against them. Sensation is dulling my senses and thoughts. This feeling is so repulsive, as if the blood flowing through my veins is thickening, coagulating. What? On the other side of the room was another bed, a young girl reading a book. Did she notice my getting up? She glances this way. Though she seems to be uninterested, she sighs and turns her head attention back to the book. Who is she? Sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your reading, but what is this place? Aruradam. After making that remark, she scowls and glares at me, eyes full of disdain. How shameful. Don't you have any pride in your own country's language? What? I'm taken aback for a moment. That's surprising. I didn't expect anyone who could speak Sane Ajindan. It's the Ruzenhai dialect. Is this just a dream? It isn't customary to introduce yourself in your mother's tongue. Suddenly talking with Aruradam sure says a lot about how uninformed you are about manners. How long was that custom from? I stopped myself from saying it mid-sentence. Only the elderly would be the kind to say like that. It was a practice that conveyed great respect for the one you were speaking to. That way you could learn the other's greeting in their native language. But suffice to say, the custom became outdated with the introduction of Aruradam. I've heard that custom before. It originated within the Alliance, I believe. You're royalty, aren't you, you dirty little brat? Ruzenhide must be at the very end of its ropes with people like you at the helm. Excuse me? What did she just say? This is a joke, right? It damn well better be. What she just said before was so beyond rude I can't construe it as anything but a crass joke. Do you have a chip on your shoulder or something? You've been doing nothing but picking a fight with me this entire time. This was my room. She places a lot of emphasis on the was. You've been lying on that spot for 3 days already. 3 days? I was unconscious for that long? She scowls at me again as if cursing me for being here. I see. Looks like I've been intruding on her space for some time. I've caused her trouble without realizing. My apologies. For me to have stayed in your room for 3 days without so much as an introduction, please do excuse me for my rudeness. Some unavoidable circumstances had me unconscious for quite a while, you see. Huh. Now, for my long-delayed introduction, Vilcero, my name is Ratona. I extend my arm, but it's completely ignored, as I expected. My apologies. I suppose you wouldn't want to touch the hand of this dirty little brat. Having been confined to unconsciousness for a whole 3 days, I'm sure quite filthy by now. I truly do apologize. I should have forcefully roused myself from my comatose state to take a proper bath. Really, what right did I have to lose consciousness without even taking you into consideration, even though I've only learned of your existence mere moments ago? I better start practicing clairvoyancy to prevent any possible incidents of me causing you trouble in the future.
What's sass?
What's what?
What's sass?
I mean, she has every right to be. I get it. Visceral Rotona, I am Paige Lochelon. This girl, Paige, introduces herself and extends her hand. Welcome to my ward, my world. She smiles ever so slightly with a half-sleepy look on her face. Why the change in attitude? Honestly, I was prepared for an even stronger rebuttal from you. I'm pretty fond of sarcasm, you see. Only someone with a sharp mind can hide their sharpness in their words. If you started panicking right then and there, I'd have chased you out. I hate scenes like that. Is that so? I didn't expect her to take a liking to that response. I also hate people when they're too accommodating the first time around. People like that expect others to respect them just because they act that way. You didn't. I see. With that sentiment, I feel like I've understood the reason for Paige's polarizing personality. Somehow understand that she's trying to say. Back then, I also had that line of thought. But with my job as Royal Guardian came for a need to be a polite, amicable facade. One cannot strive in the world solely on that kind of blunt frankness. So this means she's the type to remain standoffish till she's assessed whether or not someone can be her friend, eh? She'll definitely hate niche people like Selphine and Rune right off the bat.
Niche?
Oh, I thought that said niche. My mind is...
do you want to stop, like, soon?
No,
so you can,
it's
recuperate?
fine. I don't think I'll ever be able to recuperate. So I'm gonna finish this, because we probably only have, like, what, an hour or two left?
Like an hour and a half to 2 hours.
That's what I figured. Well, basically, she's quite the pain to deal with. Ugh. A wave of self-loathing hits me when I think of how I was just back then. Ah, that's right. There was something I'd forgotten to ask. What is it? You look so serious all of a sudden. If we're gonna keep this conversation, I want to be clear with something. Clear something? I'm not royalty. I'm just a layperson, a stray dog if you will, so call me dirty or filthy all you want. But I demand you take back any insults against my country and its nobility. I tell her this in an almost indifferent tone. Raising your temper against someone like Paige only means you've lost. But one needs to stand their ground against her. It's important to draw the line to make things clear. Sure, it's not like I really meant it seriously. I'll take those remarks back. I knew it. Even with that attitude and manner of speaking, she's not a bad person. Probably. Alright, I think we can hold a proper conversation now. Strange. It's as if I can sense Paige's intentions. By the way, just where did you hear that I was royalty? The doctor was calling you a royal guardian. They know I'm a guardian? Just who is this doctor? Wait, Paige, what did you just say? The doctor called you a royal guardian. The pronunciation's off. It's guardian, not guardian. It also refers to an occupation, not a social status. Normally one couldn't make a misunderstanding like that. This has been on my mind, but where did you learn to speak San-Ajardine, Paige? Hers is nearly fluent, but she's got some strange accents here and there. It's definitely not her native language. I couldn't imagine a situation where she'd have to use San-Ajardine all the way on the other side of the world like here. Language is from a country so far away from here. How did you manage to learn it? That's because the doctor is from Rosenheide. I had him teach me. What? What? Someone from Rosenheide? A doctor? It can't be. Is the doctor's name... Hey, Paige, you there? Yes, Dr. Rupica. You can come in anytime. Did you just say Rupica? You did, didn't you? Preposterous. No, it's not completely out of the question, but what are the chances? I thought I told you to drop the doctor bit. Oh, this room had a door? A slender middle-aged man wearing a coat by years of use appeared from the middle of the darkness. A quick once-over tells me he's somewhere in his 40s. The math adds up. This man, he really is. Vils, you up already, Guardian? A lot faster than I expected. He speaks with a smooth, fluent San-Ajardine accent. It's unmistakably his native language. Where is this place? Why was I abducted and brought here? You're a little off. Abducted isn't the right word. I didn't abduct you. I brought you here out of the goodness of my heart. Amazing a doctor as I am, even I can't cure anyone from death. What? Yeah, the question you actually should be asking is why did you go out of your way to save my life? Are you Rupica Grouse? I figured. If you know who I am, that means you're from Rosenheide. Answer me. Are you Rupica Grouse, the one who was exiled from Rosenheide 10 years ago? Just a little off again. I don't know what kind of rumors are going on, but I chose to leave Rosenheide. Not exiled, got it? That's just a triviality. What are you? What are you doing in a place like this? Well, saving your life for one, I suppose. Now my turn to ask questions. You're a royal guardian, are you? Where's your escortee? Don't tell me you're someone who likes protecting the likes of Vala, are you? I'm not a guardian. You're lying. I suggest you try coming up with a more believable fib next time. And just how can you be sure I am? Where's your proof? Just one look at your Monocroft signature tells me everything I need to know. Ophia of Zeal, a Rusenhide format. The ceremony for that kind of Ophia lasts a long period, about 2 years, I think. Nobody but a guardian would undergo that. When you try and forcibly strengthen someone's Monocroft that much, their signature's gonna have a pretty obvious quirk. An average Joe from any country could tell. No way. No layperson could possibly infer all that from a glance at a Monocroft signature. Well, honestly, even I doubted my eyes for a moment. Never expected to come across anyone who underwent the Ophia of Zeal here. Oh boy, you're trying to keep your guard up now? Come on, it's not like I'm gonna eat you or anything. I just want to have a nice chat, okay? Relax. It's Princess Selphine. King Vala is under the protection of someone else from the Knights? You serious? Say, how old are you? Like 20-something? 19.
Oh, 19.
19? Hey, Paige, she's the same age as you. Oh, are we gonna get Paige as our next companion? Oh,
I don't know.
A royal guardian... A royal guardian at 19, that's crazy. I thought there was an age limit for trick crofters. I'm a dual crofter. So you're a dual crofter, and you became a guardian? Pretty sure you had to be a member of the knighthood to be a guardian, and to be a knighthood you had to be a tri-crofter. I was personally designated guardian by both King Vala and Princess Selphine. I'm only a dual crafter, but I was allowed to enlist as an honorary member of the knighthood. That's awful nice of them, ain't it? Like, you're like the first ever, aren't you? I'm surprised this guy let you in, considering they'd rather stick to regulation rather than reason. But then, that's kind of weird. What's the princess's royal guard doing in a place like this? I thought a guardian was supposed to, I don't know, guard their escort? Where's Princess Selphine? She's currently in Rusenhide. I was relieved from my duties as guardian, so I decided to travel the world to forget about my grief from that. Ah. Why do you insist on doing this the hard way? This hurts, you know? Do I really look like a bad guy here? And why do you think I'm lying? It makes less sense for the princess to be on this side of the world. It takes a minimum of 2 years to get to Viscanti, and that's assuming you don't take any detours or run into any trouble. Counting back 2 years from your age puts your departure at 17, 18 years old. 2-year ceremony for your own for them puts you at 15, maybe 16. Unless you were fired as soon as you were assigned your position, the math doesn't add up. Don't tell me. The princess is here, isn't she? Right here in Viscanta. Is Vala here too? No. It's a long story. I see. Okay, and let's hear it. All of it. I've got all the time in the world. Well, I don't. I can't really leave my companions to fend for themselves like this. I must go looking for Selphine as soon as I can. I'm afraid that's not possible. Why? Because if you leave this room, you'll die. What? Well, technically you'll die if you leave this facility, to be exact. In any case, you just can't up and leave. What do you mean? You're not making sense. You've been feeling pretty bad lately, haven't you? Haven't you thought of why you just suddenly collapsed out of nowhere? Well, you've been to the outer pole, haven't you? Not only that, but you used some pretty draining large-scale monocroft there. Ah. So just relax. Well, unless, of course, you want to die. Oh, wait. That's basically what any villain says, huh? Can you believe it? It was some indiscriminate mass homicide case. Rudo. So I guess you aren't that Rune, are you? My bad. Everyone else recognizes me as Rune. But with my taking on this identity of Rune, also what reasons I made, there's no way for me to take back my past sins. I have to... Get ready, Zets. We're going. Was there some kind of message? Grouse will be showing himself soon. Is someone from Rusenhide really in a place like this? They spoke in fluent San Ajudan with a clear Rusenhide accent. If that isn't Grouse, then it's most certainly someone else from Rusenhide. Is Ratona inside? Seems like she's alive, but that was all I was able to hear. There's no choice, we'll have to go meet them as promised. Is he dangerous? All doctors are. They can take lives even without the use of battlecroft. Don't say something so ominous. Judging by our situation, he shouldn't try to harm us, but he can't be trusted. Just make sure you're ready for anything he's got prepared. Ratona? Understood. Well, this is quite unexpected. Meeting you in a place like this, now that's crazy. Rupik Rupika Grouse. Princess Cellophane Rusenhide. You're still alive? Don't just kill me off like that. And just, what are you doing in a place like this? Yeah, think I'm the one who's supposed to be saying that? It's a long story. Haven't you already heard from Rain Vasta? Well, yeah. But you see, I'm not dumb enough to say, okay, okay, when someone tells me something that absurd. Definitely the logical response. That means she's told you everything, hasn't she? I thought Rusenhide was supposed to be impenetrable. Just what the heck happened back there? Just who is that Milano person? Is she from the Union? I wouldn't know. There was no declaration of war, no advance warning, not a single shred of information. All I can see is they pulled off a perfect surprise attack. The fact that you're here now means that she had told me she wasn't a total lie. By the way, about when did this episode of Empress Syndrome kick in? That's none of your business. So it's Reagan. Pretty mild one, though. It's just like she did a half-assed job trying to pull out her ancestors' memories. And who's this girl? Rune Zevitz. Rurun Zevitz? That's a pretty strange name. No, it's not Rurun, it's Rune Zevitz. Zevitz rings a bell. Maybe she's just got the same name? Nah, no way. Especially with a name like Zevitz. Isn't that Zevitz as in Zevit Corporation in the Outer Pole? You know about it? Pretty sure there was a girl named Rune from there. Though I heard she died. Yes, I am that Rune. No way. Just, who are you people? There's a limit to how far you can stretch a lie, you know. We have more than enough time. Please hear us out. And that's the gist of it. Ratona was in that bad of a condition? She's lucky this place has a Vita domain. Otherwise, she'd have been pushing up daisies by now. She really can't leave the domain? Whoa, 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 slow down. It's not like there's no hope for her. Just that I need the princess over here to do me a little favor. What? I've got the one plan that will solve everything for us, nice and neat. Oh. There's a way for Ratona to travel with us again? Yep. Enough with the smoke and mirrors, what do you want? No, don't be so edgy here. Down to brass tacks, Miss Princess? You should, let me go with you to Rusenhide. Oh, you're gonna be the companion, maybe.
Like I said, I don't fucking know.
Oh, right, I'm assuming they haven't picked one yet? Because they're waiting for part 2?
Well, you could also just not have a companion.
I know, but it seems like that would be fun.
Like, side below is not fucking out yet, so I have no fucking idea.
Right, why? Because that's the favor I want from you. Is that so? Right now, Ratona's internal monorhythm is way out of whack. We need to return it to normal. After about 4 days inside the domain, she should be well enough to set foot outdoors. But after that, she's on a year or two's worth of meds every day. Special stuff that I personally have to monitor and prescribe. What kind of medicines? The kind that helps to stabilize and preserve your body's internal monorhythm. She has to take these meds every day, no questions asked. Kind of a pain, but it's better than never being able to use Monocroft again, or just plain kicking the bucket. So that means she can use Monocroft again? Not initially, of course. It'll take her another 1 or 2 months minimum for her to be able to use most Croft. Oh, come on, don't make that face, Princess. This is practically a miracle, you know. The fact that this town has a Vita domain and there's a facility here that can use its healing abilities, and that a doctor like me is here. Not only does she have the chance to live, but there's a possibility she can return to being a guardian, too. Just what are the chances of all this happening? It'd normally be almost impossible. I'd expect you to be thankful if all this turned out like this, but I'm honestly pretty disappointed that you think that way. If you taught us how to make the medicine, then maybe we could do something about it ourselves? Nope. Even if you could make those meds, only a pro can properly administer medical care to those who've undergone a Guardian-level Ophia. Now, assuming we could enter the Alliance, I can't guarantee you passage into Rusenhide, even if I personally grant you that permission to do so. That's because the incumbent ruler is King Vala. That's part of the deal. You'll have to do something about that. I have my doubts on this. I can't get in touch with Reinvasta. Seems as if our Comcrot line has been cut. Do you know why? There are 2 reasons. 1, her condition. The way she is now, she can't maintain a steady connection. It was probably cut when she collapsed. Reason 2, the facility has been set up so that Comcroft line has to be connected a certain way or else you can't communicate. The mana in the domain is pretty sensitive and all. They're trying to block out anything that could disrupt the flow of the mana in the domain. Let me meet with Reinvasta. That's our bare minimum condition. No can do. The domain will go over capacity. More of your lies, I assume. I'm dead serious. We can't have anything putting even more strain on the Vita domain. I got a real ear from Scatori just by me getting Ratona in there. Well, you said that Comcroft line's been cut, right? Well, Ratona has this thing called a transceiver. Maybe we can contact her with that? Transceiver? Just tell her that, she'll understand. Well, I don't get it, but whatever, I'll just tell her to use it. No biggie. Just give me a minute, I'll connect to one of the working line and tell her roommate to pass on the message. Let's check if Ratona's already awake. Roommate? If she's asleep, just give her a slap or two. Sleeping at a vile time like this, she sure is carefree. Not gonna push the issue, just let her sleep. Her body's desperately trying to restore its monorhythm back to normal. Ratona needs as much rest as she can right now. Just give me a minute. I'm not gonna try pulling anything. Paige? Yeah, about your roommate there. She's still asleep? Uh-huh, alright. Nah, just some stuff going on. Wait, just a minute. Look, I'll buy it for you, okay? Look, you can't just ask me to... Something from inside the facility? Reagan? What? Are you really gonna go with what he's asking? That is the plan. Why? You barely know anything about him, right? And you're just doing as he asked? Indeed. His demand is absolutely unreasonable. Still, I must abide by what he wants. How come? Think. This isn't a give-and-take negotiation in a sense, it's downright coercion. What do you mean? Think about his demand going back to Rosenheide. To accomplish this, we need Rang Vasta to be in good health. We also need a guarantee that she can recover. Taking all this into account, he's basically holding her hostage. There was never an intent to negotiate in the first place. Get it now? May have looked like we were negotiating, but in essence, this is what Grouse said. Unless you take me with you to Rosenheide, I can't guarantee Ratona will survive. But the part about her taking the medicine might be a lie. Even what he said about her condition, it's possible that he really just kidnapped her. There's no way for us to tell if she's actually perfectly fine and that Grouse person just feeding her sugar pills to make her think her life's in danger. Exactly. There's no way for us to tell. There's no merit in us trying to pry any more information from him, at least for now. I'm sure you'll realize that Renvasta's condition has deteriorated ever since we set foot in this town. It's a pretty thin line, ain't it? Therefore, the way things are proceeding, we must make two things clear. Will Renvasta truly be able to leave this facility after 4 days? And will she be able to continue on our journey without issue? As long as we can ensure those two conditions, then we can continue. Let's play along with Gross's little game for now. No good, she's still asleep. First off, we need to know whether she's alive or not. Once she wakes, have her contact us at once. Skeptical much. Man. Well, sure, I don't mind passing the message, but I can't guarantee whether or not she'll get in touch with you with that trans something or other. Just keep that in mind. All of this sure is going to be quite convenient for you, eh, Gross? Everything just happens to fall perfectly in place for you, don't you think? Jeez, get off my back already, will ya? There's gotta be a limit to how much you can doubt people. I'll have you know I'm trying to be a nice person to a fellow countryman here. You're going to keep on insisting that you don't have any bad intent, eh? Well, that depends on how your definition of bad goes. At the very least, I don't mean you any harm. Neither do my goals here. Understood. Well then, Grouse, if you want to gain our trust, then you'll need to do us a favor. Sound pretty commanding considering you're supposed to be asking me a favor. Are you up to it? Depends on what you want. Oh, it's simple. Just teach us how to make this medicine. This is Soul's little sister. This medicine? What do you plan to do? Make it. And why would you want to do that? If what you're saying is true, that means we'll have 4 days of free time. This is what we'll be doing to kill some time then. I don't know what you're up to, but this is extremely easy to make. Just desiccate the base ingredient, sangriola garlands, grind them into a powder, then let them rest for about a week. Oh-ho! It's possible to grow this sanguiola. Making the medicine growing sanguiola relatively easy. What are you planning on growing them over here? Is there a problem with growing it here? Well, yeah, it's not just here either, but this entire country. Really, it won't grow in this soil. Soil? What's wrong with this country's soil? Sagiola won't grow anywhere else but in rich, fertile areas with volcanic pyro soil. Viscanta soil is heavily aqua tribute. Sagiola isn't even going to sprout. Pyro soil. Viscantia has to import all its Sagiola powder from its neighbor, Ceres. There's volcanoes in there. Well, that's a lot to explain, but it takes a lot of effort to bring something over from Ceres. It's so near yet so far. There's a valley in between them, right? So you do know. Well, will the Sagiola grow as long as it's in the soil from Ceres? Well, as long as the environment is right, then it should be possible, but you know, that fertile soil of Ceres is pretty expensive. Reagan. That Soul fellow, he's certainly sharp as a tack, isn't he, Zevitz? Yeah. Hey, don't just cut me off while I'm talking here. That soil isn't the problem. Teach us how to raise it, how to prepare it, anything else we need to pay attention to it. We'll do the rest. Yeah, I mean, we basically got truckloads of soil. Sol, let's dig a hole right now. What's got in India? Hey, Zevitz, explain first, why don't you? Sol, Mill, listen up, you see.
I love Rune's theme.
Oh yeah, it's so nice and... It's so nice and ditzy. That medicine? You can grow it? Right here? Thankfully, we still have a lot of soil left over, so it looks like we can regrow the Sagiola right here. As long as the environment is just right, those plants won't make more than a few days to sprout. Apparently, once they've sprouted, they're as easy to grow as weeds. Really? We'll be doing this to kill time while we wait for a Renvasta's discharge. Let's prepare the area so we can grow some Sagiola. We'll make some waves, no matter how small, in this country's crumbling medical system. By ourselves? What, Mill? Why the long face? No, it's just I can't believe it. I mean, Sol's been trying so desperately to earn money to get that very medicine. I just don't know what to think right now. Well, I mean, it's very easy to say, oh yeah, no, the only medicine you can get is from these, like, you know, very weird places, when in reality it's just like, yeah, just grow some plants, grow some crops, keep it maintained, you got all the medicine.
Well, also, they know nothing about medicine.
Exactly,
like, Sol knows what medicine to give.
Exactly, the only people who know about medicine are in a place they can't access. So it's like...
Well, also, the only place they can get medicine from is pharmacist, and you've seen that guy.
Yeah, the pharmacists who are very much just there to swindle you instead of give you actual treatments. I'd expect them to be happier at the whole prospect, but they seem to be somewhat against it. Maybe it's just the initial surprise? Let's do it for now. Sol, can you lend me a hand? Huh? Yeah, sure. Sol, time for you to learn about plant cultivation in agricraft. Craft? Thanks, or no thanks, to the Ophilia you went under, you seem to have an affinity for all 4 forms of mana. He's a quadcrafter? You should be able to pull it off as long as you concentrate. Agricraft. The climate here is just a touch too cold. You'll need to keep the area around the plants at a stable temp. Just in case anything happens, you'll be able to handle it. You can handle it yourself. Yeah. We are making a farm. Just put the soil in this container over here, please. I'm gonna keep on digging. Wait, you're going too fast. Are you alright with stepping outside? Won't it worsen your condition? It'll be fine, it's only for a short while. Lately, I haven't been feeling too bad. Well, if I move around too much, I'll end up collapsing, though. What's your daily routine like? Obviously, you can't push yourself, but you look perfectly fine otherwise. Staying at home all day would certainly leave you bored, wouldn't it? What's with that expression? No, I was just thinking that you asked pretty interesting questions is all. Interesting? Heh. Yeah. I don't exactly have a lot to do, but I wouldn't say I'm bored either. Oh-ho! Whenever Sol gets hungry, he comes back home, so I do a little bit of cooking. But I can't exactly exert myself, as I told you earlier. There's also the bibliotransmission. I speak with the people nearby through it. Bibliotransmission? You never heard of it? It's been getting pretty popular around here. The bibliotransmission is like a book form of Comcraft. Whatever people write down in their book appears right in your own copy. Using the written word to hold a conversation, eh? There are stories and pictures inside. It's quite interesting read and all. And just who are you holding these conversations with? Well, I wouldn't say I'm holding a conversation, seeing as all I do is read. Besides, most of the people writing entries do it anonymously, so you won't know who's who. Though, judging by the way they write their word choice, I can tell they're Viscantians. You've already got Comcraft. Why did you go through the trouble of writing it all on paper? Seems like a waste of effort. This is just texting. So now we've established, like, making phone calls and now texting.
Well, you have regular phones, and then you have magic phone, and then you have magic internet.
Right. With Comcraft, you need to have both parties accept the connection, plus bibliotransmission lets you communicate anonymously. I suppose that's where the bibliotransmission differs from most Comcraft. Sounds like a perfect place to sow lies and deceit. Who could say? Isn't much substance behind what's written, so I doubt it'll cause any problems. Just what are they writing about there? I'm reading this diary of a girl imprisoned in Neo-Sassari. At least that's what seems to be the setting. Setting? It seems she's writing a story as if she herself was in Neo-Sassari. I'm thinking whoever's writing this is someone really interested in Neo-Sassari. It's quite interesting. The story talks about Neo-Sassari life under the sea down to some pretty minute details. Oh-ho. Seems like the premise is that the author here can't leave her own room. She writes about what she's feeling that day quite thoroughly. The author has quite the imagination, but the way she writes is almost sad, melancholic. You see, I'm usually alone at home, so I can empathize with the author. Diaries are normally not things to be shown to others. Like I said, it's probably just the way the writer's presenting the work. In any case, it's fun to read. And what if the person writing this diary turned out to be some big middle-aged man? Ha! Does a man who can write stories from the view of a young girl even exist? It takes all sorts, especially when it comes to hobbies. And honestly, it doesn't matter who wrote it. In the first place, I don't intend on prying into anyone's biblio-transmission. This is all nothing more than a waste of time. Well, this is quite...
A way of wasting time.
A way of wasting time. Well, this is quite fascinating, a line that can really cover the entirety of a single country. You might even be allowed to communicate from all the world if done properly. The entire world? Don't be silly. This is nothing more than a fun little toy. When used in the right way, there's nothing that Monocroft can't do. Sooner or later, this technology will be copied by a more talented crofter, or perhaps someone reverse engineers it with greatly improves its communication range. Such is the march of progress. The march of progress. The development of Croft technology in the last few years in particular has been improving by leaps and bounds. Being able to speak with someone on the other side of the world? Well, even if that were able to achieve that, just what could we even use it for? I can only imagine that it'll lead to problems. Oh ho! Viscanta and Ceres are so close to each other, the languages are so similar, and yet the people can't even get along. Have people from faraway countries hold a conversation, I highly doubt they will come to an understanding. Indeed, I can't deny it. Maybe that's why Twitter is such a hive of scum and villainy.
I mean, this is literally just them talking about a potential internet in their world.
Exactly. Why would we need information from the other side of the world? That's bullshit. People can be hurt by the smallest, minutest things. Truly worthless. Those who have a weakened sense of doubt will end up being cold. A sense of doubt? Oop. What? Oh. If I click the middle button, it...
Yeah, that's the way it is for a lot of visual novels.
I'm used... Well, then again, yeah, I guess I'm not used to middle mouse. I'm used to having to go into a menu. I can't deny that. People can be hurt by the smallest minute things. Truly worthless, sense of doubt. Without sense of doubt, a sense of danger, people become dumb. When one is dulled, one becomes dull. When one is dulled, one is unable to react upon sensing that something is strangely off. They become unable to defend themselves. Outright discrimination, a clear division in the social strata, brainwashing by those who hold power. This exploitation is what awaits those who turn a blind eye to the evils of man. The Viscantians here, for one. These people of this country are being exploited. That they are. The Vita Stream and domain are rightfully yours to begin with. They and countless other precious resources were taken from you under the guise of reforms. I wouldn't know the worth of those resources, but it's clear that Ceres is manipulating you all. Yet the Viscantans don't see a single thing wrong with this picture. I can't help but think they are lacking in something. And even the physical condition of yours, had this country been run competently, you might have been cured a long time ago already. What? Common sense would dictate that those suffering from serious illnesses ought to be given priority to reside in the Vita Stream, yes? But just look at that. Those discriminatory Caesareans are running amok in your very birthplace, paying to extend their own rotten lives. Don't you see something wrong with this picture? No, that's all just a pipe dream. I mean, you need money to live in Neosacity, and the people from Ceres had money, so they made a town. No mere individual could have the money to fund the scale of construction, but a country does. Oh, Saul, you're right. Yeah, just let me rest. I'd really like to get this oil change out today, if possible. Well, enough politicking for today. Take a rest, both of you. It's almost lunchtime. Okay. Now then, Soul Mill, I think I've been doing you two quite the favor here. I'll leave lunch in your hand. Sure. Soul, could you help me out? Okay. After being instructed by Reagan, both Soul and Millie head into the house. Soul didn't have as much stamina as I thought he did. Zvets. Yeah? Don't be soft on Soul. Huh? I need you to act as an observer for me. Observer for what? Push Soul's stamina to its limit. That ought to clear his mood up to some degree. His mood? I don't see where you're getting at. I'm sure you've already realized there's something wrong with him. Yeah. Even though it looks like we can grow Sangrolia here, he doesn't look happy at all. In fact, he looks like he's shocked in a bad way more than anything. And can more or less conjure as to why. But I'll keep that to myself for now. What's important for now is to keep him working. Tomorrow, I'll thoroughly beat everything there is to know about Agracroft into him. After Reagan told me that, she simply closed her eyes and stayed completely silent, not saying another word. I continued to stare at Reagan, who at times seemed to give off Sully's aura. It's quite strange. Just what would Sully look like in the future, after the path down's breaking in? Hey, Chapter 3, right in 2. This means Chapter 4, final chapter. Was I napping? I can hear people talking within the darkness. A conversation I never heard etched into my mind. So, I up. Soul, get up. Miss? Get up, we're digging again. Right now it's still dark. Sun's about to come out. We need to finish changing the soil by morning. Otherwise you won't have time to learn the agricroft you need. We will have some Sagnolia buds sprouting before Rune and I leave this place. But, enough, just get to work. Who do you think we're doing this for? Ah, yeah. Flies on the wall. As I wake up, I notice Sol and Reagan are no longer in the room. Huh? Ksh, ksh. What is that noise? Mill isn't here either. Could they be... Ah, morning, Rune. You've already started? Have a look, Zavitz. Sol's rather impressive. I fully expected this to go well past noon, but at this rate we should be finished by mid-morning. You should have woken me up. Moving earth like this takes a lot of stamina, doesn't it? I told you, we're gonna work into the bone. That aside, Zavitz, go fetch some water from the river. Sol has some buckets. Okay. If you go straight down the path, you'll end up at the river. Good luck. Got it. Mill, you sure get up pretty early. I just couldn't sleep last night. It's been quite a while since I've gotten up this early. Are you okay? Shouldn't you rest a little more? Nah, I'm fine. Sol's working so hard over there, I ought to at least give him some moral support. Huh, is that so? By the way, have you eaten breakfast yet? None of us have. I see. What, don't tell me you're hungry. I sure am. I worked my butt off yesterday. I'm absolutely starving. What a Chauvin expression. Very well. Let's have breakfast.
Slovenly.
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 Yeah, slovenly.
These European words.
I've used slovenly before.
I've never heard the word slovenly before. Maybe I'm just not European enough. Huh. Sol, we are having breakfast when you finish. Just one last push and you better hurry up and get this over with. Sol, you can do it. Let's all have breakfast. Is that what they call the stick and carrot approach? Oh, no need to exaggerate. People simply don't act unless they are made to. I would have liked it for this self-motivation to serve as an impetus, but we are pressed for time. If we're pressed for time, then, why didn't you just ask me to help out? What's with that smirk on your face? You sure are nice, aren't you, Reagan? If you find enjoyment in teasing me, then go right ahead. But I will remember this. Reagan will remember this, just appears in the top.
I will like to point out, not once has the nameplate changed from Selfine to Reagan. It's always been Selfine.
It's Selfine, yeah, so it's not... This is definitely Selfine still talking, but...
Yes, it's just her personality influenced by Reagan's memories.
Right. Now, don't get too mad. Go and fetch some water already, why don't ya? You're wasting our time here. Aye. Is it alright for you to be treating Rune like that? Like an errand girl? I'm asking her to do us a little favor. Where's the problem in that? You sure are pretty charismatic, aren't you? And what makes you say that? If you weren't, then I couldn't imagine Rune just letting you boss her around like that. Being charismatic isn't just something you can tack onto yourself. All I've done is furnish myself with the skills to survive, that's all. You can't just take a compliment, can ya? Don't tell me you're embarrassed. I simply didn't expect to be showered with praise from a snotty little brat like you. There you go again, you're trying to dodge the issue. More importantly, you're the one preparing breakfast, Mill. You'll have to get the food ready for all four. Do you have experience with cooking? Of course I can. I simply choose not to. You ought to be thankful I'm taking the time and effort to supervise all of you here. If you say so. Yeah, supervising. Right.
I mean, she is doing more than most supervisors would.
Right. I'm assuming she's just supervising because she doesn't have probably like the buff bod she used to have, the war fighting, body.
Well, she could also just consider it beneath her.
Right. Oh, Jellyfish hasn't posted anything today. I wonder if something happened. Jellyfish? You know, the girl in prison in Neosan. Oh my god, it is just like like an internet blog.
Yeah, also, can you tell by the hints who Jellyfish is?
I'm assuming it's that girl, Paige.
Yeah, yeah, it's Paige. Yeah, the CG where you're introduced to her, she literally has a glowing book with her.
I mean, I assume that's what they're talking about, the girl. When they first mention the girl, I'm like, that's probably just Paige. There are no jellyfish in the rivers around this area, I think you can just let that bet slide. It's certainly a strange name. Her updates have been getting pretty infrequent nowadays. Maybe something's up. Maybe she's run out of ideas. It's rare for writers to be able to produce a consistent amount of output each and every day. Is that so? But she's always been able to write before this, so I'm pretty concerned. Can't you get in touch with her yourself? Just go and say hello to her, why don't you? That is true. You could just be like, hey, Jellyfish, are you there? Judging by your reaction, it looks like that there's a reason for you to hesitate. I'm only an observer. I don't really want to get involved with her world. It's like, I'm gonna get sucked into it. So it's fine. I'll just remain on the sideline. Well... Who are you? You, that's right. We made eye contact. Guess don't say you didn't hear me. Answer me. Who are you? What is this? Just what are you trying to do here? And why should we have to explain anything to the likes of you? How about you tell us who you are? I'm from the Pharma Guild. Huh? The Guild? I don't care. Get lost. You're in the way of our work. You can't just not care. What are you trying to cultivate here? It's none of your business. I'll say it again. Be gone. Now, you know that's not going to work. You need specific agricultural licenses for what you're cultivating. Do you have a proper license for all this? These plants aren't for commercial use. It'll be for personal consumption as medicine. Don't tell me you're planning to stick your nose into this. That doesn't matter. Rules are rules. And those who don't follow the rules will be dealt accordingly. No buts. He's lying. That's just stuff people from the guild say. They have no real authority. Whatever he says is nothing but lies. I know that. What? I'll ask again, what are you trying to plant here? And likewise, I say again, get out, you scumbag. Phew, it's cool and refreshing. So, there was a river here, huh? There's a river just a ways away from Solon Mill's house. The water's so clean as if you could drink right out of it. I thought this place was out in the sticks, but there's certainly serenity to it. Oh? Who was that, I wonder? He looked incredibly terrified running away, though. This man is running away? Terrified?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, the direction he came from. Sul and the others. Don't tell me.
Oh, well, yeah, he was communicating with Selphide, who's been known to try to murder people.
Right. Reagan, Mill, are you alright? Rune. Sevitz, you ran into that man as well? No, he just passed me on the way back. Seemed like you didn't even notice me. Did something happen? Wait, guild? The Pharma Guild, sort of the Viscanta Pharmacist Guild. It's a group that all pharmacists in Viscanta are members of, so it's not a government agency. Not at all, it's a private organization. The guild creates rules on their own and manipulates the flow of medicine within the country. And if you don't do as they say, they won't sell you anymore.
They're literally doing the privatized healthcare plot.
They are doing the privatized healthcare plot, while the rich people of Ceres are doing their own privatized healthcare. Wow, so it's racism on top of racism, and privatized healthcare
racism
on top,
within capitalism.
It's racism, within capitalism, on top of privatized healthcare that is on its own being prioritized on top of a privatized healthcare. Like, this is so convoluted.
I love the world building of
I
Fault though.
do. It's wonderful how just horrible this world is. And I know it's like going for the rich people don't, or like the royalty out of water type situation. But
Well,
like,
also you got to remember that there was different things when they were in Cadia, because there was like a patriarchy still, which was kind of weird for Ratona and Selphine to see.
oh yeah, that is true that there was a
Because
patriarchy.
no one had magic, so the most powerful people would be those who naturally had the most amount of testosterone.
Right. So is Fault just gonna go through why each like different version of like a hierarchy is wrong and we shouldn't do it?
Well, it's interesting because like they've hinted at their home country not really understanding the concept of money,
Right.
and that just being a fundamental thing for Mill to not understand. Like, what the hell?
Well, there's no real end to the string of bad rumors I've heard about him. I mean, I do say it is very interesting. This just like how it is kind of like a Kino situation where every like country or every place has its own like problem. But it's like, yeah, no one's just stopping it. It's just that's just how the world works. But then Malona just freaking comes out of nowhere like, I'm gonna invade this country. So technically, I mean, did we really fix Cadia's like problem?
No, I think that's great because you don't fix this area's problems either.
I mean, I figure we don't. But like, I mean, we fixed.
These are ingrained social issues. Like, you've heard like Soul and like Mill, they've been like so brainwashed, as like Selfang was saying,
Yeah.
to those in power for what is there. Because you literally had Soul saying that like it's because we're poor.
Yeah, but because we're poor that we deserve this, right? And it's like, no. I want to give
And it's like it, it's a situation where the people themselves don't know that they've been wronged.
yeah, that is a tactic used by like oppressive powers in the past.
Yeah, so I love Fault. I think its world building is great, and they actually put a lot of time and effort into trying to flesh that out for the limited time you do get to see it.
Yeah. That's practically a syndicate, isn't it? What is this country's government even doing? Guild probably has so much influence that the government is powerless to do anything. And I find it funny how I bet it was like stuff like the Pharmacist Guild which drove this country to like its ruin, to where they had to be basically bought out. How did they find out about us, though? Maybe it was when we moved the soil, might have triggered some kind of alarm on their surveillance? What do we do now? What about the planting of the Segoiola? Huh? I mean, it's gonna be pretty dangerous for us to push through with the planting, right? What now? Let's just stop. With all that's happened, there's nothing we can do now. Is there really nothing we can do? If we go against the Pharma Guild, we'll be the ones on the losing end. Mill, I'm sure you understand. But this isn't unfair, Soul. That's pretty unlike you, Mill. Everything's been unfair for us ever since we were born. Why bother only pointing it out now? Well, that's true. What gain is there to going up against someone you can't even hope to beat? Was all nothing but a pipe dream. Don't worry, I'll just need to make us even more money. Even though this whole Sagiola thing didn't work out, I can just sell all this soil. That'll last us a while. No way. But what kind of nonsense are you spouting off now? We're planning these damn things. What? This entire situation is preposterous. You have no need to give in to his demands. But Reagan, what if people from the guild come back here in full force? It's not like we can stay here with the entire team, the entire time, you know? I have a plan. Mill, those bibliotransmission of yours allow you to communicate with a large number of people, yes? Yeah, well, there are pages that have a lot of people who visit them. Wow, it's literally also just specific pages have specific kinds of things on them. That is amazing. It's literally just the internet.
Yeah, and they did it in a fantasy setting.
I like that. From today onward, start writing in those using your real name. Write down every detail about your situation truthfully. Huh? What? But what good is that gonna do? That's up to the people of this country. As long as the people in this country actually take notice, then it ought to spread by itself. And what good would that do? You give them our side of the story. That you're all through with living under their damn rules. With how vigilante the Farmagil has been acting, there must be a good deal of people who are more than fed up with that bunch. Wait, just a minute here. What good is that gonna do? That's just gonna add even more unnecessary friction between the two sides, you know that, right? Unnecessary? We're telling those bullies to stop taking advantage of these people. What's wrong with that? Getting cold feet, Zevitz? Even a child knows that if you leave them be, they'll only exploit even more people. The things that can be accomplished by a mere one or two are few. That is why we are assembling as many allies as we can. Millie, this is what you need to write down. Be precise, but also keep in mind you're trying to stir something. Pour your soul into this. That's practically just going, hey guys, we're here to everyone in the syndicate. Not just that, if Mill and Soul actually do end up getting famous, some weird folk might start showing up here too, you know? That's why I said we didn't have to do all this. All we have to do is work every day. I just need to make money, that's all. But they've been hiking up the prices, haven't they? This is just too much for me to watch, Soul. If only there were even riskier jobs. Way better than trying to pick a fight with the Gill, at least. Come on, Soul, please. You always end up sacrificing yourself. Mill, put yourself in my shoes for once. Have you even considered what it's like having to depend on your older brother for everything? Completely powerless? We can't help that, Mill. There isn't anything we can do, given the situation. It'll be fine. We've been able to keep going till now. I'm sure things will work themselves out. No. Please, Soul, think there has to be something else we can do, right? There isn't, Mill. If there was, I would have thought of it ages ago and have already done something. Why are you like this, Soul? Doesn't it frustrate you? Our lives, our very existence are on the line here. I just have to make money for you, Mill. Soul, Mill. Why all this bewilderment, you two? It seems like you both are making huge misunderstandings here. Misunderstanding? There was never an option for you to suffer under this justice. Give up on giving up. It'll be much easier that way. If you're suffering, then fight. If it's frustrating, then retaliate. That's all there is to it. Listen and listen well. The way things are going, the two of you have no future. With no one who cares about you, the best thing that happens, either you get exiled from Viscanta or you die, sprawled out in a field somewhere. This kind of injustice cannot, must not, be overlooked. Do you understand? Alone, you are but a mere speck. Just like the mana that covers this entire planet. You couldn't even hope to accomplish anything with a tiny fragment of it. But it can serve as the spark that let you bless a much larger craft. Just like people, there is a synergy in linking up with others. So fight, struggle, show anyone in this country how pathetic you are. Fan their flames of anger, gain their pity, their sympathy, and become one with them. From the beginning of time, this is how humanity has been able to make the impossible possible. Such injustice has only been overcome through the joining of great many. This is simply our nature. So let's do it. But it's just as Reagan said. Mill, do you think that Farmagil is going to take this sitting down? They might not just stop at getting rid of the field, they may even go straight for us. Then what are we supposed to do? Soul, you do nothing but work every day like a zombie. I just can't stand to see it anymore. I can't stand to see you struggle so desperately, all because of me. But tell me, why am I still alive? Think about how I feel, Soul. If I can't even do anything to help you, then I have no right to refuse everything that you've done for me. I just utterly, completely, absolutely worthless. I'm always just talking, or taking and taking. Because I can't step in. No, because I didn't step in. Because I didn't have the courage to. Mill. But we're helpless. Just the two of us, there's nothing we can do, we have limits. That's exactly why, if we can't do anything on our own, then we have to ask for their help. But, Reagan, please. This is so pathetic of me, but please guide us. Guide us all the way to the end. Tell us what we need to do. Just give us the word and we'll do anything we say, please. Mill? Just how many times do I have to say this? What? Like I said, you have no choice in the matter. Even if I didn't grovel before, I would have done so anyway. Thank you so much. That's not right. There is no choice. Or there is a choice.
You keep saying the exact opposite of what the sentence says.
I know. They can give up on the field and live as they always have, no matter how difficult their lives will be logically. It isn't a wrong choice. But the power to best that kind of logic. Well, so what do you say? That's Queen Reagan's. I'll get back to work in the field. Charisma. Good day, everyone. My name is Mill Harthager. I keep forgetting. European name. 12 years old. I'm currently living on the outskirts of Port Sassery with my twin brother. But I have this sickness called the invisible noose, leaving me 2 years left to live. To cure my disease, I have to make sure I take this medicine called Sagiola every day. If I don't, then my condition will worsen very quickly and I'll probably die. However, Sagiola is an incredibly expensive medicine and my brother has to spend every little bit of what he earns to buy it. And despite that, the pharmacist told us he was going to be raising the price. We're at a complete loss right now. We don't know how to maintain our way of life. My condition will continue to worsen if I don't take the medicine, but I just can't put any more strain on my brother. One day, some travelers showed us how to grow our own Sagiola. I guess make our own Sagiola? Right now, my brother's trying his hardest to prepare a place to grow it. But I'm sure as you all know, all of the medicine in this country is under the control of the country's pharmacist guild. Just earlier, someone from the guild gave us a warning. If you don't stop trying to cultivate those plants, I'll be back with others from the guild. After being told that, we consider stopping, but we have no choice left. I don't want to die a meaningless death. I'm sick of being toyed with by rules that people arbitrarily came up with that aren't even law. I write this not to ask for anyone's help nor anyone's sympathy. I simply just want to leave a record of all that has happened. We have resolved to stand our ground and fight. Whether that is right or wrong, I cannot say. We simply, desperately want to live. I don't have a very long life, but I want to live what's left of it to the fullest. To everyone reading this, please continue to watch over us. Mill Harthager. Alright, this'll do. Since Sol started working in the field in the early morning, it was already ready by noon. Take a break, Sol. You'll be learning Agracroft for the rest of the day. Yeah. As long as we follow Reagan's orders to the letter, everything will go well. She's a strong, charismatic leader. Well, I've had my fair share of experiences with one of those. But I've got this uneasy feeling in my gut. Reagan, do you have a moment? What? Could you maybe let me in on your plan, or rather what you're thinking right now? I mean, we're leaving this town in 2 days. What do you plan to get done in that amount of time? Haven't I said already? This will become a spark. Once the citizens band together, the country itself will have to react. We need to truly open their eyes. Including today, we have a full 3 days. It's just barely enough to teach people the importance of how to ask for help. Even if nothing happens at all while we're here? Because there's no way we'll be able to see any results within that time frame. We can get some Sagriola buds to sprout. If we succeed, that'll lead to a huge boost in their morale. Why all this pessimism? I don't understand what's causing all this anxiety. What if Sol and Mill get into huge trouble because of our meddling? You won't grow if you're constantly afraid of failure. This isn't like you, Zevitz. You said, I want to see the outside world. You shouldn't be getting cold feet when you're this intrigued about the world around you. What are you hiding? Going out to a wide open world has always been on my mind. So Reagan, I think we're going to meet all sorts of people from all over the world. There'll definitely be people from developing countries too. And of course, their mindset, their mentality would be different, their sense of values too. So even if all the wrongdoings are being committed, do we have any right to really voice our opinions there? What? Just how far can we really meddle in their affairs? I've been worried that by reaching out to help, we may be changing all sorts of things that really shouldn't be changed. If we were to, say, become the rulers of that territory, then it wouldn't be a problem. That way we assume responsibility. But we, no matter how much we try to affect change, we won't be able to stay in that place. So you're saying we need to adhere to the rules of contact, yes? Yeah. I think that's something very important, not only for us, but for whomever we meet. I'll keep that in mind. After a light lunch, Reagan began teaching Sol about Agracroft. Is Agracroft hard? We're only going to be controlling the temperature over an area this small. With practice, anyone can do it. By the way, Sol, do you have any particular attribute of mana that you specialize in? An attribute I specialize? The kind of mana you find easy to manipulate. I never really thought about it, though I usually use Pyro. Zevitz, get the cinnamon stone from the bag on the table. Hand it to him. Class 1 Pyro Cinnamon. Eh? I can't tell which cinnamon is what attribute. It should look like the largest one of the bunch. Hurry. Yes, ma'am. Let's see, is it this one? Hand the largest cinnamon stone. Look, Sol. Reagan speaks to Sol as she holds the cinnamon pinched between her index finger and thumb. Whoosh. There's a flame coming out of the tip of the set. Is that just a lighter?
It could probably be used as one.
It just looks like a lighter. Can you negative flame like this? Yeah, I think I can. You can? Is it that much of a surprise? Don't pay Zevitz any heed, she knows nothing about Monocroft. Focus here. Can you do more precise manipulation like this? Whoosh. Strength of the fire is increasing and decreasing. You can even make the flame grow larger or smaller? It really is just like a lighter. Oh wait, I don't think they really get what a lighter is anyway. Oh yeah, they probably wouldn't know what a lighter is.
Yeah, you're getting this from Rude's perspective, where she has technology and shit.
Yeah, she has things like phones and lighters.
Oh, why invent a lighter when you have that?
True. But I mean, I guess since you can't use mana, you'd have to make like some device that creates like fire.
Well, that's the thing. The sediment stone itself has mana in it.
Right. Now I'm assuming lighters have mana in them as like a fuel instead of like oil.
I don't know.
Because, like, if I'm thinking of a lighter, in terms of, like, how would people use mana that they can't just, like, make a spell? I'm thinking it just replaces lighter fluid. But instead it has, like, a small reserve of mana that you just, like, refuel every now and then if you need to. Fidget, fidget. Whoosh. Oh. Saul used the sentiment handed to him and start a fire about the same size as Reagan's. Well, it really is possible. That sure is convenient. It'd be nice if I could do that. Not that I ever could, though. I mean, I'm sure you could. I mean, I know there's probably gonna be, like, pseudo-mana, right?
Yeah, there's a firmware update.
Yeah, there's probably a firmware update that, like, lets you shoot flames out of your finger. Whoosh. Wow. Just about anyone can do this, right? Just about anyone can do that? Seriously? No way. That's awesome. Everyone from the Interpol is awesome. Everyone from the Interpol is awesome! Not just anyone can do this. Precise manipulation of this level is a fairly advanced technique. This is definitely thanks to Ophia. Your sense of controlling mana is quite remarkable. Is it really a big deal? This underestimation is a good thing. You may be able to learn much faster than I anticipated. Off to the field. We're starting. We cut back and everything's just on fire because he couldn't control it. The trees are on fire, or their shack's on fire, just everything. Syl, are you okay? Hey, Zevitz, don't talk to him. You'll break his concentration. Sorry, but he's sweating bullets. Sediment stone we brought from town were placed on the field. Pyro, Aqua, Terra, Arrow, each one on a corner. According to Reagan, Terra was to prepare the soil, Pyro and Arrow to control the temperature, Aqua to control the moisture. I didn't know it'd be this tough. That's because you've never used Croft. That also required stamina. Being able to sustain output, I would say that is where 90% of the difficulty lies. Having to shift all 4 kinds of mana is damn hard. This is the marker. Reagan takes out a strangely shaped sediment stone, fastened to a rod, and sticks it in the field. Huh? It's a sediment I've tuned to respond to the right temperature for growing Sagiola. Once the sediment at the end of this rod glows yellow, it's the right temperature. If it glows red, it's too hot. Too cold, it won't glow, like right now. Focus on getting it to red. Increase the temperature as best you can. Got it. All we need to do now is focus on your specialty, Pyro. Raise the temperature slowly but surely. I'll try. One more thing. You see those sediment stones in the corners? Think of those as nothing but crutches. In the end, you'll need to be able to maintain the temperature without their help. Why? It's really hard to keep this up even with the sediment. Once they run out, we can't just replace them. If we were some other vegetation that didn't need such precise temperature levels, then a fairly slapdash setup would be sufficient. But Sagiola dies very quickly if the temperature goes down, even by just a hair. It seems there may have even been cases where a slightest drop in temperature killed off an entire crop overnight. Rather than relying on some sediment that could run dry any moment, it's far better to control the environment by shifting mana yourself. Wait, I've been wondering, does this mean I'll have to be here maintaining the temperature the entire time? That's gonna be a huge problem, you know. Think of Agricroft as changing the behavior of mana for a certain area. Only humans can commit mana. Once you commit the flow of mana in this area to allow for temperatures where you can raise Sagiola, the flow of mana won't revert back anytime soon. After the initial commit, all you have to do is make minor adjustments to any improperly flowing mana. With that done, you'll be able to raise Sagiola on your own without any tools. This might be a lot tougher than I thought. Just concentrate. With your level of mana manipulation, you ought to be able to get that sediment in the middle to grow red in a few hours. Get rid of any thoughts of fine-tuning. Focus on raising. Okay, I'll try. In any case, Manacraft is pretty amazing, isn't it? I can't say I understand your sentiment. Though you do need to have some talent for it, that much is normal. This isn't normal at all for someone from the outer pole. It's pretty cool, almost like magic. That's practically blasphemy. Don't lump this together with mere party tricks. Blasphemy? What do you mean? Haven't you heard of Vibalia? VB... what's that? This world was created by 4 gods, Pyro, Aqua, Terra, Aero. Vibalia is the name of the 5th god, the one that granted us human life. That's why none of the 4 types of mana are suitable for us. What runs through us is what you call purified mana. Manacraft is like a contract, a promise for invoking a miracle to do good. One gives a small part of their life to borrow the life energy of this planet. You pray in order to be bestowed with the divine blessing. Hence, the moment of executing craft is called the bless. This isn't something to be compared with some illusionary sleight of hand. Oh. Oh my, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I had no idea Manacraft had such a deep meaning behind it. Everyone was using it so nonchalantly, so I thought it was something more informal. Complacency leads to negligence of the importance and gratitude of these things, a truly deplorable state of affairs. Still, I think it's really amazing. I don't really understand the sensation of shifting mana, so I can't even imagine how it works. Hold on 1 second. There we go. I don't really understand the sensation. Putting that aside, Zevitz, go prepare dinner with Mill. Eh? Learn new Manacraft requires both concentration and stamina. If Sol doesn't eat well, then he'll run out of sustenance halfway through. Alright. I'll go get Mill. Oh no, she's collapsed. Are you okay? Reagan, Sol, quick, Mills. What? Mill? Sorry. Mill, are you alright? I wonder what happened, even though I've been feeling fine these days. Must be anxiety. You need rest. All you need to do is maintain your condition. I'm sorry for making y'all worry. Sol, leave her to Zevitz. Put your mind to Agracroft. But, get out. If you're that concerned over your sister, then hurry up and get to planning that medicine. Zevitz, watch over her well. Yes, man, leave her to me, Sol. I'll take real good care of her. If something happens, I'll let you know right away. Please, just focus on the field. Fine, I've got it. Hey, how about a little more finesse with the mana? One wrong move and it could all explode. If you can't control it, then pull back. Stop shifting first, then collect yourself. Easier said than done. It's not perfect, but the soul is getting warmer. Just a little more. Okay, phew. That's right, relax, and... Huh? Is that right? I think I've got it. It's stabilized now. Oh, all at once, eh? Look at the sediment in the middle. It's turned red. Hold back on the pyro now and introduce some arrow. Are you familiar with the concept of synergy? How combining mana makes it worth more than the sum of its parts, right? Yep. Right now, you're using 10 units of pyro mana, simply as 10 units. Doing so will not only tire you up, but it's also highly inefficient. Instead, combining 1 unit of pyro and 1 unit of arrow will give you 4 units of pyro's worth of output. That is synergy. The only way to truly understand the right ratio is to rely on intuition. Auto is the hardest manifest for mana for me to work with, though. Well, I guess mana is manifest. If you can't handle that, then you'll be exhausted long before night falls. So, just so you know, once that sediment turns yellow, you need to keep it that way for 10 to 12 hours. 10 hours? Being able to synergize is indispensable in achieving that. Once you've gotten used to it, it'll be taking those sediment stones out one by one. You have until sundown to familiarize yourself with it. Don't say like it's so easy. This really is tough. Here, Mill, some water. I feel so hot. Let me soak a towel for you. Sorry, but there's a small bag behind over there. My medicine. Got it. There's a brown pouch with some medicine in powdered form. So this is Sagiola. Doesn't look like anything but dark brown powder to me, though. Thank you. Mill goes to sleep almost immediately after drinking the medicine. That was fast. He must have been in a lot of pain. Huh? That sound. The transceiver. That must be Ratona. Yes, this is Rune, over. Ratona, can you hear me? This is Rune, please respond. Repeat, am alive. I repeat, I am alive. Ratona, I hear you, Ratona, can you hear me? Hear you, Rune, are you okay? You're still within range of this device, thank goodness. Of course, and we're fine. How about you, Ratona? Are you alright in there? Any injuries? Ah, wait, just a minute, Reagan. Reagan, it's Ratona. You have contact from Ratona. What? Queen Reagan, you say? What's going on, Rune? Is she experiencing Empress Syndrome? It's a long story. When you disappeared and Sully couldn't find in her search, she started to meditate. I think she was asking for Reagan's conscious. Damn, this is not good. An episode of Empress Syndrome this prolonged is unprecedented. Sylphine's own consciousness may no longer even exist. Huh? No. No way. Sully's consciousness doesn't exist anymore? Having an episode of Empress Syndrome last for days really was a bad idea. Days? What are you talking about? What? What's all this fuss now? Reagan. Princess, are you there, Princess? Reinvasta. You're alive, I see. Why? Why did you have to rely on Empress Syndrome, Princess? That puts your sense of self in danger. You know that best, don't you? Reinvasta, tell me, what kind of phenomenon is Empress Syndrome? Huh? It's a phenomenon that's said to protect and uphold the down path.
The path down.
The path down, whatever. It's the same thing. Indeed.
That changes the meaning entirely.
What's wrong with down path? Why would I want to be on the down path? Is it bad to be on the down path?
I mean, yeah.
Upholding the path down ritual and maintaining my, Selphine's consciousness. For the great kingdom of Rosenheide, which is more important. Don't mix in your personal feelings into this. You're the one at fault for suddenly disappearing. You have no right to tell me off of this. But, then... Oh no, the connection. Yes, before the connection cuts, I have one more, burning. A warning. Alright, calm down, listen, you two. Rupika is not to be trusted. What? Do you mean he's up to no good? His promise of releasing me from the Vita domain 4 days from now has been nothing but a complete lie. You mustn't take heed of anything else he says. Huh. Has been a lie? Wait a minute. Ratona, what are you... This doesn't exactly make any sense. Watch out, that man, he's planning something. What are you talking about? It hasn't been 4 days since, then. What? Why are you so agitated? Have you lost your mind? No, I've been in prison here for over 2 weeks now, haven't I? What? 2 weeks? The deadline for Rupika's promise has long passed. Maybe you may have the dates wrong? Ratono, what do you... It is not. We've only just met Grouse 2 days ago. Nowhere near the deadline for your promised release. Ratona? That can't be. Hey, Ratona, are you alright? Your voice, no, everything about you feels completely off. I see. It must be this transceiver. No, that's not it. Who are you people? Where have you taken Selphine and Rune? It's no use, something's definitely wrong. Ratona, calm down. It's us. We're the real Selphine and Rune. Rupika! You bastard, what have you done with those two? The transceiver. It just made a crashing sound. Revasta, compose yourself. Answer us. What just happened? Zavitz, go back to Nursing Mill. We're not gonna do anything, are you sure? Ratona's clearly... Damn. What should we do? Maybe we should go there right now and... Must I explain? There's absolutely nothing we can do about this right now. But... At the very least, from our perspective, Grass has yet to go back on his word. Perplexing as this situation is, we have nothing to do but focus on the Sagiola. I'm assuming time in the chamber moves much slower than time outside the chamber. So to her, it's been 2 weeks, but in reality, it's only been like 3 days.
Yeah.
That's what I figured. Yeah, she's having an episode for no reason.
Well, in her perspective, she gets told that they'll be there in 4 days to pick her up, and then that is long past.
Right. Maybe he should explain how the chamber works, then?
Well, he could also just not be a trusted person. Like, Side Below literally deals with Ratona.
Oh. Oh, yeah, because she's been stuck down there.
Yeah, like, we do not get to Ratona in Side Above.
I figured that. I just hope we get a revolution. I'll get in touch with Grouse later on. Ratona, I know there's nothing we can do for her right now, but no use worrying about it. There's nothing we can do. What happened with Ratona, I wonder? She's right, we can't do anything, but... There's no way I wouldn't. Mill, are you feeling okay? The medicine seems to be working now. Sorry for worrying you like that. Oh, it's alright. Is it alright for you to be moving like that? Yeah, I'm fine. Once the medicine kicks in, I feel much better. I can't even do simple household chores given my condition can worsen so easily. Is there anything I can do to help? If you need anything at all, feel free to ask. I need to start getting dinner ready. Ah, that's right, if we don't make dinner soon, it'll be soul-killing over next. I can at least bring out all the ingredients. Do you have experience with cooking? Well, I've never had a chance to cook at all, so... Oh, I don't really have a sense of taste either. Even if you taught me how to cook, I probably couldn't make anything particularly decent. Can't taste anything? It's kind of complicated. We've both got it tough, huh? Well, we've got it tough, but in varying degrees. Well, alright then. Just give me a few moments and I'll be well enough to go to the kitchen. I'll leave the prep work to you. Okay. How embarrassing of me. I guess I should at least ask Mill to show me the basics. What's this? That's a kind of fish face called a relish. Relish. It's a seasoning made from fish internals, cured in salt, and then ground to paste. Wow, you use every part of the fish. Visconta has a booming fishing industry, as you've seen, so fish are relatively cheap. Still, we are pretty poor, so we can't afford to waste anything. That's commendable. You're still so young, but you've already taken that thing into consideration. Back home, that thought would have never crossed my mind. All I had to do for food was wait. No, not at all. We don't have any money, so we just have to make do with what we have. It just comes naturally when you have this kind of lifestyle. Oh, it's such a grave matter, but she says it so matter-of-factly. Say, Mill, do you mind teaching me how to cook all sorts of things? Sol must be starving, so I want to cook him up a lot real good food. I'll be helping you out as much as I can. Sure, why don't we push ourselves a little? Oh, don't push yourself too much, Mill. I can take care of any tiring stuff, so don't be afraid to have me do the heavy lifting. You look like you're having so much fun. Might as well, right? If I act all gloomy, then that'll just bring everyone else's spirits down. Besides, I'm looking real forward to having you teach me to cook. Heh. Alright then, I'll make up for your offer, Rune. Could you go and get the ingredients ready? Of course, leave it to me. Just sit back and relax till I get back. As I return from picking an assortment of wild plants in the vicinity of the house, I see that Mill's gone into cooking mode. Oh my, you're up already? Yeah, the Sagiola seems to be quite effective, so I'll be fine for some time. That's good to know, just don't force yourself, alright? I won't, I'll be relying on you for all the tiring work. Mill flashes me a gentle smile. She really is just 12 years old. How determined, strong-willed. I really should learn a thing or two from her. Alright, I'm thinking of making some curry from the seasonal ingredients in the catch that curry. Okay. Curry is a kind of soup. Most people have it on top of beans called pizza. Pezza. Is there a pezza bean? I've never heard of pezza bean.
It's a fictional world.
It's a fictional world. I'm just trying to assume, like, oh, these are just, like, fictional variants of real foods. It's highly nutritious and one of the signature dishes of Viscanta. Sol absolutely loves it. If you make different variations of the dish using ingredients for each season, you can practically have this all year round. Yeah, that sounds like actual curry. I want to help you out as much as I can, so just say the word. First, we need some fish stock as a base for the soup. I'm aiming for a fairly thick soup, so we need a pretty rich stock. I see. So by stock, she means like a broth. Okay, Rune. First off, please chop up these vegetables. Huh? Are you not familiar with the different cuts for cooking? I think if you show me how to do it, I can manage somehow. Okay, although I don't think it's something you can just learn on the spot. Mill cuts up the white, bulbous-looking vegetable faster than the naked eye can track. So fast. That's right, I could just use this. 500 frames per second. Now I can see it. That's how you do it. Can I try it? Sure, why not? Like this, right? Copying Mill's own movements, I slice up the vegetable. They are both in shock at how fast she can chop. It's pretty rough chop compared to yours, Mill. Rune, you've never cooked before? You must be joking. Are you teasing? I'm just really good at machine-like movements and stuff. Oh, right, you have some sort of inhumane visual tracking ability, don't you? Again, I'm reminded of how amazing you are. Haha. Say exactly the same line as before. But this time she probably doesn't see me as some kind of monster, so I'm a bit happy. Thank goodness, it looks like I can pass a lot of the work to you. Ha! Oh, don't chop that, just slice it. Unyo! Oh, please, dice these. Gyao! Oh no, if you mince it up this finely, then the cooking times are gonna be all over the place. Arg! Phew! Well, it all worked out somehow. I guess even if I can copy the basic actions, it still turned out terribly since I really don't understand the entire process of cooking the dish. Good work, that was a fantastic job for your first time cooking. Thanks. By the way, are we just gonna leave the bone in the pot there? Yeah, we leave it simmering for about 3 hours. 3 whole hours? I'd like to try some other stuff, but any longer and it turns bitter, any less and you won't really extract the flavor. And what are the purple-looking bead things? Those are pizza beans. Or pezza. If you blanch them in salt water, they lose their flavor. Boil them and the doneness is inconsistent. Oh. When did she pick up all this knowledge, I wonder? I'm sure they have books. You love cooking? Well, let me think. If I had to classify it as something I liked or hated, then I guess it would fall under like. Honestly, though, I've never really given it any thought. Cooking's pretty interesting, isn't it? Is it? There are so many steps. You put a lot of time to make the food delicious, and the effort you pour into it embodied in the form of the food's flavor. I think it's just wonderful. Ha, you're making such a big deal out of this. No, not at all. I'm inspired to learn all about all kinds of cooking now. Huh, I could teach you a few things if you'd like. It's just a shame that I can't taste anything. Oh yeah, what if they update me with the function to taste food? How would they do that? Like, legitimately, how could they do that? I don't even think there's a real-world equivalent of being able to regain your taste buds. Once I can get in touch with Albus and the others, I gotta ask about this. So all that's left is to leave this simmering? Yeah, we won't have to do anything except add finishing touches at the end. Well then, I guess it's about time we check up on Sol. Excellent, Sol. Huh? No, I can't. I need a break. Fine, you produced enough results worthy of a break. Ah, it's turned yellow. You did it! It's only been a few short hours since we began is all. Well, you've actually got quite a knack for this, Sol. Whew. So thirsty. Tea, everyone? I made a fruit compote dip with the fruits that Rune picked. Please try the dip with these chips. My, how considerate. It's so pretty, doesn't it? Me is so good at cooking, like super awesome, and the food is just awesome too. Is your vocabulary limited to that one word? I was just so awestruck as I was watching her zoom around the kitchen. Well, shall we have a break then? Really? It's alright for me to step back? It's not gonna revert back, is it? As long as the surrounding sediment doesn't suddenly run out, it will be fine. Okay. I'll pull out the settlement later. We're going to get serious after this, so build up your stamina. Huh, alright then. Good work out there, Sol. What about you, Bill? Are you feeling well? Yes, I've taken a fair amount of medicine today. If I fail and we can't grow in our own Sagiola eye, don't look so glum, Sol. Yeah, right. That's right, Sol. There's no point in losing confidence at this stage. It'll be alright. I believe you can do it, Sol. After that, Sol succeeded at maintaining the agricroft without help from Cinnamon Stone. It is quite unstable at first, but as the day turned to night, his temperature control stabilized. Reagan said he's a little brat who's only getting better and better, the more polish you put into him. But Sol himself didn't look happy at what he's accomplished. Ever since we met him, he hasn't been the type to easily show his emotion. That's the case even now. I can't seem to get a grasp of what he's thinking, and that worries me. Wow, this is such high energy content. Ah, that's the oil extracted from libro seeds. It has such a rich aroma and it tastes great. Ah, it really sucks that I can't taste anything. Still, it feels like you can definitely get your energy back after drinking this. Not only is it nutritious, but it can also supply a lot of energy. I see. Fundamentally, oil does have a high caloric content. Rune, could you pass me the release?
drink the oil, Rune.
I mean, she is a robot, so oil would probably be the most sustenanceable for her. Or the most sustainable. Why did I try to create a word? Then again, I've been making up words as I've been going along, so... Could you patch me the release from earlier? A fish paste? Got it. I passed the release in the small jar to Millie. Just put a little bit of this in, really brings out the aroma.
Well, you keep calling her Millie.
It's because I've only ever heard the name Millie. I've never heard to people being referred to as just Mill.
Well, it's very weird for me because, like, the first half of my last name is Millie.
Ah. So I can't say that either, I see. So there's a tick mark on saying Gage, and there's a tick mark on saying Millie. So...
Well, no, it's just like, every time you say it, I just assume you're going to finish with Ken.
We finished all the preparations. All we have to do is let this simmer until dinner time. Wow. I'm so excited for dinner. Heh, thanks for the help, Rune. Ho ho, quite a wonderful aroma here. Ah, Reagan. How's Soul?
Hey, Adam.
Hey, Adam.
Well,
Welcome.
I would have been here earlier, but I'm making music and I got carried away.
Well, you didn't... Well, that's okay.
Yeah, we're just finishing up a visual novel, so...
Which visual novel?
Fault
Milestone 2, Side Above, the first of the second game.
Okay.
It's Fault Milestone 2-1.
Okay. So is there a Fault Milestone 2-2?
Not...
Yes, you can wishlist it on Steam. It's been fucking 8 years, but...
Yeah.
Oh, so there's one in development.
Well, technically...
well, it's wishlisted on Steam. Okay, so it's very fucking weird. So you have the first one, right? That came out. And then
Yeah.
a year later, the second one came out. But it's like, okay, this is just part 1 of the second game.
Yeah.
And then it's like, you know what? We're going to develop a prequel before we release the second part. So we'll have a prequel, then the second part. But then they decided to just go silent forever. And then release a different prequel. Without canceling the other prequel, and then finally having the side below, which is the second game.
Wait. So is this game a prequel?
No.
Okay, so there was the first one, the second one, which is this one,
Uh-huh.
and then they released a prequel after this, even though there was supposed to be.
There was supposed to be a different prequel, and they released a prequel that was not the one they said they were going to release.
Oh, okay. So only 2 things have been released. Only 3 things have been released. They made 1, then they made 2, then they were gonna make 2-2, but before they made 2-2, they said they were gonna make let's call it 0, but instead they made 0.5. Is that loosely what had happened?
Basically. and they like released it out of nowhere with like no announcements or anything.
Why?
I don't know. Production cycles. Like they're using a different engine. Like I assume what happened is that they were far in development of Silence of the Pendant, which was the prequel originally. But then they decided they wanted animated portraits, like characters moving around while they're talking. So they released a completely different prequel, and then they also have part 2 of this game using that engine as well.
The character on the left looks like she's trying to process what you're saying.
Oh, yeah,
she is a robot.
She is a robot.
A robot, okay.
Yeah, and the one on the right has a personality disorder.
How far along is your play of this game?
I am assuming we're gonna get done within the next
We
hour.
are very close. We are very close to the ending.
Okay.
So in about an hour's time, we will move on to Persona 2.
Okay.
How have you been today?
All right. Like I said, I've been working on music.
Ooh, what are you working on?
A
What's it?
remix.
Of?
End of statement.
Okay, I will take your word for that.
And I've been having fun doing that.
Well, that's good.
Music.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm
what?
sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say that music is always intimidating until I start doing it. In which case, it's very fun to work on. So.
See, that's the mindset you need.
Well, it's just a matter of starting. I can never convince myself to start working on something.
Well, I'll
'Cause
be the
once
one
I
to convince you then.
Like once I actually convince myself to open up a music file, And I start tweaking a couple things. I'm like, wait a minute, no, this should sound like this. And then I keep doing it, and then sure enough, it's like 4 hours later. I'm like, oh, there you go, I worked the music, I guess. Because it's intimidating, but my brain is too stubborn to let it sound bad, so I have to keep going, even though it's intimidating. But then I end up losing track of time.
Right.
So it really is just a matter of open up the program, and then eventually music will happen. But I am sure stubborn.
You are stubborn.
Anyway, what were you gonna say?
I've just been having fun listening to Joseph mess up words while
Yeah.
reading aloud.
Even though I've literally read, like, I think 2 different visual novels in the past, like, month, I'm just flubbing so goddamn hard. I have been eating a lot of water. It's mainly because it's German.
Well, there's like there's like words that are Germanic based, but like you're messing up English words.
I know, which is infuriating to me because English should be my language.
We also have been going for 6 hours.
We have been going for 6 hours, and I do intend to finish this tonight, so...
You've been playing in here for 6 hours?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, then again, the last one was only like 4 hours, so like, you know, almost double the length of time. You know, that's pretty good.
Yeah, honestly, if you weren't reading aloud or like we weren't talking about shit, this game is basically under 6 hours.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I like to read aloud because I am the visual novel boy. However, I have not been putting any like thought into like voices because I'm knowing
Yeah,
that I'm already
it's
having trouble-
it works fine.
Yeah, no, even though I'm already having trouble speaking English, I don't think I need to put an accent on top of it.
You accidentally put accents throughout this reading. It's been interesting.
I know. It's because the German is very difficult to pronounce if I am not using the accent. So I tried to.
Well,
pronounce
there
it
won't
as
be a
much as I
German
can.
word, and you'll just switch to a German accent.
I know, because I'm expecting that to be the German word, but there isn't a German word, and that makes me upset and angry. It makes me want to cry. Anyway. It's been over 6 hours since the temperature's stabilized, so I've had him plant seeds and water the field. If all goes well, then we should see some buds sprouting by tomorrow. Really? Ironically, had it not been for the Ophia like P2P, he probably would not have been able to learn all this agricraft this quickly. Do be thankful for your brother, Mill. He's out there shaving off his own life to keep yours afloat. Sol. Tears begin to well up in the corner of Mill's eyes. I will. Mill replies softly as she begins to stir the pot. From then on, Mill didn't once look back at us until dinner time. By the way, have you finished writing, Mill? Yes, basically. Any response so far? I'm not sure. I haven't really checked back on it. Why are you so nervous? Oh yeah, they basically have the internet, but in book form.
They have magic internet.
They have magic internet.
So they have a book that tells them.
Yeah, no, basically,
tells them magic
they
internet.
have a book, and basically each page is like its own thing, or like blog.
Yeah, it's basically a book that works as a forum.
Yeah, and each page is its own forum.
Do other like
Yeah.
magical book users contribute to that forum?
Yep, it's all
Yeah.
anonymous, and it's anonymous, and they even had a discussion saying like, where Miss Multiple Personality over here is like, couldn't people just use that to like spread misinformation and delusion really easily? And Mill over here is like, yeah, but nobody really does it.
That's the first misinformation right there.
That's the first bit of misinformation. Yeah, nobody does it.
Well, she doesn't say that. She says like, yeah, it is kind of troubling considering that this place and our neighboring country kind of fucking hate each other despite having a similar language. So just imagine what it would be like if the entire world, with all their differences, tried to communicate.
Yeah, and then you get Twitter. So, you know, fun times. Well, no, it's my very first time, so I'm still unsure. You said it was a faceless exchange of messages through a book. It ought to be the easiest way to convey your thoughts, since you can take your time as how you write. Still, it has its pros and cons. Just open the book. Okay. You can do it. You can do it? So how does it feel? It's such a short comment, but I feel so happy. Especially because I've been doing nothing but lurk around and read. People they can be a part of something just by doing this, huh? They can connect like this. There are fools who think too much and do nothing, and fools who don't think at all but act. Both have their good and bad points, but only the latter will produce results. Yes. It was a small step, but still a great leap for you, Mill. Yeah. Reagan? What? Today was, well, it's been a wild ride since yesterday, huh? It was fun. Rune is such a nice person, too, and I enjoy being around her. My condition worsened and I ended up collapsing. But even then, it's been so long since I've had this much fun. You really are quite the strong one. Huh? You find this fun? Very well. The path you've chosen may be the right one, but also a more painful one.
This sounds like Shrek music. Da-na-na, na-na-na, na-na-na, na-na-na. It's the Shrek music.
Yeah, I'm sure Princess Fiona's killing all the bird ecosystem this place has. Just how long do you continue to think of this as fun? I see. Go to bed. It'll be a problem if you were collapsing again. Okay, I got it. Reagan, why? Also, notice how her name is clearly Selphine, but everyone's referring to as Reagan. That's the multiple personality bit for you. Why do you treat Mill like that? Haven't you already forgiven? Look at her, Zevit. Huh? Mill. She's smiling. No matter what I say to her, she's enjoying herself. She was able to get results from something that she did herself. Regardless of what those results were, she had always hoped to be able to affect change through her own effort. Once she has made up her mind, her heart does not waver. She is a strong person. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. ... They're still not sprouting. Is that Reagan's voice? You told me they'd be shooting up within a day. If they haven't sprouted by tomorrow, then you better prepare yourself. Reagan's speaking with Rupika? Oh, you may be laughing now, but I'm serious. Fine. More importantly, you promised tomorrow morning. How is Rain Vasta's condition? I see. Do not get any strange ideas. Betray me and I'll hunt you down relentlessly until I kill you. Reagan, was that Rupika? Zevitz, you're awake? I heard your voice, so... It's been over 10 hours since we planted those seeds and they still haven't sprouted. So I gave him my peace of mind. Well, there's nothing we can do but wait for these things. Even though he says they'll grow quickly, I'm sure it's on a case-by-case basis. How utterly frustrating. Are you not good with waiting? Until they sprout, we cannot leave this place. Alright, how is Ritona's condition? She's fine, leave her to me, is all he said. It's kind of hard just to take his word for it. What is up to me whether or not I trust you? Yep. Is that so? Well, there is a way for me to find out in an instant. No way. Mind diving is off limits. The mere fact that you're not allowing it is as good as a confession. Wrong. I'm saying we do this the old-fashioned way. People have been able to trust each other long before you and your cheats. That's just an excuse. You can tell whether or not I'm telling a lie. I'm telling you, I'll uphold my end of the bargain. Isn't that what trust is really about? Grouse. Grouse is hiding something. Maybe we shouldn't trust him after all?
It could also be pronounced Grayus.
Grayus, Groose, Grouse. I see it as Groose or Grouse. Who knows? He doesn't seem to have anything against us, but it's too soon to say for certain. If he doesn't show up with Rain Vasta tomorrow at Neo Sasori's entrance, we may have to change our plans. Mill, tea, get some ready. Got it. Here you go. Well done. What are you doing with the bibliotransmission? It's quite the fascinating piece of technology, so I'm observing. Are there any interesting writings going on? I can't read, so I don't know. You can't? Not this country's language. I'm communicating with you using a kind of monocroft called Auratum. We wouldn't even be able to understand each other without it. Wow, that's amazing. I wish I could learn some monocroft too. Don't even think about it. With your current condition, you're only going to lose what's left of your short life. Heh, figured as much. What's with that face? No, I was just thinking how you knew all sorts of things. Well, when you've lived this long, you learned a little too much. If you are despised, then despise them back. When kicked down, crawl back up. When persecuted, then retaliate. Having been exposed to the cycle of abuse and oppression, to so much despair, I've come to understand a great many things. And my sense of fatigue and my sense of delight, I've long forgotten such things. Reagan. Again with that backstory of yours? Huh, that's right. Just thought I'd put a little spice into your boring life. You're making such a big deal out of this. Well, I kinda like the attitude, though. It's like you're some big shot. At first I thought you were putting on an act, but it really doesn't look like it. Oh, someone's playing Elden Ring. Well, that's because I am a big shot. Reagan, looking at this country, at our situation, what do you think? A developing country? That sums it up well. Just about any country out there goes through this phase. And all countries have such one-sided exploitation on the masses like this will, with or without fail, collapse in some form or another. Without fail? Without fail. No exception. The collapse of a country. It's scary, isn't it? Countries rife with such injustice and continue to exist are far scarier. Besides, the collapse itself is just a trifling matter. The true difficulty lies in how that country tries to build itself up again. Say, what if, just if, you could stay here? Would you be able to reform this country? Without a doubt. Without any hesitation, huh? People who can't answer like that are unfit to effect change on anything on the scale of a country. Huh. The other day you were asking where our parents were, right? Just where did they go? We just don't know. What? One day, they just disappeared. Without saying a word. You were abandoned? Even that we are not sure about. I see. Those two, they had no other thoughts than those involving money. They'd come back home carrying loads of herbs I've never seen, of strange-smelling branches. Then they'd sell them to the hoodlums they'd seemingly just came out of nowhere. I don't know where that money from that went either. They were only ever home when they were selling. What they gave me could just barely count as food. If Sol weren't here with me, I think I would have lost it a long time ago. Now that I think about it, just why were they so desperate to earn all that money? Looks like Sol's been quite helpful. I'm assuming their parents abandoned them for Neo-Sassari. Because they were so just eager to just go there. Sol didn't used to be the brooding type like he is now. Ever since our parents disappeared, he's changed. I don't quite know what caused it, but Sol really used to look up to our parents. It must have come as quite a shock to him. We actually used to live downtown a little while back. But one night I overheard our parents talking. They were discussing how the neighbors sold off kids to some facility and got paid a huge sum of money. Sol and I spent every day wondering if we'd end up being sold off like some of those kids did. Then all of a sudden, our parents just up and disappeared. Oh-ho. Oh, there's a save?
Yeah, it's not... I mean, kind of unnecessary kinetic visual novels, you know.
Right. At least we weren't sold off. I'm at least thankful for that. You seem to have had terrible parents. Huh? So hot. Sol, go take a break. I could just step away like that? You're practically out of breath right now. Rest. Just stepping away for a short while isn't going to cause it to go back to the way it was before. Phew. Then the balance is pretty delicate, isn't it? It feels like there's some huge disturbance every hour or so. That's only the start. After about a week or so, it should be much more stable. But don't forget to continue maintaining it on a daily basis, even after we've left. Excuse me. Oh, right, you won't be here with us the whole way. We'll be here until the buds are up. In any case, we need to continue to fight even without us. Here's some tea, everyone. Oh, hey, look at this article in this book. Mill, isn't this a new entry in the article? This one looks pretty long, too. Eh? Please read it aloud. Who, me? Zevitz, can you even read this country's language? Yeah, functions for reading and writing Viscantin were installed. Oh god. Well then, if you please. Just get the water ready. I too lost a son. My wife died giving birth to him. He, Cairo, was everything to me. When he turned 6, he came down with a sickness called Sengel. It's a high fever that lasts indefinitely. Just like you, I bought him medicine from the guild. The medicine for his sickness is expensive. I even ended up participating in the P2P not too long ago. The money I received from it went all
Pay to play,
for...
huh?
No, that's not...
Or peer-to-peer.
No, Persona 2 Portable. Portable?
Persona 2 portable.
Portable.
I just made that joke earlier.
Yeah, I made that joke earlier.
It stands for Process 2 program.
Process to program, yeah.
Process 2 program. It doesn't stand Process 2 program.
Yeah. Oh. The money I received from it all went to paying for more medicine. But one day they told me that they had some issues with importation from Ceres. None of it really made sense to me. No matter how many times I asked for a clarification, they only ever gave me some vague excuse. I even tried to get the medicine myself directly, but I just didn't know what routes to take. The price of the medicine kept going higher and higher. Eventually I just couldn't buy it anymore. It was when he was 9. After 3 years of suffering, Cairo drew his last breath. His fever was so bad he couldn't even speak, like he was just being baked in his own heat. He ended up dying with empty eyes. I cursed everything. The guild, this country, this self of mine for not being born into a family with no real money to speak of. Everything. To be honest, I was really unsure whether I should reply to your post or not. I'm sure the people from the guild scour these biblio-transmission lines. But I came to a realization. A little girl like you, just 12 years of age, is standing up to them, but what have I done? I've lost everything. I have nothing to fear now. I want to give you my support, but I'm so pathetic I don't even know how to. So I want to let others know. Let them know about your story, and look for others who also harbor resentment against the guild and bring them together. Thank you for giving me the courage to do this. Thank you for opening my eyes. May the blessing of Mana be with you and your brother. The chain has begun. Yes. Keep on writing. The fight has just begun. Yes. Well then, time to help out with dinner again. What's wrong, Mill? You seem to have something on your mind. You done writing the post? Ah, yes, I wrote that we finished preparing the field with Agracroft, that we've already planted the seeds and that we just have to wait for them to sprout. I also replied to the person who wrote back. I said, thanks. Is that so? Doesn't feel very real. Never imagined an adult could have been that honest and empathizing with me. And that's exactly how people connect with each other. When it comes to something that's very fundamental and real to us, I guess things like age doesn't matter at all. Yeah. Oh right, there's something that's been on my mind. Since everything is posted in anonymity, are there people who post hurtful or derogatory remarks too? No, it's just the magic internet. Nobody posts derogatory. Considering how it's basically a lawless free-for-all, it doesn't seem out of the question. Not really, no. At least I haven't seen any. That's surprising. I imagine people would be a lot more tactless. Maybe it's because people would just ignore you if you wrote some pointless garbage? Is that how that works? Yeah, if you wrote something negative to hurt someone, no one really gains anything. I suppose no one really wants to do that in there. Makes sense. Oh, by the way, what's that you have there? Is that some kind of fruit? It's so pretty and red. You mean this? It's a matox, a kind of vegetable. I picked quite a lot on the area this morning. Oh, are we gonna cook with these tonight? Yeah, the matox is pretty well known as a vegetable that symbolizes good luck. It's an important tradition to have a matox dish during the first harvest for us Viscants. I see. I didn't know it had that kind of significance. If I remember right, you and Reagan will be leaving tomorrow at noon, right? I thought of making something a bit special. Oh, what is it? I'm excited. You're really into cooking now, aren't you, Rune? Well, we'll be boiling these, so we should get a fire... Eh? What's wrong? We're out of firewood. I'm sorry, I'll need to go gather some. Oh, that's alright, I'll do it. Sorry about this, I usually ask Saul to do it instead, but... It's fine, let me do this much at least. Do you have a rope or anything like that? I'd like something to tie up the firewood. Oh, Saul's the one who keeps track of these things. Could you ask him instead? Got it. Oh, Reagan, where's, Saul? I don't know, he's nowhere to be seen. Where do you go, I wonder? What is that boy up to, I swear? Must be preparations for dinner later. Mill said she'd be preparing something special. Oh, I'm looking forward to that. Mill's cooking is quite delectable. It's certainly something to be excited about. She really is amazing in the kitchen, isn't she? I mean, being able to please even a princess's palate? How rude. Don't lump me together with those arrogant upstarts who mistake price for taste. I swear, with you, it's just... I'll go look for Saul. Where is Saul? Maybe he went back home? Hey, Saul, you here? Eh? Saul? A chill runs down my spine a little too late. Saul? Rune. What? What, you say? I'm gonna go gather some firewood, so I'd like to borrow some rope. Rope? Ah. I didn't bother putting it away the last time I used it. It's just lying at the entrance. I see. That's it? Yeah. Okay. I didn't even notice. I was so focused on Mill this entire time. Mill isn't the one we need to keep an eye on. It's Saul. What is it, Zevitz? You got quite a grave expression on your face. About Saul. Is agricraft, like, mentally draining? Using any cravat for the first time will be fatiguing, but it shouldn't cause any strange effects. Especially not mental fatigue. It's akin to reading a book in a foreign language that you've just begun studying. Which means... Well, this is just my gut feeling, but isn't there something kind of wrong with Saul? Well, it's like I have a really bad feeling. I just look at him. I didn't get this feeling until recently, though. Between Saul and Mill, the one with stability issues is Saul. Why? He looks so reluctant to plant the Sagiola. And more than that, the way his stare is so blank and unfocused is really bothering me. He must be hanging by a thread. With the heavy labor he's been doing day by day, he numbs himself through that extreme amount of work. He's running away, isn't he? From reality. Indeed. Mill seems to have accepted her fate, but Saul is different. He can't seem to come to terms with his sister's impending death. When their parents vanished, it seemed to have come as quite the shock. How daft. Those are the very same parents who consider selling off their own children. If this Sagiola planning works out, wouldn't that just be another blow to Saul? I don't know. But he can't keep this up. What? He can't constantly run away from reality? That he needs to accept it and move on? That's easier said than done. Saul is weak. Not through any fault of his own, but this isn't the time to be pointing fingers. Unless he overcomes that weakness of his soon, something may happen. Something that we cannot recover from. This much is certain. We don't have enough time. No. Even if we had more time, for people like us who won't even stay behind to see it through, we might not even have the right to stick our nose in even deeper. We need something like a spark to... Huh? In the field, that's... Reagan, isn't that... a bud? Saul, Mill, come quick. The Sagiola. Ah, we did it, Saul. Saul's expression is just stares at the Sagiola bud is as incomprehensible as always. Maybe he's just given up on something? Or maybe he's just relieved. I can't tell, based on the minute changes in his face. The minute changes in his facial expressions. Yeah. Maybe he's finally seen a ray of hope, but that may just be me projecting my own optimism. What's on your mind, Saul? How do you feel right now? The two of you are leaving tomorrow, right? We planned to be by noon. We're just waiting for a friend of ours. How should I keep on living from here on? Live. To the fullest. Why do you think I'm asking? How would I know how to live to the fullest? I've been thrown off my daily rhythm. I've got enough money saved up to keep going without work for a while. Soon we won't have to deal with the biggest issue, buying the Sagiola. I'm gonna lose my way of life soon. So just what am I going to do? You just do whatever you want and everything's all messed up now. And on top of that, you're just gonna ditch us? How selfish can you get? Didn't that cross your mind? Despair sure feels good, doesn't it, Soul? Huh? You've grown accustomed to it. Despair protects you from all the sorrow of the world. No matter how far you fall, you won't really feel any pain anymore. Eventually, it corrupts the mana running through your body. You become crippled, feeling nothing but disgust when happiness befalls you. Saul, is this way of life yours something precious to you? I don't know. You are mistaken. What you will lose is Mill. You will lose her, and that routine that continues to let you escape from that very reality. You and Mill have been born to deplorable circumstances. Unfair and unjust. Truly pitiful. However, Saul, those 2 years left to Mill ought to be for her. If you hold her dear, then use them to the fullest for her. What do you think I've been doing? I've been working every single day to pay for her medicine. Only at first glance, but you've been running away. The fact that you've been raising the Sagiola so half-heartedly is clear proof of that. You use your own powerlessness as an excuse to simply float on by, with nary a plan in mind. That isn't living your life to the fullest, let alone simply living. Mill's remaining time will not change, regardless of whether it's spent in smiles or in tears. If so, then it should be spent smiling alongside with you. Do not yield to despair, Saul. Do not be afraid of getting hurt. Those scars in your heart will be the one lasting thing that Mill leaves behind. Proof of her existence. Anyway, you came to me to voice your complaints, but all you got was a sermon. That won't do anything to help you vent your frustration, so it's your turn. If you've got something to say, I'll shut up and listen. Just forget it. Welcome, Wendy. Excuse me. They're already this big. They were just thin little green stalks yesterday, but they're even leaves now. Sagiola sure grows at incredible speed. And as I look at the Sagiola, a thought occurs to me.
I've noticed that all of the made-up words for this game all have, like, S in them. The writer really likes using S.
Get a hold of the...
Those are all the ones I've heard.
Alright. And Soul's efforts. Despite all the trouble we've gone through, Soul and Mill's lives have been at the mercy of some weed that they could have just grown in the span of a few days? Just how many Viscantans are suffering like they are? Zevitz? Ah, Reagan. You're up early. You too, Reagan. What? I hear something. This early in the morning? Ah, I knew it. Look, they're already sprouting. Over there in that field, you can already see the Sagiola. Aren't you the pharmacist from back then? And the man beside
Yeah,
him...
final boss of this visual novel, pharmacist.
Wow, pharmacist. He's the one who came snooping around. Oh, it sure is warm, ain't it? Looks like the rumors about Agracroft were actually true. Huh, these are the two girls you were talking about? Makes you wish they could stay young forever, eh? Hey, girlies, looks like you've been up to a lot here, haven't you? I've heard quite a lot about what you've been doing here. Oh. You've even brought some rather uncouth-looking fellows with you. What do you want, punk? Why, you little... I let you talk, and all you do is get cheeky with me. Learn to talk more respectively to your elders. You aren't my elder. Neither are you worthy of a single shred of my respect. Damned outsider can't even uphold basic etiquette. You sure did a number on me back then. Do you think you could just leave scot-free? They warned those Hearthagers twins that they just ignored us. Once we finish with their punishment, it's your turn. Better be prepared yourself. Once these kids are done with you two, we're gonna sell you off to the local brothels. I'm definitely gonna find a buyer, no matter how high I set your price. What? Oh, another one of your cheap one-liners. Wouldn't you agree with me, Zevitz? Well, so, do they make you nervous? Nope, not at all. If anything, I guess I'm a little ticked off. So says Mr. Pharmacist. We aren't falling for your pathetic attempts at threatening us. Looks like you don't understand the situation you're in, do you? I'm the head of the guild, you see. You make me mad and you won't get away with it. Sorry, but I'll have to throw your warning right back at ya. That's right. Even if every single one of you comes at me all at once, you'll have no chance of winning. We need to leave this country already. What? Skipping over the smaller details, I really don't know how to fight, so I might not be able to hold back. It's actually pretty convenient for us that they've shown up here. People can die really easily, so in the worst case, we might have casualties. This is so we no longer have to intervene on Soul and Mill's behalf. So I suggest we talk this all over instead. It's just a bluff, but I really need to strike fear into them. Just absurd. This might be the first time I've gone this far out of my way, only to be made a fool of. For the benefit of some damn outsiders like you, I'll explain it real nice and simple, okay? This country's government is rife with corruption. The citizens are as good as dead the moment this country practically sold itself to Seraph. Do you understand how humiliated we've all felt? The Seraphians treated us like garbage. For the sake of some development, the government threw away our identity as Viscantans. We formed this guild in order to protect the people of Viscanta. By taking the initiative and establishing the trade of medicine, we secured transport routes and jobs. If it weren't for us, imagine just how many people would have died. I grow tired of this. Is your so-called history lesson over? My ears are about to fall off just listening to your falsehood-laden story. Be gone. Why, you little brat, listen to learn when your elders are talking.
You keep switching words, Joseph.
Did I?
Listen to learn rather than learn to listen.
Fine. Ruckle, go knock a little sense into these girls. Heh, you sure you want to start off with me? Don't blame me if their arms or legs get a little too twisted and you can't sell them anymore. I don't care. That's the price for being so cheeky with me. I've been nice to them. I've been nice to let them even talk like they have to me. Bad girls like these two need to be punished. Do whatever you want with them. Sorry about this, ladies. My one and only joy in life is to slice up pretty little girls like you two, you see? I especially love the wounds.
Wow.
I eat them raw, sliced up, topped with grated dirache. Damn, just thinking about it makes me want to get some booze to go with it. And? That's what you intend on doing? Sure, act all brave while you can. Try that once I've got my hands on you. Even if that really is your persona, this just bores me. Truly, utterly boring. If you're not trying to pull off some kind of madman act, you need to go back to the drawing board. Look here, Missy. I don't know where you picked up that sassy attitude of yours, but you better not look down on us adult... Zevitz, do you have a plan? Yeah, more or less. Good, well then, this is in your hands. Just don't forget the time. We have an appointment with Rain Vasta. Tardiness will not be allowed. Ah, leave it to me. I don't plan on taking long. Kill them! Kill them! Damn it! Don't just ignore me, you stupid little...
What?
What?
That's interesting.
Out of memory? What the hell is this? Line 24 in execute pause. Error out of memory. Chapter 4 file on the wall in script. I guess ignore? And just continue? Uh-oh. It crashed? It crashed!
Interesting.
What the hell was that?
That is kind of funny, because the game intentionally crashed very early on.
Yeah, it did intentionally crash earlier on as like a plot thing, but this is a little different. I hope I can continue, and at the very least I can just skip ahead. But like... Oh, I'm back here. Wait, did it actually... Wait.
You made that one random save.
I did make that one random save, so that's my question. Undo. Wow, it did take me all the way back. That is amazing. Wow. Thanks autosave, or thanks for me realizing that I could do that. The letter. Well, this is interesting. I've never had this happen to me before in a visual novel. Especially one that immediately knows that there's an error. Which also makes me wonder, how the fuck is there an error in a visual novel? It's a visual novel! Does my book spontaneously combust into flames if I can't read a certain word? Or maybe it's just upsetting.
Then it would have burst into flames much earlier.
Yeah. Okay, let me make another save a little bit closer. That is weird. Did that happen to you, Gage?
No.
Maybe it's my... Well, it wouldn't be my PC's memory, would it? Alright, yeah, save it, like, right here, but in a separate slot, so that... Okay. And right when we were getting to the good part... Alright. There we go. What the? What? What? Something on the tip here. Kind of sticky. I'm fairly certain that's either poison or a drug that causes paralysis. Looks like it wasn't entirely an act. How? How can you touch that and still be able to move? Oh, was this supposed to be a surprise attack to catch us off guard? Huh, so it seems. What a pity. Oomph. What? Well, looks like you won't be able to get your hands on that knife anymore. What? Let's see now. Reagan, could you hand me the rope I was gonna use for the firewood? This thing here. Wait, what? What? You can try using all sorts of underhanded tricks on me, but... You can't fool these eyes of mine. 500 frames per second is more than enough to read people's movements. I can keep this up for hours if I wanted to, and it gives them more than enough time to react and increase the frame rate if someone brings out a gun. The guild. Soul. I always gave you priority for the medicine, and this is how you repay me? Do you know just how hard it is to get my hands on Sagiola? Ah, you two are awake. Stay back. This'll end soon. Come at me. Any way you want. I'll counter you back. Is she a monster? Is she a kind of monocrofter as well? Damn it, I'll kill her. And kill the Hagthark twins, too. So, yeah. This ain't what we agreed on. Anyone who dares go against me is as good as dead. I'm not gonna let you have your way anymore. We are the guild. You mess with us and it's the end for you. Ha. Well then, Zevitz, don't kill them. Show them just which of us takes the high road. That's my plan originally. You think you can just shut up and watch? This is Zevitz when she gets serious. I slowly position myself in front of the man who threw the knife. Perhaps still in disbelief from the events from earlier, the man doesn't budge a single inch. He's sweating bullets. Or should I say sweating dongans. Just who are you? What are you hesitating for? Go kill her! In my state of concentration, I perceive that one short sentence from the pharmacist is a whole 50 seconds had passed. Wait, I perceive that one short sentence from the pharmacist is as 50 whole seconds had passed. If I don't control my comprehension better, I might get bored out of my mind in the fight. Let's lessen the frame rate. Just as I was thinking that, the man pulls out another knife in his sleeve. He tries to stab me, aiming for my heart, but even an amateur at fighting like me could tell at a glance. His form was excellent without any needless movement. Despite having been shaken, he was still maneuvering well. He might be a pretty skilled hitman, but this knife is also... To me, his movement is slowed so that I almost feel sorry for moving as fast as I do.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Let me go back up a bit. I tried to right-click and it... What is... I guess these action scenes are too intense for my PC to handle.
Dude, that'd be fucking hilarious if that was the case.
If that is hilarious.
But it's not.
I would love it to be the case, though. Unless maybe like the config menu is like messed up for some reason.
Yeah, no, Adam, funny thing about this visual novel is that it does intentionally crash at one point.
Yeah, that's what this whole intro, this whole, like, start screen is. Because this woman basically nuked the world and crashed my game to basically tell me, hey, pay attention. Yes. Maybe I just gotta skip through it.
Also, Wendy, you're typing very loudly.
Oh no, I'm going backwards. Shit. No, 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 no.
Wendy,
What?
you're typing very loudly.
Oh, sorry.
I feel like it's too late into this game for me to try to follow what's happening.
Yeah, you don't.
Oh yeah, no, you missed all the intrigue and world building that it did already.
Okay,
Like,
so
like we had this entire plot line about why Big Pharma is bad.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So basically, I think I just gotta skip past the scene. Oh, that's interesting. It froze on this.
Oh my god. Okay.
This is
Uh,
what?
Part 9 begins serialization February 17, 2023.
Ooh, nice.
JoJo Part 9 will be starting.
Skip it. Confiscate. What? Okay. Safety save. New slot.
Yeah, you could back up because she just threw another knife into the ground.
Yeah, no. I intentionally skipped it. I saw the scenes. I'm just intentionally skipping in case it's like those specific like stills that are like causing the crashing.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe this is the boss fight. How long can you? How long is your patience gonna last? Gah. Oh, you put some thought into this. Well, I would have preferred something more precise, like punching them into a daze. But I can't really do that, so this is the surest way to deal with it. Gah. Hey, you two, go take her at the same time. Gotta be kidding me, she took out Ruckle in one hit.
Ruckle.
I'll kick you out of the guild if you don't, both of you. Just go and deal with her already. Damn it. Just how do you expect us to win against someone like her? You cannot. Please give up and never come here again. Don't get cocky. The man from the other way lunges in the knife. Another easy attack to dodge. Confiscated. What the? Oh wait, he's not dead, is he? I really can't control my strength. No frickin' way. Kick me out of the damn guild, I don't care, I ain't going up against this chick. Hey you, where do you think you're going? Don't give chase, Zevit, don't waste your time. Suddenly... Ah! The pharmacist threw out something he was hiding. That's sediment. Zvets, be careful. Firebombs. He got us.
But yeah, Joseph, remember when you joked about fire earlier?
Oh, yeah. Oh god, I motsited it, didn't I? Damn it.
I mean, it wasn't Soul.
It's me.
It was done very fucking intentionally.
Right, the saggy old bulbs. Ah, it's hopeless. The buds are so small they burn to a crisp almost instantly.
Joseph has been having trouble today.
Listen, I'm finishing this. They're all gone. I promise. That won't make my Baho any different. Every single one's burned. Mill, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. I jumped in the water as soon as I could. I just have a few burns. Ugh. Oh no, the house. Our house is... Eek. What? Oh. What? He's coughing up blood. Don't. No, not my head. Ah! Get up. My body is moving on its own? Just how long will you go? Or just how low will you go?
Just how low, yeah, just how low.
Just how selfish can you get? What kind of life did you live before becoming this self-centered? Reagan, that Orphemer isn't good. Reagan, what are you gonna do? I will kill this man.
I don't want to be.
You mustn't. I thought we agreed that there'd be no killing. I also do want to kind of, while I'm here, I want to
Killing and
put the
shooting.
music a little bit down in the Sound effects can be a little bit downer, too. And then I'll make another safety save. If Sol puts in a little more effort, then they can raise more. We still have enough seeds. We can still turn things around. No. It's too damn late for that. My house got caught in the flooding, you know. If I can't stay in the Vita stream, then I can't live much longer. I've been coughing up more blood often lately. Look, can't you help me out of here? Look, I know you've been coming here every day and all, but yelling and screaming at me isn't going to do anything. Neo Sassari is a residential district inside Ceres' territory. It's not under Viscanta's jurisdiction. If you want to complain, go do it over in Ceres. Is this the government? Is this government just going to let us sick folk out here die? Don't you know some of the people who live inside the Vita stream were sick? Like I said, if you can't get me into Neo Sassari, at least help me import medicine, even just temporarily. How many times do I have to tell you? Complaining to us isn't going to get anything done. Just reporting that the issue from last week's been dealt with. C District is now under our control. We'll also be ready to deal with those guys from the port area by next week. Excellent. Every medicines trade route in and around Port Sassari will be under the guild's control by the start of next year. We finally come this far, eh? It took too much. Much longer. It took much, much longer than expected. Pulling off anything big will take time. But I don't have that kind of time. At this rate, I'll... Oh, another one of your spasms? Oh yeah, this man tried to make us drink sperm. So, you know. Yeah, this chronic sickness of yours is in pain. I swear I'm gonna get enough money and go back to my hometown where I belong, Neo Sassari. This is Sagiolo powder. Make sure your sister takes this every day. Okay? Wait a minute. Hey, that kid just now, he was one of the Harthagger twins. Sol, was it? Did you sell him some Sagiola? I did, so what? What? That's gotta be a mistake. That ain't gonna help his sister get any better. I mean, Sagiola's just a painkiller, isn't it? It's not like this is the Middle Ages. You can easily cure the noose by taking helicore essence for a month, right? So you cure it, then what? Cure that and you've lost a repeat customer. Huh? With the noose, as long as you can eat, then you aren't gonna die anytime soon. Taking Sagiola will help deal with any loss of appetite while you rot away on the bed. That way we can keep selling Sagiola to them at jacked up prices till they kick the bucket. The hell? The noose needs to be treated as soon as possible. She's still a little girl. She can still be cured. Ah, fine, whatever, I got it, so just shut up that damn yammering of yours. This is common sense. I don't mind if you scam a few people here and there, but that little girl's life is on the line and I won't stand for it. I told you, I've got this. I'll head over to Hathaggers later and hand them the helicore myself. You damn well better. I'm gonna head there later and make sure. Alright, just hurry up and get back those deliveries. Come in late and it'll be your neck on the line. Ruckle, are you there? Deal with him before he gets anywhere near Harthaggers. You sure? You had someone turn to fish food just the other day. I don't care. The guards here in Viscanta aren't going to get off their asses for 1 or 2 murders. It's more convenient for Ceres and Viscanta to pretend that everything's fine and peaceful. That they have been that for a long time. Guess they've finally gotten used to how to deal with things. This is the only way I can get enough money to live in Neo Sassari. You're my right-hand man here. I'm depending on you. We're gonna drive those Cerisians bastards out of our Vita stream. Huh. Reagan, please, think this through. I'm sure he's done all sorts of bad things, but nothing worth getting killed over. Listen up, Soul Mill. This bastard, this wretched bastard, he knew how to cure the invisible noose. Despite that, he continued to sell you Sagiola, which did nothing but numb the pain. All so he could reap the profits from both of your suffering. What? Soul, the one responsible for your sister's demise. No way. I will return to the Vita stream no matter what the cost. Had she... What the fuck?
I will say I got to this point I'm just playing it on the side, like clicking through with you. And I have not had a crash.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What? Man, my computer really is that shit. If it can't even handle a visual novel from 2014.
2015, excuse you.
Oh, no, that's it. My computer can't handle anything 2015 onward. That's why.
I mean, it shouldn't be fine, considering this is the same fucking engine as Game 1.
Oh god, I can't wait for the next engine then, where it's just gonna crash on me repeatedly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a new engine, which means a completely new, like... I better get that... I bet you this would be fine if I had more RAM. Cause, like, what the hell? This isn't even, like, the fight scenes. And it was completely fine for the last 6 hours.
Also, Joe, for what you said the other day, yeah, just improving your RAM and your graphics card should be enough for your computer
I'm
to
gonna
feel more.
I'm gonna get an AMD 6000 series, hopefully.
Yeah, I have never seen the line error out of memory for a visual novel.
Yeah, it's my memory. That's all it is. It's because this is so intense.
Wait, so you're gonna get an AMD what?
I'm gonna get an AMD. It's one of the. I think it's like their RX 6000 series, just 6000. Not like.
Yeah,
that's a graphics card. It's not the 6800 or the 6700. It's just the 6000.
Okay, well then, I don't know why you're getting an AMD, not an NVIDIA.
Well, no, because my computer. I did more research on my motherboard, and it turns out it's only this specific type only is responsive with AMD because that's the one it's been programmed to work best with. I looked up if NVIDIA cards could work, and from what I can tell, they can work. You just won't get the best performance since the motherboard is programmed to work best with AMD drivers.
Well, then, like with other friends of mine who have AMD cards, I won't be able to help you with any technical problems.
That's fine.
I have AMD, so I can help you.
Hey, good. At least I got someone. Look, plus it's much cheaper for the 32 gigabits of RAM I'm getting, plus the 6000. It'll only be like $400, maybe $500 instead of the what 2,000.
You're getting an AMD RX 6000.
RX 6000. I don't remember the full. Actually, I could probably find
Well, I'll give you a perspective. I have a 6700.
a 6700. Oh, right. I was in the model of looking at a 5600 XT. But then I saw, okay, what about a 6000? Because it'll probably be better performance.
You get a 6900.
A 6900?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
basically they're top of the line at the moment.
right. How much are those looking like? 300 something? Or like brand new?
Brand new?
Well, not brand. Well, I mean, I'll be fine with used, but for a new card, I would like it to be new.
No, yeah, I guess the delivery of that line was weird for me. Of course, brand new.
Yeah, of course, brand new. Because while I wouldn't,
I wouldn't be like, what? Brand new? You want a brand new card? No.
specifically, I was looking.
Ridiculous. Take mine.
I was looking into what was it? I think it was like a 6000 series. It was like it had like a 16 gigabit thing for it.
What's your price max?
Max price I'm willing to go on parts within the if I'm willing to get this by like March, under 600 and under.
Because
I already 699.
Yeah.
I'm willing to go over because the reason why that's my
that
budget.
is the top one.
Yeah,
That's
the
the
top
best one.
So I don't need.
You can get the best of the best for 700.
Yeah, no,
the AMD range.
I need, like, I'll do less than the best. So I'll go with, like, 6,500 or even the 6,000 like I was planning on going. Because I don't need the top of the line. I just need up to date. Because from the research I did, those ones are still more up to date.
Well, if your budget still goes for it, I don't know why you wouldn't.
Well, my
just
budget
get
is
the
also
best one.
including the memory RAM that I'm getting, which I'm getting 2 sticks of 16 for 32 at $190.
Well, also, just the 6500 is like 180 brand
yeah,
new.
180 brand new. Yeah, the 6500. That's what I'm going for. So the 180 for that plus the 190 for the
Why
cards,
would you?
that's under
Why
400.
would you pay 180 for 32 gigs of RAM when there's like literally first on Amazon there's a Corsair
It's-
32 for 112.
It's because I'm. That's the thing. I'm looking at prices. I'm having to look. Okay, which are gonna work with this motherboard that I have?
That's true, I
Because
guess.
I need to look for specifically ones that work well with AMD.
I'm
and
assuming you
Radeon.
went to PC Part Picker.
PC part picker, yeah.
Is that what you're using? Is that what you used? Because
well,
that's
yeah,
how
but
you
But I'm
know.
buying it through. I'm buying it through Newegg.
Yes, but PC Part Picker. Do you know what PC Part Picker is?
Not particularly.
Okay, then why did you say yes?
Did I say yes?
Yes.
You totally did.
Yeah.
PC Part Picker is a website
I mean,
that.
I could go a little bit higher and go for the 6600.
Okay, Joe, PC Part Picker is a website that is designed entirely around the building of computers. It is the #1 resource for determining compatibility.
Uh-huh.
It is a site where you give it exact things that you're working with, and it will make sure to only give you options that are proven compatible with what your other options are,
Right.
and for the best prices. You should totally not be looking through parts unless you're using a site like this, because then once you find the parts, it will give you different websites that sell those parts, like Newegg and like Best Buy and so and such. So I'd recommend running all of your current parts through that site. Make like a list, like virtually build your computer on that site with every part that you have, and then from there start testing compatibility and find the best prices. Because I assure you, this site will have everything you need,
I'm sure
and it will send you to the convenient locations to buy something.
I mean,
It is
here's the thing.
the most
If
trusted website in all
if
of
I'm-
PC building history.
If I'm dealing with PC building, price is going to be a problem regardless of whatnot.
Yes, but there'd be no reason not to use something like this.
I mean, it's a good resource, and I'll look into it. But right now, I got to make sure this doesn't crash. Why
Yeah.
you?
If I wanted to build one from scratch, I would not use anything except this website to make sure that I got it correct.
You already lived so damn long, thwack. But Mill's life has just begun. She had so much to look forward to. But you took everything away from her. You piece of shit. You goddamn worthless piece of shit. Why does someone like you have the right to do all this?
Is there even such thing as an RX 6000?
Yeah, there's the 6000 series.
Yes, but there's also the 10,000, the 1000 and the 40 series, but there's no RTX 40. there's 4080s, there's 49. Like they don't actually have one that's right at the number. Because what I'm seeing here, the lowest end 6000 series starts at 6600.
I see. Hold on, I just need to do this for some sake. Anyway, shall I finish with...
Oh, we are like literally less than 10 minutes away from finishing.
I'm sorry for interrupting you.
It's fine. It's just also the fact that all my speaking mistakes have just sort of been boiling up as well. It's just a lot. Well, to me, it's a lot. So, just stop. Stop fucking breathing. This feeling, I remember this.
I didn't realize we were reading the text.
Stop it, you piece of shit, you worthless pile of garbage. You don't have any goddamn right to breathe the same air we do. You better fucking stop right now. Stop fucking existing. Suffocation and pummeling. Soul switches back and forth between both, unable to focus on doing either. I unconsciously begin to view the spectacle in slow motion. I'm gonna make a safety save because I don't know if this is gonna crash on me or not.
It's definitely something with your PC, because I literally just downloaded the game and like
It's
clicking
just
through it, and
memory.
it's not
I
doing it.
just need to upgrade the memory for this kind of thing. Like, these games are fine. However, I definitely need a graphics card update as well. But that's not gonna happen, apparently. So, why are you still breathing? Soul's anger finally distills into a set course of action as he strangles him. What are you crying for, you stupid shit? Don't try to copy us humans. You have no right to cry, you fucking bastard. Got it. The pharmacist's face turns blue. Just a few more seconds. In a few more seconds, his life will end. I need to do something. But I don't have it in me to stop him. That's enough, Saul. Oh, they're using this song again. Please. Soul, if you took that man's life, I would never accept that fact.
I would have to accept that fact.
But I don't want to watch. Even if this man was the one responsible for my death, I don't want you to kill him. God. Damn it. God damn it. Therein lay no morals, no lessons to be learned. They were oppressed, deceived. Even if they were all just earnestly trying to live, trying to protect what was dear to them, all that was left to them was cruel, tragic, meaningless despair. This is the real world. God damn it. No, this isn't. I can't. This is no good. What was that? Clairvoyance? Let me go. I see, this must be permission. Reagan, please think this through, don't. Looks like you've taken this joke a little too far, eh? You get the least of my mercies, a quick and painless death. Huh? Reagan? You didn't just... This fool will never bother you again. Mill, continue writing. Reagan didn't turn to face us. Record everything that happened here, to the minutest detail, and continue to do so. It's as if she didn't even know how to face us. Your freedom is... She continued to speak without looking at us. Just a stone's throw away. That hurts. Oh, you're awake, Mill? Huh? This is... Why am I... You collapsed after all that. All the stress must have just burnt you out. I see. What about our house? It's still pretty bad. It'll take a while to get it back in good shape. Really wasn't a bad dream, huh? Oh, where are Reagan and Rune? They were here just now, but they left already. I think they're going to where their friend is. I never got to say goodbye. Do you have to, though? They just dragged us around doing whatever they want. And it was all for nothing. Is that really the case? You don't look so well, Mill. I'll go get some water, just wait. Yeah. By the time we realized it, Reagan and Rune had already left. The question of why remains a mystery. Perhaps they felt they owed it to us. Hope this water's still drinkable. These two sure were self-centered. We shouldn't have gotten involved with them. That's what I thought from the bottom of my heart. Huh. Mill, what's wrong? The bibliotransmissions. Something's written inside. I lost my parents too. My daughter had Sengel as well. I couldn't help out my nephew with his sickness. What the? My grandchild, my wife, my son. I won't forgive those bastards. I'm sick of this country. I'm sick of the damn guild. Just how many pages of replies are there? We should all meet up, band together, fight together. To Mill Harthager. We want you and your brother to know that we are your allies. So please share your burden with us. I couldn't hold back the intense emotions stirring deep inside me. Hey, Soul. It's been so long, so very long since I felt like this. We were able to connect with just a few words. We united. This. Mill, could you wait here? Yeah, I can't really move anymore, so please go. I dashed off as fast as I could using the last reserve of the energy I ran. Damn it, damn it, damn it. They gave Mill this chance to let them just walk off without saying a word of thanks. Damn it. How awful do you think I'd feel? Crash. Ah, it's Saul. Thanks. We've lost everything? Thank you so very much. Who am I kidding? Thanks for giving Mill hope. We didn't want to let it end like that without saying anything. Saul, Mill can't make it here, so I came to thank you on her behalf. Mill and I, it's like we're on the verge of losing something really important to us. I can't find the words to express myself. I don't really get it, but it felt like we just... I'm sure that my emotions have been dulled for so long now. We just couldn't keep going like that. Not a single word of that could express my gratitude at all. Please, I would want to do something in return. It's pathetic, I'm about to cry here. Huh, just couldn't keep going, huh? Alright then, I want you to do this. Anything. Be angry, Saul. Huh? Understand where you are in this world. And think, discern, just where you ought to focus that anger of yours. If you wish to repay your debt to us, that is the one thing you can do, my dear Saul. Please, take good care of Mill. Her manner of speaking suddenly changed. Is that you? Lee? Let's go, Rune. Ratona is waiting for us. Selly, that's you, isn't it, Selly? Yeah, sorry. You must have been worried. Selly, I've been waiting for you all this time. Be angry. This was for the best, right? Selly? What's wrong? If only I could have... Selly. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Rune. I made you worry so much. Please, forgive me. What do you mean? Tell me what's on your mind. It's okay, right, Rune? I can share this with you, right? She's my friend, so it's okay, right? What the? Selly, you had to keep all this to yourself? Such cruel, horrible things. Please, don't hold it all in. I saw peeking through the gaps into Selly's heart the countless evil deeds perpetrated by that pharmacist. This disheartenment and hatred of human. The accumulation of 8 generations of memories and experiences. All of that deeply connected together, forming the existence that is Selly. I had underestimated. No, there was no way for me to have even imagined just how heavy her burden was. Selly, just how much. How much pain and suffering is there locked up inside you? And I killed him. But this is for the Rune. I understand. I understand, Selly. I understand your pain. For every moment of happiness, excitement is a moment of sadness and despair. A person once said that. Who exactly? I forgot. But that is a lie. The truth is... Oh, is that it? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, besides the crashing,
Well-
that was very nice.
Yeah, you have the little credit scene here.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. Aris Perks for the music. Good luck. I wonder if we'll see Saul in the next one, because it is still technically the same, like... Oh, Oh, Patreon. Oh, I didn't know this game had a had a Patreon.
I can't unhear the Shrek music.
I do not hear it at
I
all.
don't hear it. Well, I mean, I can
I don't know if
barely
this
hear
is
it,
the
but
same version as the previous one, but
it's probably a more like what would you call it?
There's more piano
There's
on this
more
one.
piano.
yeah.
And at least it didn't end with Milano being like, "Oh, well, that was fucking stupid."
At least it didn't end with Malay Island.
Or thanks to the community for bringing fault to so many languages all over the world. A.
Yeah, if you put this song into fault, I wouldn't. It would fit to me from what I have seen.
Aw. That's cute. A. Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, no, I don't hear it.
Oh, that's great. That's, I'm assuming, and then there's gallery, of course.